The unworthy son of an honorable family of nobles, he lived in the academy like a king until his family decided to get rid of him and strike him off the roster. The young man had the feeling that the universe was simply mocking him. Ed Taylor's life was over. He had just been kicked out of his dorm, with all his belongings like a lousy dog. Rumors immediately spread through the academy that his family had disowned him, which meant Ed wasn't worth the dirt beneath his feet. A vile, arrogant nobleman paid for his deeds and was treated accordingly. But there was an injustice in the matter. For the insolent Ed, over whom everyone is murmuring, is not him at all, thought the person in the body of the former nobleman. He launched a game whose action takes place in the Academy of Magic Sylvania, a frustrated swordsman of the academy. The game gave the choice of playing the role of the eldest son of the owner of a large corporation, either a talented young gentleman from a criminal clan or a top-ranked hunter. But of all the options, he got a third-rate villain who was banished from his dorm early in the game, the worst character at the worst time in his life. The new owner of this destiny could not believe that this had happened to him. For all his life, he had lived modestly and simply. Greed had never been his vice. The disciples who witnessed his tirade were outraged that such a scum would speak of justice after all his atrocities. Ed glanced in the mirror and saw a status window that showed his stats. Even though he was in the magic department and had low intelligence and abysmal stamina, which isn't surprising since he's spelled out as a mediocre, promiscuous villain, which is something that comes across early in the story and is hard to remember. The settler tried to remember what had happened to Ed. He showed up in the end credits, in the guise of a beggar, indistinguishable from the rest of the tramps. It was natural. The bully knew nothing of the world, and he suddenly found himself on the street. Staying alive was already lucky. He didn't know why he, didn't know how, had come into this world, and he wasn't likely to find out now. But the new Ed Taylor wasn't about to give up. The academy was more like a castle, its territory the entire island of Arkan, with a wild forest spreading to the northeast of it. Ed hid from the curious students and ended up hanging around in the dense thicket of the forest for half a day. That was enough time for him to assess his plight. The episode with Ed's banishment happens at the very beginning. Luckily, though, he was disowned by his relatives. He hadn't been kicked out of the academy yet, and that was important. The academy was a first-class institution. Graduating from it was enough to secure one's future. All the action would take place in it, and Ed could use the memory of the 5 adventures of this game and lead an awesome life. Because obviously the main goal, graduation, the problem is the huge cost. The last semester is paid for, but beyond that there is an abyss. If he couldn't get out on scholarship, he'd be expelled. But with his current characteristics, that was hard to do. But now it was more important to provide food, clothing, shelter, and manage not to become a vagrant in the next week. Clothing was not a problem, but food and lodging were problems. Because of his reputation, he was unlikely to be hired. He couldn't go back to the hostel, which meant he was stuck in the woods. It was lucky that there was a stream with drinking water nearby. There were 10 days before the semester started, and in that time you had to pump yourself up to get stronger. Lucky Ed knew a few spells. The Windblade was good for handling logs. It was quite exciting. But he ran out of breath, barely cutting down 15 barrels, but it was of little use. Using magic whets the appetite, Ed discovered, and remembered his grandfather telling how in years of bad harvests, they used to eat the young bark. Ed applied ignition on a goblet of water and tried to boil some chips. He was ready to eat anything. If you don't look closely, it looks like a chicken breast, he thought, examining the bark. Starving, Ed popped it into his mouth and began chewing, with the hope of a hearty meal. But obviously nothing howled. Only the young shoots were fit to eat. For the next 2 days, Ed vomited and cursed his grandfather. His attempts to build a tent were clumsy. He could not get the sticks and branches to fit together. They kept falling. Ed tried to bury them deeper and set up a framework first that would hold everything up. But there were 4 supports and only 2 arms. That's why it wasn't easy at first, and the house was constantly falling apart. But overcoming pain and fatigue, Ed was still able to tie the sticks together with his belt, so that now the hut looked sturdy. Sleeping on the bare ground was not allowed, so he covered it with his expensive clothes. Such a thing was wasteful, but there was no choice. He had spent another day until morning with various little things, but now the tent was ready. And got the achievement. Building a house gave him the novice tinker skill. The system gave them for all actions. Since Ed had led the life of a nobleman before, he didn't realize that he had a talent for working with his hands. better than magic. Ed made an ordinary spear by putting the ceremonial blade on the shaft. It was time to get some real food. After 2 days with an empty stomach and exhausting work, he shouldn't have any energy left. But hopelessness and the magical conventions of this world kept him going, and he also wanted meat. Luckily, they had caught a couple of fish, and Ed began to roast them with the fire spell right on the river rock. The fish cooked quickly and smelled flavorful, with only a week to go before Ed's training began. He just needed to keep at it, then handle everything in the academy without too much difficulty, he decided. But he was so busy with his survival that he forgot something important and turned around when he heard the exclamation. The heroine of the story appeared, a beautiful girl with golden hair who recognized him immediately. Of all the heroes, Ed least expected to run into her here. Princess Fiona. She was the one who banished him from the dormitory and still wanted him out of the academy. Ed Taylor is a villain, taking advantage of his status to beat up McLaurin's childhood friend, for which he is punished. But his vengeful nature doesn't stop there. Ed tried to fake McLaurin's entrance exam paper, but he was caught red-handed by the girl who came to pick up the exam papers. Fiona Elias Clowell, the third princess of the empire. She had the skill of clairvoyance and could see lies and conspiracy. Ed tried to justify himself and fought back to the last and was shamefully exposed by Fiona's ability, for which he was disciplined and kicked out of the dormitory where everyone must have hated him. And now he had met the one he should have avoided the most. Fiona had asked him sternly what he was doing here. Ed started making excuses that although expelled from the dormitory, he was still a student at the academy. Fiona decided to put it bluntly and demanded that he leave. He couldn't see the rascal walking around the academy and promised to get him expelled. She reprimanded him for his disgusting passing, and Ed's attention was fixed on the food, which was already burning, and after all, he hadn't eaten in 3 days. The damsel promised to be brief, but her flow was not to be shut up, but this problem had to be solved. Princess Fiona really does have the power of his exclude, realized Ed. He approached the girl to meet her and asked if there should be a guard with her, which was appropriate according to the status, and the sun was already setting. Who would have thought the noble princess would be alone in the woods, grinned Ed. Fiona immediately bristled and her body was covered in mana. She said she would not be intimidated and he would regret it. Ed took a knee and replied that intimidation was out of the question because he wanted to thank her. Fiona unconsciously applied her discernment ability and found that there was no lie in his words. Ed noticed her surprise. He was telling the truth and understood the reason for it. The Taylor family, famous and powerful, taking advantage of their status, they exploit people, experiment on them in search of eternal life. McLaurin will find it best to destroy them. Some will be put behind bars, some will be executed. But luckily he was banished. Even if he is cold and hungry now, it's better than death in the square. Things would be much better in the long run. Ed smiled at his thoughts. He just needed to convince Fiona. Otherwise, he'll be eliminated, and most likely the game will just end since it's specifically about the academy. With a week left since he'd been banished and a week until school started, Ed began to wonder what had brought the princess here. He stood up and told her that her coming here at this time and without security meant she was taking an assessment test. Professor Glass' assessment test to determine the class. The point of the assignment is to find hidden magic beads in the woods. Ed knew the professor's test was pretty harsh. Of course, the princess wanted to get into the first class. Fiona took his statement in stride. Ed hadn't changed at all since he tried to butter her up. She had already decided to rule him out without a second thought, but Ed told her she wouldn't pass the test without his help, and approaching the girl, asked her to expel him if he was lying. He directed her to a lake to the southeast where there is a small island with a large tree in the middle of it. And there she would have no trouble finding the gift he'd left behind, Ed told her. Fiona was confused until 3 days ago Ed was a liar and a charlatan, and she still remembered his condition. Now, however, a completely different person stood before her. The test to determine class was completed, and Fiona and the other participants returned to the academy. Professor Glass told them to get the beads they found in the woods. The students showed him anything even remotely spherical in shape, and were immediately assigned to the last class because it was very important to listen to your teacher. It wasn't just simple magic beads that were needed. Only those who found one of the 3 magic beads would get into the first class. The first was Zix, a guy with a sharp look, a short haircut, and eyeliner near his eyes. The second was a red-haired beauty with the look of a sly fox. The last bead that had the most energy was found by the girl the professor pointed to. Best student in the class, he said. and looked in Fiona's direction. Ed lost the weight of his dinner, no strength left to swing his spear again, so he built a primitive fishing rod from a simple branch and a silk thread, which he pulled out of his shirt and made the hook from the bones of a fish. The third princess, Fiona, has discerned sycophancy and substitution from childhood, which has sharpened her intuition and formed the ability of clairvoyance. No one was able to deceive her, therefore Ed could only give her truthful information. But there were difficulties. The reason Fiona would be dubbed the Princess of Justice was her failure on the test. Failure would change her. However, if now Fiona, who has already wielded a lot of influence since the beginning of school, gets into first grade, it will be impossible to predict what will happen to her next. Even if Ed managed to avoid exclusion, much of his information would be useless. He'd be done, but of course Fiona wouldn't do that, and the best student was Lucy Merrill. So there was a chance that the future would remain the same, because it was about the Princess of Justice. Hindsight can always find out the truth. Ed didn't lie. The pearl ended up where they said it would. Still, it wasn't a gift. Fiona had originally hidden her identity. She was embarrassed by the excessive attention on her. She wanted to prove herself. The bead would have given her a better result, but Fiona didn't take it since she hadn't found it herself. The title of Princess of Justice wasn't an ability or a skill. She got it for always being fair. Ed had thrown her the bait. She had to see if what he said was true. Even though she could always figure it out, Ed really believed she'd failed the test, and Fiona thought she'd rub his nose in it. But he hadn't lied. She couldn't get into first grade, and there was nothing she could do about it now, only promise herself to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, the former nobleman learned the important and useful skill of fishing. He now lived in a place from which, in order to get to class on time, he had to run out early in the morning. Ed stopped to catch his breath when he reached the academy. At least he could study at the best institution in the country, he thought, and looked around the wide courtyard. The semester's opening ceremony went quickly, and students were seated at a festive table. Of course, Ed was greeted coolly. There was a whisper among the students. They looked at him with contempt. But such was the winner's reward, and Ed enjoyed it leisurely. He absorbed the calories lost in 10 days, taking advantage of the banquet. Ego goal, to finish his studies. Therefore, Ed held himself with dignity, and this did not escape the gaze of the students. Although his reputation was at rock bottom, he had no ambitions, just wanted to graduate, but someone did take notice of him. One girl got distracted from her friend's chatter and glanced in his direction. It seemed to her that he had become a completely different person. Today was the first day at the academy for Ed. He was sitting in the auditorium listening to the professor. On his first day, however, he found himself in the principal's office and narrowly escaped expulsion. He hadn't expected Fiona to tell the principal about him, but judging from the fact that the old man was grinning like crazy, the princess hadn't said anything bad to him. Yet Ed barely managed to avoid the worst of it. He had to be careful not to alter the original story. In the forest, he continued to hone his vital skills and studied magic. Since he was studying in the magic department, the bow suited him perfectly. After he pumps skills and learns to create good quality arrows, he can summon spirits or draw formulas. Spiritual formulas were beyond his talents, though, Ed thought, as he walked out into the clearing and saw the girl with the book there. It was Jane Failer, a second-year student, top of her class and a talented spirit summoner. She tore her gaze away from the book and asked Ed if he was the amazing guy Marie was talking about. The girl called his name and introduced herself. She bonded so quickly that Ed didn't even have time to notice it. Jane noticed his surprise and smiled sweetly to dispel his suspicions, and hastened to explain that this forest belonged to Marie, a high-level spirit, and she had heard much about it from her. Marie is a curious spirit, so she keeps an eye on everything that happens in her forest, and naturally she knew about the uninvited guest as well. And then Ed got nervous. He was using the forest as he pleased, chopping trees for firewood, killing game. But Jane said not to worry about the little things. It was the natural cycle of life in the forest. Marie wasn't much bothered by such things. Ed agreed. Even a large wild wolf could have a tender heart. The girl found this surprising too and laughed sweetly. She wanted to show him something and held out her hands, saying she had contracted this charm just yesterday as soon as she saw it, and offered to touch. Ed knew what a perfume contract was, but saw that her hands were empty. All it takes is the right timing to befriend Jane, but Ed says he doesn't know what she's talking about and can't see the spirit, can't see it. Jane was surprised and a little upset by this clarification. Ed immediately signaled that their conversation was over and turned around. He still had to get himself some food. Only by sticking to the plot could he capitalize on his knowledge. Jane Failer is a very important character. She's someone you should never get close to. He left her alone where he had met her, and the girl kept her eyes on him. But just like Mary the she-wolf had told her, there really was an amazing guy in front of her. And it looks like he didn't really see all the spirits that were with the summoner. Also, she had tried so hard to make friends. But instead of friendliness, she heard only one-word answers. The girl burrowed into the she-wolf's fur in annoyance. But she still hoped to meet this mysterious guy. Though it was unknown now, there was a gracious silence over the green forest. The distance from Ed's shelter to the dormitory was not a short distance, the path snaking snakily here and there. Ed would run out at the first rays of dawn and run at full speed. Even though it was strange, it increased his performance. To get a scholarship, he studied diligently, kept notes on a stone board with a piece of charcoal, and borrowed books from the library. On the way home, he washed his clothes, sweaty from all the exercise, in the river. It looked as if he must have collapsed by evening. But he also had to make wood for the fire, a supply of drinking water, and dried meat for supper, which left 4 hours to sleep. But another thing bothered him most, and he asked the maiden how long she would follow him around like a ghost. She was surprised to be noticed, and Ed replied that it would be strange not to notice someone who was so persistent. He reminded Jane that he was the worst trespasser in existence and asked why she was following him. But Jane objected that that was what others thought of him, but not her. She didn't know him yet, the girl said, and gave Ed the sincerest smile she could muster. The former nobleman frowned then. She really was such a character. Naive, a little silly in appearance, but with an independent disposition. However, knowing what the future held for her, it was better to just smile back, Ed decided. Since Jane is the final boss of the first act of the Academy story, and she was the only character who smiled at Taylor, Ed reminded himself again that he was a villain, even though he didn't want to do that. Ed told her that since fate had brought them together, would she do him a favor? And Jane cheerfully asked how she could help. Ed's life was chaos. His family had abandoned him, and he was up to his eyeballs in problems. So he asked to lend him some money, which made Jane pale as chalk. He promised to be sure to pay him back. Jane received a scholarship as the top of her class. She would not have survived otherwise, as she was from a very poor family. Money was her main weakness, for she was born on a small farm. Jane was forced to refuse, and saying sorry vanished. She fell away from him after that, but now Ed was uncomfortable about it, even less eager to meet important characters. He reminded himself again to be alert, lest the story deviate. But when he got home, he was so dazed that he even dropped his bag of supplies. Ed cringed at the extent of the source of the trouble. His guest was even taller than Jane, the object of admiration of classmates and teachers, the possessor of a rare talent and the strongest character, Lucy Merrill. She stretched sweetly in his shawl and yawned like a cat. Ed didn't know what to say and didn't understand what she needed in his mountain valley. He didn't want to change the original plot. Lucy complained about the noise, the impertinent girl not even realizing she was occupying someone else's house, but then added that the source of the noise wasn't Ed, but the huge wolf behind his back. And that wolf wasn't talking to her, but to the owner of the hut, Lucy informed. And now the she-wolf Marie was asking him to save Jane one day, at any cost. Ed stared into the empty space behind him. He still couldn't see the spirits, but he didn't want to fight with them. Of course it was good that Lucy had given him such important information, but he hadn't heard anything himself. He'd hoped he was done with Jane and wouldn't cross paths again, but it looked like he was in for a rough time. Somewhat surprisingly, Lucy managed to fall asleep as soon as the wolf left, right in the middle of the conversation. She drifted further into sleep, but Ed strongly disagreed. But then it hit him. Because of her miniaturization and ability to traverse space by jumping, Lucy was called a cat. Whether it's the top of a clock tower or a rooftop, she will always find the perfect spot in the sun to fall into the arms of Morpheus. Ego Camp was located in the thickest part of the forest where no one goes. Cool breeze, the sound of the creek. It was the perfect place to sleep. Ed realized it was his own fault for picking the best spot, which Lucy also happened to like. The next day, he stood in camp, wondering what to do about it. When Lucy came back again, she got here by air, by magic. And if you leave the girl here, it's only a matter of time before the plot changes. Then Ed started practicing making lasso traps. He was much better at it now. But a hungry cat showed up and asked if she could have the meat. Ed forbade it, but for some reason she took it as an invitation. Then he realized that they could not find a common language, because the girl appeared for the second time and therefore will continue to come. Needing to come up with something right away, Ed started digging through his memory. He definitely read about her in various manuals. He definitely wouldn't be able to beat Lucy, he thought, watching her shamelessly eat the bait. So he decided to go tricky. He told her that on the way here he saw Bella the maid looking for her. Then Lucy quickly scrambled up, as if remembering an important and urgent matter. There were no ways to defeat an invulnerable sorceress in the manual. Usually players miss the text introductions at the beginning of the game, but there was important information there. Namely that Lucy runs away every day from her maid, who takes care of her like a mother. Ed smiled, another problem less on his head. He had hoped that Lucy, having been here only 2 days, would not change the main plot, but he soon realized that he had hoped in vain. They were to have joint combat training, one-on-one training combat, training weapons were used for safety, and the magic faculty could only use basic elemental magic, as well as death potions, rituals, and spirits were forbidden. The order of battles is determined randomly. Everyone will have one opponent. The point is for students to run into a student from another class. Participation will take on all the important characters. Princess Justice Fiona, Zix of the Northern Plains, Laurel's golden daughter. Spirit Mage Jane, Lazy Lucy, Evil Claws. The list is long, I can't list them all. Even so, the most important person remains the hero, the failed swordsman, McLaurin. Ed was looking forward to the next fight. It was Mack's fight. He already knew the results, so he didn't really follow the fights because the first-timers would win, and the main character, Mack. Ed wanted to just observe, but Jane appeared nearby and handed him a list of fights. He couldn't believe she'd happily run up to him after he'd humiliated himself and asked for a loan. Unlike Lucy, who was like a cat, Jane was of the dog kind. Ed said he wasn't interested. It wasn't until she asked him if he didn't want to know who he was going to fight that it got to him. In the original story, his character would have already been eliminated, so Ed took to seeing who his opponent would be. And it was the beautiful and terrible Princess Fiona. Like pulling the Joker out of a deck, Ed thought. But at that instant, he heard the next contestants being called into the arena. The first was Lucy Merrill, and the second was going to be Taylor McLaurin, and Ed jumped up from his seat. Mack got in the ring and promised everyone that he would give it his best. Right now, Ed didn't care who he was going to fight. He needed to keep an eye on Mack. Let it be in the game, but he's been through this character many times, from pathetic endings to true masterpieces. He had traveled this journey countless times, and among the many paths, there was not one easy one. Ed had already made up his mind that he was going to get his life together, but he wanted to cheer for Mack too. But why didn't Lucy come out? Ed wondered as he heard her being called into the ring again. A wave of anxiety swept across his face because the plot was now very different.
Luckily, Ed noticed a tail of her hair sticking out and pulled the cat out of her hiding place.
If the duel was canceled now, be trouble. Mack would pick up a sword for the first time. It was a very important moment, Ed remembered. Lucy asked him if he had any meat because she was very hungry, and Ed shouted to the cat to put up a fight first, Lucy stretching and stepping into the ring. McLaurin stood up in a stance opposite. He was going to defeat the sorceress with brass knuckles. Mack was the main character in this story, born to be a swordsman who had never held a weapon before, and yet with the first swing, breaks through Lucy's lightning-fast magic. The spell she thought would stop the blow would be blocked, and then Lucy will be left defenseless and Mack can get closer. Out of surprise, Lucy will strike him with a lightning strike, which is a medium-level spell. She will do it unknowingly. But she'll be disqualified for using the wrong level of magic, and Mack will earn the honor of being the first to defeat Lucy. It was a legendary scene, Ed exclaimed and looked forward to seeing it again. The referee gave the fighters a start and shouted the fight to the crowd. Mack didn't own the long-range attacks, so he had to hit first. Lucy immediately hit him with powerful magic as intended, except Mack didn't block the punch. He flew into the wall, leaving the confines of the arena. Everyone watched the fight with their mouths hanging open, and at this second, no one made a sound. Lazy Lucy yawned tiredly. She was clearly bored, for the fight hadn't lasted a second. The students realized that trying to beat the best student was pointless, especially since she was a mage. Mack's life has always been a series of failures. In trials, a poor guy, a retarded student, a mediocrity who is not worthy of pity. While students are drawing conclusions based on this fight, Mack is not about to give up. He raised his practice sword and channeled all his efforts to get to his feet. This was how he was supposed to handle it. Ed believed in him, watching as the fighter tore forward. Now Lucy should have used the zipper, but instead she let Mack get as close as possible. His strike was stopped by a powerful blob of mana she gathered in front of her. And then right in front of him, the magic took shape and turned into a beast. The powerful blow sent Mack flying across the room until he was stuck in the opposite wall. Lucy Merrill used not lightning but wind. Ed stared at the sorceress, confused. Afterwards, the jury of teachers unequivocally awarded the victory to Lucy. Mack lost and slumped away. He had a long recovery from his wounds ahead of him. This was a big problem for Ed. He realized that the guy definitely shouldn't be left alone. Lucy was protected by the wind spirit wolf Marie. Their stories went separate ways earlier. Lucy asked for jerky, but Ed rushed past her. Because the lazy cat found his camp, it met with the wind spirit and its defense became stronger. But Ed had no sooner made it to the door when the next bout was announced and it was his turn. Fiona had just appeared in his path, wanting to say something to him, but Ed skipped past. All he cared about was that Mack had lost, and he should have gained confidence by picking up a sword. Fiona escorted a glance at the former nobleman, who dared to ignore her so boldly. Mack lost because Ed stayed at the academy, even though he didn't know if there was any use for it now. But he called hero anyway. He shouted across the room that Mack's efforts would pay off. He had nothing to be embarrassed or discouraged about, because if the swordsman broke down, Ed would have his job. Ed supported Mack as best he could, because there would be a lot going on at the academy, and it would be up to the protagonist to handle it. The Emperor was the first person to discover her innate insight, but the skill itself was not a God-given gift. Life in the imperial family is full of intrigue. Because of the darkness of this abyss, the princess had to develop such an ability to resist. That's why she could be sure of its effectiveness. Her relatives always looked at her with an ugly darkness in their eyes, but Fiona saw right through them, only pretending to be silly. With no other choice, she had always delved into the depths of people, just as she did now when Ed Taylor asked her to be gentler. Fiona responded to his greeting with restraint and watched him closely. There was talk among the rows. They thought Ed's words were just an act, a special form of bullying. Ed was nasty from the start, using the title to bully the weak. And when things didn't go according to his plan, he decided to tamper with the test results. He's always been a sneaky person. But then, it was as if he had become different, Fiona recalled, their last meeting. His cry of despair was most definitely genuine, and only Fiona could understand it. The princess told Ed that he had completely confused her, and hoped their fight would clear things up. She gathered magic in front of her. A normal water balloon flew towards Ed, but a rather strong one. He could use wind or fire magic in response, and she didn't know what he would respond with. Only by exchanging blows could one truly talk. She had hoped their dramatic fight would help her put the sly guy out of her mind. But that's when her projectile hit its target. The fight ended so easily that the princess was simply dumbfounded. Ed collapsed to the stone floor of the arena without any resistance. He saw the trajectory of her balloon perfectly, the girl exclaimed. The other students began to mock Ed, who performed worse than Mack, offering no resistance. The former nobleman bowed to her and gave out a formal that he had learned a lot from her. But it didn't escape Fiona that after her opponent entered the arena, he didn't look at her more than once. Ed was not interested in their fight from the start. The princess was not to be crossed with as the main character, so he rushed through the corridors. After all, the protagonist and hard worker of the story was far more important now. Ed looked around room after room, not realizing where the swordsman could have gone. But it turned out that the princess had followed him, and he asked her unwittingly what she was doing here unaccompanied. But the damsel shouted loudly and unhappily at him, so Ed hurriedly excused himself that their duel had really taught him a lot. But that made Fiona even more angry. It didn't escape her that he wasn't even trying to win, but wanted to get away as quickly as possible. Fiona had a hard enough time managing the class as it was. The crafty merchant was only thinking about getting her hands on everyone. Professors pressuring her, servants pestering her with questions. She already had enough to worry about. The girl exploded, and he only made things more difficult. It realized how uneasy she was because of the accumulated stress and put his hands on her shoulders to calm her down. Ed suggested she take a deep breath, exhale, and calm down a bit. She shouldn't have gotten so worked up. After an awkward pause, she hesitantly asked him what just happened, realizing she had given a slack and showed her face. She asked him to forget everything and not to tell anyone about it. Ed agreed he had no one to talk to anyway, and realized it was time to leave. The princess agreed with him. Bad habit of trying to figure everyone out because you could ask directly, but Ed was only thinking of sneaking away. And dared to question him directly if he was trying to break up with the family directly because he knew about her dark side, which means he was deliberately trying to prevent Mack from enrolling in order to be expelled, issued Fiona's brilliant conclusion. She was right about something, of course. His ex-family did have a lot on their plates, but Ed was forced to reply that he had no idea what the princess was talking about. It was information closed to her now. Fiona began to choke on her anger again and blushed like cancer. She couldn't be wrong. Otherwise, everything made no sense. Why would he help someone he hated? Ed tried hopelessly to justify that he had done it just to boost his reputation, but it was obvious he was lying. Then he assured her he was telling the truth, which was already a special form of mockery. The princess had no proof anyway, so he could say whatever he wanted. Once again, he had driven the girl white. One could only hope that the plot wouldn't change. It didn't take long for her to flame out. After spilling everything out, she just let him go. It didn't escape Fiona that he'd been looking at the doors from the start, which meant he had urgent business there. Ed thanked and headed for the exit. This was the first time Fiona had ever shown her side like this. She was influential from the start, meeting many people and events that would give Ed a headache. It was partly his own fault because he stayed where he shouldn't have been. Before he left, Ed still turned to her and told her that his burden was incomparable to hers. Even though he was crossing the line, she looked exhausted. Even though it was important to pay attention to everything, rest was needed too, Ed said. This wasn't the place to worry about every little thing. Fiona had spent her life learning to understand others, but now for the first time, someone understood herself. Losing a lot of time, Ed hurriedly caught up with Mack in the training room. If the guy gave up, they'd all be in trouble. But before addressing the would-be swordsman, he wondered what he should say. But at the same instant, a girl appeared in his path and covered Mack with herself, telling him not to come any closer. With tears in her eyes, protagonist Aaliyah said she wouldn't let Mack be disturbed. He was having a hard enough time as it was, and he was pissing Mack off even more, she stated, patronizing her friend like a mother to a child. Mack stood up and remarked dismissively that Ed was still at the academy after all. But then Ed realized that the spirit of the fight that never fails had returned and was sparkling in the boy's eyes. All because while their fight with the princess was going on, and then the conversation, Mack's friend Aaliyah and his main supporter was rushing over to him. She was the first to support the hero after a humiliating defeat. They were simple words but said with warmth. As long as Aaliyah is around, Mack will always rise to the occasion, no matter what happens, Ed realized. He looked again at the face of the hero, with whom he had been through much to the end. Ed turned around abruptly and said he didn't need anything else. He used to think that since Mack would save the world, he would just have to take care of his own survival. Therefore, he was worried about the hero. But now felt relieved, not because the story that departed from the original was back on track. And because Mack was okay, Ed didn't need anything else. He left his two friends completely bewildered. They didn't understand why he was acting tough. It was nowhere without it, Ed thought, as he saw the flashes on the training ground. In the original story, everyone would have been in the arena when this fight happened. A battle between the cunning fox, Laurel's golden daughter, and her fearsome rival. Laurel used ice magic against a fire spirit of enormous size, but hardly such a weak barrier could hold back the fierce flames of the dragon on top of which the sorceress sat. Jane Failer smiled sweetly at her rival, not the least bit worried. The plot was running its course. Ed was sure Mack and Aaliyah would see this fight. He wished Mack to keep his eyes open, for this was his future challenge. Laurel was barely able to put up her defense to hold her opponent back in any way. The fire dragon watered her with a violent stream of flames. Jane Failer smiled. She was to be the last boss of the first act. After the fight, she was congratulated by all her classmates. She was the only one who defeated her freshmen. Everyone poured streams of flattery and praise on her, and the girl smiled modestly in response. She noticed her rival being carried past her. Laurel was in a pitiful state. Although Jane was considered the pride of the sophomore class, this sort of thing frightened her. Unlike the original, where Lucy lost, the defender of the sophomores' honor was Jane. She already had plenty of friends and attention, and now life would go at an even crazier pace, Ed thought, and figured it was in his own way, and for the best, he wouldn't see the girl in his camp anytime soon. It was worth contacting the protagonist. His head was spinning. It had been 2 weeks since the battle and no one had stopped by to see him, so Ed was able to focus. He created a net for the fish and solved the food issue, feeling better because he had pumped his stamina, but it was too early to rest. When he came out of the bushes, he saw Jane, who shamed him for being unclothed, though she herself had just appeared when he was just bathing. They sat around the fire and Ed asked why she came here all the time, and Jane said it was because she felt like an adventurer here. She wanted to talk to him a little today and ask for his advice. Ed was surprised. Such a question. Why him? He answered as he dressed. Jane told him what had happened at the joint practice, for he had left early. The girl was very worried that she had seriously injured her rival.
Though Laurel herself had used a spell a level higher, which was forbidden, but Jane was too good-hearted to let it go.
She tried to forget everything, but she still thought it was her fault and she had overreacted. Now she was thinking about whether she should have apologized to her rival, and her friends were trying to change her mind. Ed's answer was very simple. If she thought it was right, she should have done so. Sweet and playful Jane is like a jewel to everyone, Ed thought, glancing at the surprised girl. Because when she feels guilty or criticizes herself, people try to change her mind and cheer her up. But Jane herself knew it was good to have companions, but it wouldn't erase the bad things she'd done. Apparently, that's why she'd come to him, Ed realized. And the girl had said that was what she'd been waiting for. She was relieved and reached out because Ed never just took her side. The homeless commoner then said that if he had offended her, he couldn't help her. But Jane replied that he just misunderstood her. She wasn't at all offended by this guy, who was different from what he had been last year, and Jane was observant. She noticed that the last time Ed had asked for money, he hadn't acted desperate like people in his position. Clearly, he wanted to keep his distance. The girl thanked him for cheering her up and wished everyone in the world was like him. Surprisingly, she was comfortable with him. The next day, Ed hurried as usual to the academy and was in a bad mood. The game was quite difficult. Not all the newcomers knew it. For example, you could get a bad ending if you learned the secret of the foxy Laurel during the trial. She would send an assassin after you. In another episode, you could accidentally skip Aaliyah and team up with Laurel, but then Aaliyah would fall off a cliff to his death. If you protect Laurel from the fiery spirit of Tarkan that Jane summoned, Mack would just burn. Ed went over the various dangers and persisted in trying to ignore the one that was calling him. He did get caught in the end, though. Laurel didn't even think she would be ignored like that, gritting her teeth. Of course, Ed had to do so, because in front of him was the fourth heroine of the story, the only daughter of the magnate Elta Crochet, and she was the one who wanted to buy a couple hours of his attention, even though he knew her nickname, the Rookie Slayer, in this game. Laurel is the hidden heroine. Unlike Fiona, she was treated as a villain from the beginning, but her true colors are not revealed until the second half of the story, when players begin to realize the reality of Laurel's loneliness and suffering. And they find themselves at a crossroads between fair Fiona and cunning Laurel. But he couldn't fall for her tricks. If you dance to Laurel's tune, you'll lose the initiative, Ed realized. He continued to ignore the girl who begged to just listen to him and offered her help. Ed stubbornly avoided her gaze and she got in his way again to keep him from leaving. Laurel noticed that he was annoyed. It wasn't surprising considering that in his circumstances, he was still continuing to study. Of course, she had heard of his ignorance and self-centeredness, but that didn't matter now, grinned the fox. She asked to hear her offer and showed him 3 gold ducats, which she would give as an advance. Laurel knew that he'd gotten close to Jane lately, so she asked him to help befriend her. 3 coins was a large sum, a month's salary for a servant, but Ed only wryly noted that she was making connections with money. But the girl was not embarrassed by this, and on the contrary, put the money in his pocket. She, as no one else, understood. The more friends, the better. Laurel felt that she would have to do battle with Princess Fiona for influence in the academy, and that it was already time to gather people for the team. Ed agreed and offered to shake hands. He looked cordial. Laurel smiled too. She understood that for someone who had lived in affluence all her life, hitting rock bottom was heartbreaking. It usually brings such people to ruin. They sell out their families and themselves for the sake of a ringing coin. The desperate are the easiest to hunt. At least they should be, Laurel thought, and felt the heavy metal in her hand. It was quite entertaining, the first time someone had outsmarted her in a game she had started first. Ed walked away with nothing. It was easier. Accept the reward. It solved a lot of survival problems. But it was scary to even imagine the nightmare he'd have to go through if he got stuck between Jane and Laurel the fox. Ed's rejection did not offend Laurel, and she met with Jane, realizing the pros and cons, the benefits, the personal interest. The ideal entrepreneur will not miss any opportunity he can reach. The girls exchanged greetings. Ed's refusal, on the contrary, spurred her overwhelming desire to make Jane Failer her man. Everyone around them was just talking about the fact that she used forbidden magic during their duel, Laurel said. Even though it had been a long time since then, she was looking for an opportunity to apologize and at the same time test the best second-year student. Jane saw that her rival's wounds hadn't healed yet, and Laurel said not to worry about it. She hoped to manipulate the guilt. It should have been a simple matter, but Jane suddenly asked about their conversation with Ed. Jane smiled sweetly and showed that she wasn't so simple. Usually when it's personal, she asked them to hold back. But what can you do if spirits like to socialize, Jane said, and her loyal friends showed up nearby. It turned out that with their help, Jane recognized most of the conversation with Ed. Jane was touched by her willingness to invest gold in their friendship, but told Laurel that she herself should understand sincerity can't be bought with money. Ed's behavior evoked more feelings in this case. As if hearing herself, Jane stammered. She wasn't used to this kind of talk and put it down to the fact that it was the first time she was interacting with her younger self. With that, the girl proudly retired to her room, leaving Laurel alone to reconsider her views about her. Laurel used to think that Jane was like a fairy tale heroine and ignored the real world, but now it was clear that was definitely not the case. One last time, Jane turned around and apologized and hoped that Laurel would be stronger by the time they next met. Laurel realized that the girl knew the dark side of the world, but she hadn't lost her cheerfulness. It was hard to sigh, she sighed. Jane pressed herself against the door. She was having a hard time too. It was great to be expected to do nothing but good, but it was taking a lot of energy. Lucy stared at the clothesline with Ed's laundry and wrinkled her nose. She couldn't stand the odor and rocketed into the sky, sending things flying into the dust and dirt, and Ed had just hung them up. But he heard footsteps and realized the reason for this hasty flight of the lazy cat. The head maid of Sylvania's best hostel, Bella, she was the one who threw Ed out of it last time and now showed up for a visit. Ed tried to justify himself, but Bella already knew he lived here. Jane had told her a lot about him, but she hadn't realized it was like this, Bella said, glancing disdainfully around his dwelling. She told Ed that it was a good chance for him, but he let those words pass his ears. For his gaze was directed in a completely different direction. Dorm maids are an elite group of women who perfectly perform all kinds of household chores, including cooking for the students, which means this basket might have some great ingredients she gathered in the woods. This kind of information is not usually obtained from books, so Ed tried to remember if there were events in which Bella influenced the main plot. Bella told him he could speak without formality, just as arrogantly as she had done before when she lived in the dorms. But Ed, on the contrary, said she deserved to be treated well. She didn't affect the main plot, and he wanted to know the contents of her basket. So he heard Bella's story about useful and edible herbs, berries, mushrooms. Ed improved his skill of fishing nets and hunting. Therefore, he had plenty of meat and fish. The problem of hunger was almost solved. He used the goblet to heat the water using magic and wood. Ed had mastered 2 basic spells so far, but had used them so often that he had reached the 10th level of proficiency. Using the herbs Bella had gathered, he brewed a delicious tea that increased stamina, which helped with training and work. The sun hadn't set yet, and after everything that had happened to him, Ed had to admit it was even fun. Right up until a star twinkled in the sky, and then an asteroid hit the Earth, raising a cloud of dust. The shockwave sent Ed tumbling backwards, but luckily he survived. True now, his precious camp was completely destroyed. In the middle of the not small funnel sat lazy Lucy, the main culprit of this mess. The girl was worried that she had almost died, but Ed grumbled back, for she was the best wizard in the world. But Lucy trembled with fear, for she was being chased by a nightmare in the form of her maid Bella. Though to Ed, she was the sweetest person. Lucy slept through another class, but for some reason, Bella was out of sorts, and her fist clenched tighter than usual. It all happened so quickly and suddenly that Lucy just teleported to the place. She was so frightened by the pain of the blow that she reacted faster than she thought. Ed lost his temper. Still, Bella gave him trouble. The lazy cat brazenly asked for jerky, but Ed knocked it on the head, for the girl had destroyed everything with her visit. The homeless commoner himself was surprised that his fist reached its target, for Lucy usually defended herself with magic. But it turned out that the cat had used up all the magic, and was now nothing more than a defenseless kitten. All at the mercy of the owner of the ruined house, who immediately returned the favor and added another flick at Bella, who cared for her. And so he decided he needed a stronger house, and he would build the next one out of wood. Lucky that Ed could get any knowledge he wanted from the books in the library. He learned a lot. All that was left was to learn how to sand wood and how to make a roof. But at that moment, the librarian girl came up to him and told him they were closing. Ed was so focused, he didn't notice. Aaliyah Island said that was okay, as her motivation only grew stronger when she saw his hard work. As Ed looked at her, he realized that the girl was literally begging him to tell her name. So he introduced himself and got the expected reaction, close to shock on her face. Notoriety doesn't go away quickly. But Aaliyah said he's completely different from how he's described. He read a lot of books she couldn't even understand and worked hard, and Aaliyah decided she shouldn't trust the rumors. Now she was convinced he was an honest man, like a hero. She promised to cheer for him, and Ed thanked her humbly. He was in no hurry to get close to the others. Aaliyah wished him a good journey and hurried back to the dormitory. When the floor beneath their feet began to shake, and there was a great rumbling sound, the earthquake shifted the heavy cabinet, and it began to fall on the frail girl, spitting books. A magic circle of enormous size appeared above the academy, and a stream of light struck the ground. Disaster struck, and thanks to Mack and the efforts of his friends, the students gathered in a temporary camp for protection. 2 hours had passed since the unprecedented disaster began, the likes of which they had only seen in books on spirit magic. Hovering in the sky was the rune of summoning, the high-ranked spirit of darkness, Glaskin. After assessing everything, Fiona realized that things were bad. In the entire academy, there was only one student capable of summoning so many spirits. And it's very likely that she's their enemy now. She's enraged by the spirit of darkness, best sophomore student Jane Failer. The barrier behind which they hid the students would not last long, and when the demon appeared, the losses would only increase. So Mack suggested leaving the camp. The captain of the Imperial Guard had hoped that the teachers and the principal would take care of the demon, but Laurel insisted that it was better to handle it themselves. The headmaster wasn't at the academy, and if they joined forces, even a high-ranked spirit could defeat him. Klaus Nord immediately refused, even though he was a first-year military student. Laurel was sure they would easily defeat the medium spirits and the boss, and then sneak into the building and capture the possessed Jane. But it wasn't all their enemies. Within them waited the spirit of fire Tarkin and the spirit of darkness Bellisphere. Such an operation bordered on suicide, so Klaus was terrified to refuse. Laurel was surprised that Jane was able to summon everyone, even though she was the best sophomore. Plus, she was doing the summoning of the demon Glaskin. Ayla assumed it was all Bellisphere interference, and Jane was barely average. Spirits of darkness are enemies of summoners who would lack the power to control them. Demons can take control of such a magician and turn him. Jane was now the most gifted and outstanding summoner in the academy, and was at the mercy of Bellisphere. But for now, it was important to decide how to proceed, and there was only one person who could do that, Zix told everyone. He turned to Princess Fiona, as the most noble person now, and asked what they should do. As everyone waited for her decision, she was reminded of a guy's words, that whatever burden he was carrying was heavier than hers, and yet she should have relaxed, Ed said, as if he knew what was ahead of her. Fiona sighed and said they would be going in an hour, but in a small group with her in charge, her guard, and the best students from each class. Only those who had proven their abilities would go. She told them to prepare and tune in, and she took all responsibility. Later, she was reported on how things were going for the other students. Outside of their temporary camp, Audrey's room and the potions archives were under attack, said the student, and dropped to a knee for some reason. So there was no help to be expected from those places. Fiona realized that there was simply no one but them to prevent the worst from happening. In addition, another girl reported seeing students in the library as she ran past. She called them Aaliyah. Hearing him, Zix grabbed her by the shoulders and started shaking her, asking if she was wrong, but the girl was sure of her words. Zix let her go and headed straight for the library. He had to save the fragile girl who wouldn't have made it without him. Laurel and Fiona stopped him and took their arguments one at a time. Jane was the main focus, and Aaliyah was still a sophomore. They suggested he rely on that student, and Zix hesitated. Fiona asked the girl who was with Aaliyah, but she was stalling for an answer. Zix noticed her slowness and started shaking her again, asking what she was hiding. Under that pressure, she called Ed Taylor's name, and Zix instantly went berserk. The girl began to tearfully apologize. Ed sat until closing time, and she left early, leaving him to Aaliyah. Everyone knew what kind of man Ed was, but Aaliyah insisted she didn't care about the rumors about him. The other students were shocked to hear Ed was stuck in the library with a fragile girl. Fiona belatedly realized that there was nothing else she could do to keep Zix away. She still tried to block his path by spreading her arms out to the sides. Even so, Fiona suggested, confiding in Ed, which caused everyone to cringe. Seeing the look on their faces, she belatedly realized what a stupid thing she had said. Zix left them before she could think of anything else to say. Dark spirits blocked his path, but Zix didn't care. He chopped everyone down and swiftly carried forward, ignoring them. He promised himself he'd wipe Ed out if a single hair fell from Aaliyah. The expression from dirt to dukes doesn't even come close to describing the life journey of Zix, nicknamed Grass Spear. Zix was an excellent hunter, able to track prey and hide well in thick grass. The steppes to the north are wild lands where the voice of the Empire never reached, a world where it's easy to lose your head every day. Zix was born into a family of nomads that roamed these lands. Even before he came of age, he was banished from the clan, not realizing why. He learned to decapitate deer before he could read, and mastered the freshness of corpses faster than letters. Needless to say, he lived like a beast, a child of barbarians, that he maintained his isolation even while living with the people of the Empire. One day he met a girl who wanted to be friends with him. The little girl wasn't afraid of him at all, and there was no prejudice on her face, so he didn't notice himself introducing himself to her. With a sweet smile on her face, she compared him to a wolf that walks on two legs, and in that moment he saw his life from the outside. A life of eternal wandering across the vastness of the northern wastelands, eating carrion by the roadside, sleeping under the moon. This was the life of a wolf pup abandoned by the pack. He was so lonely the day they met, he felt the loneliness. Aaliyah and her father welcomed Zix into their home. In an effort to fit into civilized society, he had all but forgotten his wildlife. The wolf pup became human. Aaliyah was always by his side along the way. And now he was ready to be a beast again. The scoundrel had cheated on the test, insulted the princess, beaten the first-year girl, and now it was even scary to think about. What could he do to the small and fragile Aaliyah, Zix thought, and rushed down the hallway. He found Ed at the entrance to the library hall and shouted at him. Zix grabbed Ed and started questioning why he was here, and where Aaliyah was, and wanted to know what he had done to her. Ed told him the exact spot where he had hidden the girl, and the mad barbarian immediately abandoned him. She lay alone between the bookcases, covered by her red jacket. The girl was fine and just sleeping, so Zix breathed a sigh of relief and thanked fate. And then he saw that heavy bookcases that one man could barely lift were arranged in a circle and protecting Aaliyah. The curtains were drawn so no one could see them from the outside, and a note on the board warning them to stay put and not panic. It should have been over before sundown if she didn't show, and being careful she could survive this one, realized Zix. There was blood on the jacket that covered the girl, but it wasn't hers. Zix realized that Ed had kept the girl safe, even though he himself was wounded. They were now sitting under the statue, though they could have run away long ago and left the girl behind. The same Ed Taylor that no one will say a good word about, but who knew why he would. 3 hours ago, Ed was close to getting badly hurt, but the results of his training paid off. He was able to save Aaliyah. The plot moved faster than expected. He realized from the summoning rune that the confrontation with Glaskin would soon begin. Ed pulled back the curtains. He was sure Mack could handle it, and he shouldn't have even looked in the direction of the main characters, because there was no way the course of events could be reversed. Even so, he decided not to sit idle. For the swarm of low-ranked spirits would soon arrive. He had to close the doors and build a shelter. Now he could eat jerky and search all night for useful information, he thought. What makes Jane's power special is her having the spirit awareness skill and a connection to spirit. These characteristics grow through contracts. Since encountering spirits is her area of expertise, for him, who hadn't even seen them, the promotion was close to impossible. However, Jane had killed materialized spirits, so he could too. It was an incredibly lucky coincidence. Ed wished himself a pleasant appetite and called for a wind cut. The growth rate was simply insane, for the spirits were raising their spirit understanding a little more, and he would be able to contract one of them. But Ed had already pushed himself to the limit. A little more and disaster could happen. He was sitting like that when Zix returned. The barbarian still couldn't ignore Ed, seeing as he was sitting here all bruised and resting. There was no reason to lie, so Ed replied that he was just practicing. Zix thought only a naive fool would believe that. But realizing what a man Ed was, he was now in his debt, the noble savage said, and bowed to him. Zix promised to repay that debt as soon as the time came, at any cost. Ed remembered that Aaliyah had been Zix's lover, but wasn't important to the plot, so he'd forgotten about her. However, this guy's Mack's friend. He trusted him from the beginning, and therefore he's very important. Ed noticed that Zix had left the temporary camp when he got here, and since he made sure Aaliyah was okay, he should go back. He asked the savage to help Mack. If he did what he said, the crisis would be solved, though he was always on the verge of failure. But Zix was surprised that Ed had a good opinion of Mack, even though he hadn't even mentioned him in conversation before. It wasn't a matter of opinion, it was a matter of compatibility. Tarkin's armor could be penetrated with just a cut of Mack's element. Zix thanked him for his advice, and Ed told him to hurry. He could rest here for now. He even instructed the barbarian, so it should have gone easier. But then it dawned on him that Zix's question meant that he and Mack weren't friends yet. In a duel with Zix, Mack was hurt but learned a cut that made it through his magic. The savage recognized him, and they became friends. However, the last scene of the first act started a month earlier than in the original story, Ed realized. Zix had yet to befriend Mack, the latter unable to learn the element's cut. And now no one in their squad could do any damage to Tarkin. Until this moment, Ed refused to realize that the plot had already gone awry. Zix returned to the camp and apologized to everyone for the delay and promised to repay his transgression. But Princess Fiona replied that even with him on the team, they would still lose, the first assault attempt having failed. The captain of the knights said that for the next attempt, they needed more men, and he would go with them as soon as the pain in his legs subsided a bit. Fiona told him in a shaky voice that it wasn't required. Even as he continued to insist, she too had a heart. Fortunately, they managed to retreat and avoided irrecoverable casualties, but the captain was out. Klaus was also lightly wounded. She was thinking about how to deal with it, and she said she would try to deal with Tarkin with the powers that be. But Ed interrupted her abruptly and said they didn't have time for that. He showed up when he wasn't expected at all. Soon the summoning would have to be completed, and though he didn't want to do it, he would have to interfere with the plot from now on. He suggested splitting into 2 teams, and Klaus couldn't bear to ask him if he thought the whole thing was a joke. But Zix reassured his cowardly comrade and said he should listen to Ed first. The homeless commoner lays out the details of the plan to them. First, we need to bypass Tarkin, then deal with the demon Balosphere that has subjugated Jane. But as they had already noticed in the fight against Tarkin, it was impossible to damage him because of his solid armor. Nor did they need to fight in a straight fight. Once the first team distracts the dragon, the other team will pass by and subdue Jane by simply walking in a straight line. Laurel countered that they hadn't even encountered anything like Tarkin in training, and big luck that they'd just been able to get away from him. There was a flaw in his plan. If something went wrong, both teams could get hit and would have to deal with 2 monsters at once. Ed replied that weighing the risks is good when there are other options. Their main goal is to defeat Jane, then Tarkin and the other spirits will disappear on their own. Zix said the problem is who will want to be on the decoy team and knowingly take the risk. Laurel offered to choose from those who couldn't wait to end their lives, and everyone gloomed. Mack volunteered first, as befits a true hero, but Ed objected a hero should definitely be on the restraint team. Mack thought that since he was running fast, he would be able to distract Tarkin for a long time, but Ed replied that he was wrong. They're not looking for extremes, they didn't have to be equally divided. Klaus, Laurel, and him would be enough to go up against Tarkin, Ed rejoiced, and they immediately declined. The homeless guy tried to convince them quickly. He knew a way to immobilize the fire spirit, but the very idea of fighting caused Klaus to have a fit of hysteria. Fiona sighed heavily and took his side. Everything was right, even if she didn't understand his intentions. As the 3rd princess of the Empire, she ordered them to split into 2 teams and led the way. Ed, Klaus, and Laurel had to distract the dragon and let the main team get ahead. Before they set off, she had ordered them to try to survive this battle at all costs. The students split up and each group advanced to a different position. The Trinity took the bait and found themselves in a narrow corridor, a distant pavilion. Laurel worriedly asked him how he would stall against the lizard, and Ed replied that she would just have to do as he said. This way they were sure to win, Ed said, and they ran straight at the fire spirit, which was peacefully slumbering, blocking the entire hallway. The sullen Klaus is very cowardly and insecure despite his abilities, Ed realized. However, among the first-year students, he was the best in the combat department, and Ed gave him confidence by telling him they could do it. Klaus believed they really had a plan. Jane was outside the door, and they just needed to distract Tarkin. Only the determination of the Princess of Justice convinced him to come here. But since he's not alone, but fighting with his friends, he'll be able to overcome his fear, Klaus thought. He was blinded by a bright flash from the dragon's mouth as it prepared to blast fire in their direction. Klaus turned to his comrades, suppressing a panic attack. The fight was about to begin, and he wanted to know where to lure the dragon. But suddenly he realized that his friends had evaporated, even before the fiery outbreak. And now he was left tête-à-tête with this problem. Klaus felt the dragon's heavy gaze. Out of fright, he decided to pretend he was a crocodile. But the dragon wasn't buying it and roared fearfully. Terrified, Klaus ran away. Laurel took the position Ed had given her and calculated the moment of impact. He told her to leave after they brought Klaus in. That was the end of their role. Sly Fox grinned. She realized that Ed wanted to sacrifice the guy. The idea wasn't a bad one, but he couldn't avoid criticism afterwards. But Ed countered that Klaus isn't a victim. Despite the guy's looks, he's a top student and very wispy. Plus, the vixen herself will have a more important role to play. She will have to guard the passageway for the restraint team and will deal critical damage to Tarkin. Laurel grinned. She shouldn't have jumped to conclusions because of the rumors and summoned a multitude of magic circles. Ed told her that everyone was experiencing excitement and hesitation right now, but she was holding up well. She just needed to blast down the aisle, which the girl did with great pleasure. When the dust settled and the rubble of the walls sprinkled, a passage opened up. The first team showed up in the resulting hole and asked her in surprise what she was doing. But Laurel only told them to pass and not to linger here. During a training battle, she blew up the ceiling of the training area with forbidden mid-level magic. Because Ed had entrusted the matter to her, it was indeed a marvelous calculation. The first team had no trouble getting into the passageway. All that's left is to deal with Tarkin, who Klaus ran from and ran off to kill them after everything. Even if their plan worked and the first team got through, they still need to distract the dragon so it doesn't chase after them. Since they'd gone against him, they had no other choice, Laurel thought, as Klaus yelled like he was being cut. Ed then reassured them that there was no way to escape anyway, the only way to apprehend him. Because of the armor, their blows are useless. Plus, they lost once, Laurel objected. Ed showed her the pouch and told her they were using a secret weapon against Tarkin and told her to calm down and save up her mana. Of course, Laurel was right. You can't beat Tarkin without cutting through the element. She summoned a huge wall of ice to give them some shelter. But the armored and evil dragon easily pierced it with its head. Ed kicked in the doors leading to the roof. He was in a big hurry. They needed massive firepower. And luckily, she was snoozing where she always did, despite all the commotion around her. Ed picked her up with one hand. The lazy cat didn't think to wake up, and they didn't have much time. She was here because Ed's camp was destroyed. That's why the cat climbed onto the roof where she slept. That's why she was absent from the plot. Jane was in bad shape, which pissed off Bella, so Lucy used teleportation and escaped, using up all her magic. This way, the game would turn off an overly strong character for a while. The cat smelled the jerky and immediately woke up, delicious bits showing from the pouch. Ed didn't have time for foreplay, so he just shoved the entire contents into the sorceress' mouth and took proper aim in the direction of the fire dragon. Ed thought about the distance. In the army, he often threw grenades, so there shouldn't be a problem, so he threw the cat down. The timing was good. A couple more moments, and there would have been 2 handfuls of ashes left of his partners. Lucy screamed with her mouth full about his cruelty, but she didn't spit the meat out. A flash of hundreds of lightning discharges flooded everything with a light brighter than the sun. Laurel barely had time to put up a protective sphere and shield herself and Klaus from the shockwave. The power. It was so huge that the clap nearly blew Ed himself off the roof. In a way, this was the most important moment. Tarkin is a powerful dragon whose armor could only be pierced by such a blow. Now they could do some damage to him and gain invaluable experience points when he died. Since he'd already been through so much, Ed wanted to take his and deliver the final blow. Jane remembered her mother's embrace, telling her always how proud she was of her. Her friends were proud of their friendship with her. She was the hope of sophomore year for them, who was a diligent student and excelled in training battles. She was constantly surrounded by people that put their hope in her. After a while, the first team reached their goal and stormed into the training room. Jane forced out a smile to greet her friends as usual, but it came out faintly because the girl was in chains. Behind her back was a puppeteer who pulled the strings, forcing Jane to obey. The demon spread its wings. It held Jane in front of it and rose higher. Ed heard that the first team had begun the restraint and believed they would do well. Luckily, he also got there in time. The dragon hadn't burned his friends yet. He asked where Lucy was and heard Laurel say she was hiding somewhere. She must have run out of strength. But it didn't matter, so they would finish off Tarkin on their own. But Laurel was tired too, after 2 powerful throws at the dragon. Ed said to slit his throat. Her magic wasn't really suited for that, so he volunteered himself. The swordsman Klaus was best suited for the role, but he could hardly do anything now. That's why Ed said he'd take responsibility. That's why she just needed to immobilize the monster. Ed had trusted her with his life, and Laurel was surprised that he was saying those words, even though he was essentially becoming extreme. The homeless commoner objected that the price of human life was high, so it was his investment. Such words came to Laurel's liking. She liked it better than when Fiona acted like a ruler just because of blood. Now she was ready. Klaus finally ran out of breath and collapsed to the ground as they started. All the while, he was distracting the dragon to himself. He were both at loose ends with Klaus, but Ed understood why he was deathly afraid. Despite this, he threw himself right into the dragon's jaws. Ed strove to get as close as he could so he wouldn't miss. Klaus staggered back and couldn't get up from his horror when he saw the demon's huge paw in the sky. Glasscan's right hand had already shown in the rift, which meant Mack's group had moved on to the final phase. Everything was going according to plan, but the timing was bad because it could distract Laurel, on whom his life depended. But luckily, barely had Ed seen the maw open, the dragon was hit by a charge of ice launched by the fox. Even during the serious shock, before fully recovering from her wounds, Laurel's hand did not tremble. The same was true for Ed. He was in perfect striking distance, a spell he had used thousands of times. Once under the dragon's clutches, he slashed at the exposed neck and severed it with a windy cut. The fire spirit immediately began to disintegrate into many fragments. Ed was rewarded for killing him. Now he could make contracts with spirits. Mack, meanwhile, was doing the main job and jumped right to the huge demon's paw. He made numerous cuts, and when the paw exploded, he began to fall. He was clearly the main character. Even his hair had changed color to white. The diversion squad looked at the incredible rain of sparks that fell from the demon. It was over. Dawn came. They settled under a tree, and Laurel said she'd met many who said they'd risk their lives, but they'd all turned out to be cowards. She asked Ed what was wrong, since they had gotten through a deadly crisis together, and he was so calm. Now she could formally introduce herself to him again, and held out her hand like an associate. Ed accepted her handshake without a backward thought, after all they had fought together, but found 3 gold ducats in his palm. The cunning fox said that since she won this time, he owed her and would not turn away again. Smiling, she told him that they would see each other again, which Ed definitely didn't want to do. Mack walked up to them. He had a grudge against Ed, and he had to understand why his swordsman form manifested, just like in the game, during the fight. Mack froze in front of Ed as if gathering his wits. To say duty is duty, and thanked Ed for helping them a lot. Klaus was outraged and shouted that there was no need to show respect to such a man, for his meanness had nearly gotten him killed. But 3 people looked at him at once and told him to shut up immediately. Fiona remarked that he'd done a good job too, and promised to recommend it to the student council, but Ed said it wasn't necessary. He said that Lucy was the biggest contributor, and Balasphere and Glasscan were both beaten by Mack, so she should have paid attention to them. Elvira grinned. She noticed he was trying to dismiss the advances and thought he was embarrassed. Ed just kept his distance from them and watched the spontaneous altercation where Zix demanded respect for the older man. But looking at this company, he felt warmth, for he had lived with them for so long even before he met them. He had been watching them for so long and solving their problems. Mack was getting stronger with each workout, Aaliyah keeping up. Fiona has accepted her destiny to become a ruler and is slowly growing up. Zix found his place in civilization and became a noble savage. Klaus is gaining confidence. Elvira has realized that life is not made up of fun and entertainment. Laurel, who had been swimming in money all her life, reconsidered her principles. Each of them is a protagonist who has their own important role to play, and at the end, a trophy called success awaits them. Knowing this, Ed turned his back on them. He left so quickly that no one noticed it. He got into a place that couldn't be reached in the story by removing debris. The training room had been destroyed by the battle, and Ed walked to a familiar locker that had not been damaged. This scene came at the end of the story, a spare catwalk where the lazy cat usually snoozed. To cover the success of the main characters, someone had to stay behind the scenes. He opened the door and she smiled. When he was still at the tree, he asked Laurel why Jane had become possessed, but the fox didn't know. One day, quite by accident, a fox crept into her room. Every object there was a beautiful symbol of the sincerity and gratitude shown to her. There wasn't even room for books on the huge table. The stickers above the desk were weighing down on her. The solution was simple: take it all off and shove it in the corner of the room. But the pressure only grew. She was simply incapable of doing so. She was obsessed with the duty of honoring all signs of attention. Needless to explain how reckless this is, Balasphere took advantage of the darkness in her heart, and Jane went mad. Everything happened a month early because it was Jane who got the winner's laurels, not Mack, who lost dryly to Lucy. The reason for Mack's defeat was that Lucy went into the woods and contracted protection with a she-wolf. And she went there because she found the perfect place he'd built there. Eventually, all the threads led to Ed. The character who had to leave the academy set off a long chain of events. Jane scratched her head in embarrassment. She said she understood Lucy now, but she didn't think she would be found so quickly, even though the others had forgotten about her. Jane hid there because she thought she would immediately be searched for. Because of the damage to the academy, the girl was about to burst into tears. Ed remembered the words of the she-wolf he couldn't see, the one who had asked him once to save Jane. Marie didn't want her ward to be in that position. But it was impossible, for Ed alone knows the future. The she-wolf realized that everyone was pressuring Jane, and only he was keeping his distance. But in the end, Jane failed. She tried to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit, but fell victim to the darkness that destroyed the faculty. She studied late every day, always responded with sincerity to all kind words, and tried to live up to their expectations. She'd done fine so far, but strangely, the failure hadn't made her worse, Ed thought. He didn't know how much he could help her now, and simply said she did a good job, with a smile on her face. The proud main characters came on stage and applause broke out. Behind the scene remained dark and silent. The villain of the first act went into the shadows, giving way to the main character. Ed had watched the end of the first act many times, but only now could he see them, the spirits that had gathered to support her. It was only now that he felt he was completely past the first act. Because of the pumping of his connection with spirits, low-ranked spirits were showing interest in him, and even Marie's high-ranking spirit was extremely interested in him. 10 days have passed since the conclusion of the disciplinary committee's trial. Jane has confessed her mistakes and said she would accept the punishment. But during the first meeting, friends and professors expressed great support for her. At the second session, Fiona recanted all accusations against Jane and confirmed that she was controlled by Balasphere. Laurel took over the rebuilding of the school. The merchant board covered the damages in full without asking for anything in return. However, they added a condition to the contract to have customs duties on educational supplies for the academy. As a result, rewards for top students were withdrawn, a ban from the training hall was imposed, and Jane's expulsion was rejected. It felt like they had finished filming a touching drama about growing up. Everyone was happy about it. Her friends were still whispering behind her back, expressing their concern about her condition. They thought she was blaming herself. In that case, they decided to do their best to cheer her up. And what's better than sweet rolls and cakes with tea when you're depressed? The girls conspired not to bring up the subject of what had happened, not to alarm Jane, and to act as if nothing had happened. But Jane suddenly asked them if there was a difference between falling in love and love, and twirled a strand of hair thoughtfully. The girls stared at her dumbfounded and asked why the sudden request. Jane replied that a friend had inquired. This friend had a dream in which she was weaving a wreath of herbs in a clearing, and there came a beautiful prince on a white horse that called her by name. The girl placed this wreath on his head, for she was weaving it for him. That dream wouldn't stop coming to her, or rather her friend, Jane corrected herself. But looking at her, the girls immediately remembered that Jane was on a 10-day probation and couldn't see anyone. But Jane went on and said that she kept remembering the man's face. Unable to bear such pressure, one of her friends hastily retreated. The remaining girl was thinking how to explain everything. so as not to hurt her friend who had a tender heart. Or else everyone at the academy will know about Jane Failer's love story. And she said Jane should take it easier. Love and hate, rather mysterious things, she added. Better to be honest with your emotions, of course, only with close friends. And Clara said, and Jane agreed with her. So, Clara told her to be careful touching on such subjects, or it would be bad for her reputation, and it came to Jane. She thanked her friend for the sound advice. She needed to get back to her dorm, and Clara decided to think things over. Clara banged her forehead on the table. She could barely handle the crisis of a friend falling in love. Up until now, Ed had been saving up, but thanks to Fiona's petition, he was exempted from the payment for next semester. And with the gold he had, he bought tools and walked home happy with the box. On his way to his temporarily permanent camp, he ran into Jane, who was walking all in her thoughts. Ed had avoided her before, but now that the first act was over, where she was the main character, there was no need. He greeted the girl, congratulating her on the end of her probationary period. Now the first step could be taken. But Jane's reaction surprised him. She flinched like a scalded woman and hid behind a tree. Jane gathered her thoughts and remembered Clara's words to be honest with her feelings. But she still didn't have enough determination. The level of difficulty was beyond her strength, so the girl hurriedly rushed away. Ed was surprised that he had embarrassed even kind Jane. In a way, it was an amazing skill, but he had other things to do, for it was time to build the forester's hut. On the first day, he chose a spacious and not much remarkable area in the shade and peacefully set to work. Then he gathered and dried the wood. The wind blade was a great help in this. On the 6th day, he got his report card. The grades in theory and practice were higher than last semester. That was good, but here Jane kept avoiding him, and she didn't hide it. Her friends Clara and Anise looked at Ed as if he shouldn't have caught Jane's eye, but he didn't plan to. Ed had finished gathering the logs. They had properly dried, and his wind blade had developed to the level of an everyday tool. On the 20th day, vacation began, and Ed set about assembling the house on the foundation. When he went to check the trap, he found a lazy cat there instead of prey. Jerky as bait, a bad idea, Ed realized. The older maid, Bella, brought some greens and mushrooms and asked how he was doing with Jane. In response to his words about Jane most likely hating him and therefore avoiding him, Bella shook her head. On the 30th day, the wind caused the frame to put in like a cardboard, and Ed realized it was missing stiffening ribs and supports in the center. His mood was bad. At the bakery, he ran into Jane again. She ran away as soon as their gazes crossed. 37 days passed and Zix came to his rescue. He told him that he had befriended Mack. Everything was back to the original. Together, they boarded up the entire roof, leaving room for a chimney. 45 days later, he sat down on the wooden floor of his house, feeling tired but also relieved. Bare walls, no furniture, a hut made of rough logs, but there was a roof over his head and no insects to bite. Ed's building skills increased. Making such a log cabin was no easy task. But now he had a house, his first real house with a roof. Ed leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. He hadn't noticed he had his first guest. Jane clenched her fists. This time she was determined. Ed was figuring out what else he wanted to build. And when he left the house, he bumped into Lucy's legs and told her this was no place to sleep. When he saw Jane, she came out from behind a tree and said hello to him. Ed asked her how she got here, and the girl was confused. Bella told her that she had seen something delightful in the woods. Jane knew immediately that she was talking about the cabin. She'd seen Ed's new house too, when she'd been walking in the woods. Even though Ed had told Bella he was building the house himself, it was much more impressive than she had expected, so the maid appreciated his talent. She also wanted to look in there and see if the house was stable, Bella whispered conspiratorially. Of course she's interested in it, as a perfectly ordinary person. Anyone who has seen such a house would want to know what it's like inside. It was perfectly natural and normal, Bella said, and Jane's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Embarrassed, she nervously explained that she was just walking by, and as soon as she saw the house, she wanted to look in. It's perfectly natural after all, she blurted out. The house was excellent, praised Jane, and Ed replied that he had just recently finished. The spirits would have to tell her. Jane realized she had been caught red-handed and said she only knew the very least. In fact, the spirits were showing far more involvement in the observation process, telling her everything. They talked about how he had become stronger, what muscles he had developed, as they fought for the attention of their mistress. Jane lied that they didn't talk much, and she didn't really listen to them, although she herself received a daily report. She wasn't even aware of where his house was and had stumbled upon it completely by accident. Ed realized what she wanted and offered a tour of his simple dwelling. Satisfied as 40 cats, Jane agreed and accepted the invitation. In the evening, they sat around the fire and drank herbal tea. Jane was worried that she owed everyone, Fiona and the others, and didn't know how to pay back now. Ed replied briefly that if she didn't know, she didn't need to. Debts don't have to be repaid out of principle, he said, and Jane was surprised. The thought had never occurred to her. Of course she was such a person, for that incident occurred because of the load of expectations others had placed on her. Even though she was helped with her tuition, or rather invested, she decided to move to another dormitory, a much more modest one, all to reduce her debt in Ophelis, 1 room per person, in Dex 1 for 8, where she would be supervised by the others all the time. For her, it was like being in prison, but even that didn't solve her problems. And this way, Jane would definitely not get out of the vicious cycle. Ed suggested she drop by here if she wanted to be alone. He was fine with that. Jane agreed and told him that if things got difficult and he couldn't do it alone, he could be sure to share with her. And then she promised her best to help him, and her smile made the chilly evening warm. Ed thought about it. He just hadn't had time to observe his condition much before. The second semester would begin soon, but for now he could enjoy this lull. Because the second act won't be easy. It's like a cold fall downpour. A sealed sage grimoire, a small tattered little book in which the great sage Silvani took notes. It will cause an uproar in the academy because it describes the magic of aspects that can affect the principles of nature. Laurel contemplated the exhibit quite contentedly, which smelled like money. After a moment's thought, Ed replied that it wouldn't happen to him, but that all the difficulties would fall on Mack's shoulders, who would have a hell of a hard time. The second act in The Failed Swordsman began with the takeover of Ophelis dormitory. Honors students from Ophelis are practically guaranteed a decent life. They have a mind of benefits, free time, and servants. It was on this ground that the problem arose. A downpour started in the Valor area while everyone was returning from vacation. The academy provided ships and carriages. Only those who resided in Ophelis, if they didn't make it in time, they were entitled to the benefit of a vacation. The lower decks residents, in turn, returned on foot in the rain to avoid penalty points. The accumulated discontent eventually broke free in front of Ophelis dormitory. Of course, it was all planned by the hands of one cunning fox. She had conspired in advance with a representative of the ungenerous students who only cared about messing with Ophelis. The discontent had already reached a boiling point. All that was needed was an excuse for an explosion to occur, and Villain skillfully gave it to them. Chief Maid Ophelisa and part of the academy administration were already influenced by Laurel and ready to support her proposal to change the terms. In such a situation, the academy didn't have to make concessions. Just acceptance and consideration was enough to appease the anger of the students. But the conflict was more heated. Ophelis was decorated with works of art, molded walls, carpets, furniture, all custom-made. So the instigators of the riot wanted to do as much damage to the dormitory as possible, which was badly hurting the academy's finances, which were already sagging. At this time, there were negotiations to sell the grimoire that was like the heart of the academy, but in hard times, people were willing to part with it. Of course, this gave the Laurel Trade Federation an advantage in bidding. There wasn't a ray of sunshine in the gloomy sky. It reminded Laurel of the sky she'd seen in the slums when she'd stood in the cold streams of rain in nothing but rags. Laurel couldn't stop mocking herself for feeling relieved. There was a lot of light in this incredibly romantic land, and the picture of her living in pitch darkness covered in mud was more realistic to her. And the conspiracy plan on her desk is proof of that. He is the labor of a man in whose life there was not a shred of sincerity. There was always only lies and suspicion there, where her desperate attempts to survive turned her into who she is. But the essence of her cunning nature remains the same, which is why she desperately seeks out others like her, even in Sylvania, which is full of honest people. But even here, there was someone who was familiar with the sordid life of a cesspit rat covered in filth. The endless search for his own kind never ended. Despite the hope fading in his heart, one's nature would not change. To break through the miserable reality, Laurel was a dark screen that hides everything behind the scenes. The players called her the Black Veil. The screams of the crowd came through the drumbeat of the downpour. They were no longer willing to tolerate inequality and demanded change. In the original, the incident of Ophelis's capture was the story of how the protagonist stopped the angry students who were being prodded by Laurel. From the first to the fifth floor in Ophelis, there were middle bosses that hinder the protagonist and help the rebels. The average first-floor boss is a bag-baiter. He once mocked Mack by calling him a loser, but got a beating from his friends, then held a grudge, and was bribed by Laurel. His role was to overpower the maid on the first floor, then open Ophelis' door and let the angry rioters inside. They rushed into the room fully confident of the rightfulness of their actions and of just retribution. When the rioters entered, the role of the first intermediate boss didn't end. In the future, he has to detain the protagonist. The bespectacled villain immediately realized that it was Laurel who had bribed him. It was exactly like that. He had played that role originally. He had been assigned to check the first floor and stand guard. Ed took off his raincoat and showed his face, the cold drops immediately hitting him by the scruff of his neck. His face was as befitting the weather, for from the very beginning of the second act, he was again involved in the story. 2 days ago, Ed was hunting in the forest with a bow. Unfortunately, he had no talent for combat skills at all. He had been using the bow for 6 months now for hunting, and his handling skills still left much to be desired. More importantly, however, his camp has been getting a lot of visitors lately. He was constantly bumping into anyone who just ran past. The number of people who knew he lived in the northern forest seemed to have grown exponentially. Anyway, among the frequent guests, 3 in particular should have been singled out. Guest a possessor of the rarest talent in magic, visits during the week were spontaneous. Lucy demanded a back door and a chimney at the same time, but was put out the door like an annoying cat so she wouldn't get in the way of her work. It didn't help, however, and she further showered Ed with invaluable advice: glaze the windows or make a skylight. For guest B, on the contrary, his doors were always open. She came bearing gifts from Bella, said the best spirit summoner. The spirit mage visited him almost every day to chat or help with little things, for which Ed was grateful. He was surprised at how much she knew about ways to wash clothes so that the shirts were white and starched. Embarrassed at such direct praise, Jane looked away sharply. Sometimes it seemed easy to understand, but sometimes she revealed unseen facets of her soul that he couldn't possibly understand, Ed thought, when she asked how often Lucy came here. The third guest, however, was guest B. She showed up with her personal maid. Known as the Golden Daughter or the Cunning Fox, Laurel appeared to him for help. The black veil of the second act, she was probably gathering people to capture Ophelis, Ed realized immediately. This time he wasn't burning to interfere and planned to ignore her. Laurel wasn't burning to cooperate either. But as soon as she told him that the lousy tot was out of commission, Ed immediately demanded to be told the details, because that meant plot failure. Initially, Toth got into an altercation with Mack. He intended to mock him and beat him up in front of everyone. But the next line was a mistake, for he called Mack an even more pathetic bug than Ed Taylor, for which he was immediately punched in the face by someone he didn't expect. The noble barbarian Zix responded to the insult with hesitation, because he considered himself indebted to Ed for saving Aaliyah, whether it was because of Mack or because of Ed. But Elvira told Laurel that she had never seen Zix so enraged. The assignment she offered was simple: open doors to students, to which Ed said there were plenty more people for that kind of work. But Laurel countered that even if she paid a round sum, there was no guarantee that these pawns would remain silent after it was all over. If they blabbed too much, it would be bad for her reputation, and Ed realized that she had approached him because he already had a bad reputation. Laurel figured that since he'd been kicked out of Ophelis, he'd want to get back at it and rub its citizens' noses in it, at least once. Ed wasn't particularly eager, but agreed to listen to everything. He could act in moderation after all. Laurel promised a round sum, 20 coins, and he accepted the offer. Shook her hand. Before the story distorted more, he had to get it back on track. With 1 day left before the riot begins, capturing Ophelis is a ploy by Laurel to drive down the price before bidding for the sage's book. It's just a stepping stone in the plan. In the story, Laurel succeeds in creating an independent group, and in doing so, confronts Princess Fiona and her student council. The side that Mack chooses will win, and all Ed has to do is join the winner. He has to live with a piece of bread behind his back. While he was pondering, a drenched Jane appeared on his doorstep, thinking the rain would end soon. The girl sympathized with Ed, for he had to spend the night in the woods even in such weather. But the lad was becoming more and more accustomed to such a life. She was soon to move into a smaller room, and she promised to give him the unnecessary things she had no place to store anyway. Blankets, pillows, lamps, clocks. On top of that, she had consumables. Throwing it away would be a waste, putting it in the trash too. The furniture was Ophelia's property after all. Ed agreed to accept her things and the girl rejoiced, promising to bring everything with the start of the new semester. But a glance to the side asked him how often Lucy stood like that, and Ed replied that it happened sometimes. Power that goes beyond common sense was not given to Lucy for nothing. It's a life she runs away from, making excuses for laziness. For several years now, she has been living like this, gazing at her destiny on rainy days like this. Even a lazy cat thinks about the future. Ed said that Lucy is like this whenever it rains and not to dwell on it. But Jane took that to mean that he wasn't interested in the lazy cat. Now it came to Ed's attention that Jane was still in the Ophelia's building. If the dorm is invaded, the space defense system will activate and all students will be banned from their rooms. Of course, if it was about Jane, she wouldn't have any trouble getting out. So Ed asked her what she would be doing tomorrow at 9 o'clock at night. He wanted them to meet at the Rose Garden at this time. Hearing about the Rose Garden, the girl's heart skipped a beat, and Ed informed her that he would tell the reason for his request there. He could think of nothing else. He wanted her to stay away during all this chaos and couldn't in the rain, the girl agreed, and stood up abruptly. Red with embarrassment, she hurried out of his dwelling in spite of the downpour. Ed knew that on the morning of the day of the induction ceremony, this downpour would stop. He would see clear skies, and the forest would be filled with the scent of fall. The smell of mushrooms, fresh leaves, moisture, and today he was seeing off the last day of this vacation. Zix had been diligently practicing his will and self-control after being scolded by Aaliyah last time. He heard footsteps on the wet paving stones, and looking out the window, he noticed a man in a raincoat. The man entered the building and asked where the other maids were from the one who was watching the first floor of the dormitory. Except for the main staff, most were holding a meeting in the common room where the head housekeeper had gathered them. So far, everything was going smoothly. The maid escorted Ed down the hall and said she had prepared the item he had asked for. He thanked her for the bucket of oily liquid and set it aside. Now all preparations were complete. The riot and occupation of the Ophelia's building had begun. All the active parties were in place. Students with torches filled the entire plaza in front of the building. They demanded equal treatment. The academy should be a realm of knowledge where everyone is equal. Villain led the crowd forward, constantly encouraging them and shouting the loudest. The students were ready to batter down the dormitory doors with a battering ram, but they suddenly opened. Someone opened them wide with a kick of a boot, and they didn't hesitate to rush in. Ed coughed and gave a prepared speech about how he agreed with everything they were doing and how he wanted revenge on Ophelia's. Willie, like a real dummy, bought into his acting and said he regretted believing the rumors about Ed. Ed stopped all the snotty nonsense and rather pushed the in-between character further into the story. Simpleton Willen is the one who will take all the responsibility later. Ed even felt sorry for him. The maid he had detained had escaped, but there was no point in catching her. The superiors to whom she ran to report had already caught her. Because head housekeeper Ellis is acting at Laurel's behest, she ran the protective barriers. Activating protective magic, she locked all the occupants in their rooms, which should have kept them busy. Everything was going according to plan and script, Ed noted, checking the reliability of the magical locks. When he heard the voice, he marveled at such a grand beginning. Black Veil, who started it all, appeared on stage and thanked Ed for a job well done. She was glad she hired him. Laurel said she didn't like the rain, for she was soaked down to her socks, and Ed realized she was standing outside watching everything. The wily fox said that once the teachers intervene, it will all be over. So for her plan, we need to act fast. Laurel suddenly asked him if he had ever killed a man before. Ed shuddered at such a question and shook his head. Laurel hadn't had that experience either, but said she did worse things than that because she had to survive. For the sake of survival, she trampled on other people's fates, was the first to stab them in the back to avoid such a fate. She'd always thought she was innocent, told herself she had no choice, but it was all mere self-justification. That's how her nickname Golden Daughter came about, and she knew better than anyone that she didn't deserve sympathy. Even so, she wanders like a mad woman in search of a man who will be close to her in spirit. The feeling of loneliness haunts all humans. She wants to escape it and seeks out similarly muddied people to sink to the bottom with them. But Ed replied that he wouldn't sympathize with such a thing. She should be held responsible for her own actions. He certainly wasn't her salvation. There was an awkward silence, and Laurel was the first to break it, saying she'd said something that didn't suit her. At this, she stated that she would do what she had to do, because time was running out. Ed sighed heavily. His work was just ahead of him, and he sat down in a chair in the hallway. Now Laurel will talk to Ellis about future plans. The story escalates when Ophelia's protective magic fails, and it's up to Villain to lead the circle of defense. Thus, the representative of the commoner students, after obtaining all the defense magic, becomes the boss of the fourth floor. It's a scenario where you have to quickly subdue Villain, who has fallen into unconsciousness from a maelstrom of mana. From then on, Ed just waits for Mack and his friends. If Ed takes a little time and loses, Mack will quickly go up to the second floor. You could get hit or even injured in the process of the fight. But it couldn't be helped. It was a necessary sacrifice in the name of plot stability. A rich carriage pulled through the rose garden, drawn by 4 horses. Jane, who had gotten to the place early and was waiting for Ed, wondered if she could be here since an important person had arrived. Ed left her a note saying he had a case but would be back soon, and Jane thought he was doing something special and blushed even more. Whoever is riding in this carriage, this girl will not leave the rose garden for anything in the world. All because she hasn't been able to sleep a wink the last couple days. Albeit suffering from remorse, she continued to send the spirits to watch Ed and listen to their reports. Not only Lucy visited him, but Princess Fiona, Bella, Zix, and on top of that, the sly fox Laurel. And the fact that most of Ed's guests were students made Jane even more nervous. So determined was she to wait for him. She touched the hairpin and wondered if maybe she had chosen a persimmon flower for nothing. A cosmea would have suited her better. So the girl just decided to take a quick trip to the dorm and change the brooch. Mack's team froze in front of the dormitory, pondering whether it was worth intervening. But Elvira's healing herbs were very expensive. They could wait for the teachers, but Elvira resented it. If they didn't have time to put magic on the herbs, they would lose their value. Ayla was also of the opinion that they shouldn't go there. Elvira could take care of herself. But it wasn't the girl alchemist who was dangerous. It was the headless students who might break into her lab and spew out dangerous and expensive reagents. So instead of making idle chatter, she headed to the dormitory and asked for help. All they had to do was get to her room on the 4th floor, and the alchemy girl promised to destroy anyone who got in her way. But when she kicked down the doors and stepped inside, she found someone there who had been waiting for them for a long time. Ed Taylor himself got in their way, as fate would have it. Mack covered Ayla with himself almost instinctively and asked the homeless commoner what he was forgetting in this hostel. The signs of vandalism, the furniture that was lying around, the fact that the only way upstairs was blocked by a single person did not escape them. Elvira grinned. This was something she couldn't have guessed. She poked at Ed without any respect and asked him if he wanted to stop them. As if becoming a game character, Ed said the formulaic phrases that they couldn't go any further. Elvira only got more frustrated. She had heard from Zix that Ed was good at wielding magic. But essentially, they were just basic spells and he was all alone. Looking at it this way, a skilled swordsman, a mage, and the best alchemist in the class had an overwhelming difference in strength. Mack reached for his sword and asked Ed what his intentions were and what was going on upstairs. He didn't really want to fight him. Ed was silent, and so Mack attacked first to force all the answers out of him. Then Ed threw the chair he was sitting on at him. It was all calculated. Expectedly, Mack reacted in time and destroyed the expensive furniture in one blow. Elvira immediately realized that Ed was using a basic spell since he was a mage. He was targeting Mack, who was the most dangerous opponent for him. But instead, the wind blade sliced off the chains on which the heavy chandelier hung, and the chandelier began to fall straight toward Mack. Swordsman barely had time to dodge that blow on his over-reflexes. There was a rumble which was heard even by the students locked in their rooms, by Klaus, and he immediately threw a tantrum. Due to the dust and shockwave, they were disoriented for a while. Elvira even fell over from surprise. But in the same second, the wind blade nearly cut her head off, taking away a strand of her hair. Her opponent wasn't playing with it. To top it all off, the blade accurately sliced through her bag of potions, and those scattered across the floor. Elvira realized there was a tough battle ahead, which meant something was brewing upstairs. But when the dust cleared, she didn't find Ed in front of her. The girl reached for the potion jar that lay below. But a wave of ignition blocked her path, Ed targeting her from the start. The fire scoured the room, smoke engulfed everything, and the girl froze in place, not knowing what to do. Ed created a battlefield where everything flowed like water, and his actions were quick and precise. Zix didn't tell them everything, for it wasn't just about high mastery of magic. He rolled up his sleeves. As an alchemist, Elvira was the core of their powers. However, she had a fatal flaw. If one were to deprive her magically from ingredients, potions, she didn't have any combat power. Usually students carried rings or necklaces, various pouches for alchemical tools, but Elvira thought it unnecessary. After all, she thought she was a genius, but it seems Ed took even that into account. He smashed the chandelier, took advantage of the backlash, created a wall of fire, all to strike a precise blow on the bag and deprive her of all her tools. The girl analyzed her opponent anew. Though in that case, Ed should have been aiming for the bag itself, not the strap. In front of them was just a former nobleman who didn't have any outstanding skills. But Elvira had her own ace up her sleeve too. She pulled out a blue balloon and turned it into a hare, then added resistance to fire and magic attacks, and strengthened the puppet's body, causing it to become huge. Aaliyah, meanwhile, was preparing a spell to put out the flames. She was getting very nervous and was wasting time. The heat and smoke frightened her, making her thoughts confused and preventing her from collecting mana. Worse, Ed interrupted her cast with his wind blade, which he wielded very precisely. Luckily, Mack got there in time, and yelling to his friend to get ready, he blocked Ed's punch. Aaliyah was confident in her knowledge of magic, but her combat power was average even in her first year. Ed was definitely aiming for Aaliyah because Mack had to protect her, and they couldn't improve their position together. Elvira shouted to him that if he got a little closer, he could quell Ed's attacks, and ordered her summoned familiar to attack. A wild rabbit with a ferocious look lunged at Ed. The familiar didn't care about the wall of fire that was between them. Mack realized that he had no right to doubt, but simply had to do it. Elvira rushed forward too, covering herself with her cloak so as not to get burned. Ayla saw the alchemy girl bravely throw herself into the fire, so the mad girl was able to get to her potions and rejoiced in them as if they were her old friends. Ed grappled with her familiar, plus he had to control Mack's movements and couldn't interfere with her. With his free hand, he tried to take her in his sights. He completely ignored the bloodthirsty rabbit in front of him and stabbed Elvira with his blade. The girl held herself in check, even though Ed had prepared the reset spell had already been launched. Elvira threw the jar towards his magic, and the blade sliced through it.
A regent made from chestnut blossoms, mushrooms, and a magical resetting regent burst out.
Its effect was to temporarily suppress the magical power and the products that were created by it, causing Ed's fire to go out. Ed pierced the bloodthirsty rabbit with his sword, but it accomplished its task. Now the wizards couldn't use their power. Elvira's plan had succeeded. Mack began to stalk the weakened wizard, who could no longer hold him back. But Ed easily knocked over the prearranged cabinet. The oily liquid that was in the pail spilled onto the waning fire, the flames separating them again. They knew from the smell of burning that it was oil. Elvira shouted to him that he was crazy, because if the fire broke out, there could be casualties. Mack returned the sword to its scabbard for his element-cutting technique that could dissect anything. He had to hurry after all. The effects of the suppression potion were not eternal. But Elvira, who had been watching the fight from the sidelines, shouted at him to stop. The windows were opened to let the smoke out. Carpets that could catch fire were removed, as well as anything easily flammable. Ed Taylor had obviously planned the whole thing, the girl alchemist realized, but Mack didn't hear her. Ed pulled out his hunting bow, which he had previously hidden among the junk. He had plenty of time to aim carefully. Mack ran straight at him, completely unprotected. Even though his opponent wielded a bow, Mack was sure he was just blocking an arrow. But what was his surprise when Ed lowered the bowstring? The arrow flew toward the target, spinning around its center of gravity, past Mack, straight into the defenseless Aaliyah, who no longer had time to put up a defense or dodge. Aaliyah couldn't even use basic magic due to the blockage, but she was saved at the last second by Elvira's potion. It was at the edge. The alchemist girl barely had time to save her friend, and the arrow fell beside her. She applied her clawed hand, a magical tool that allowed her to attract small objects within sight. But how surprised Elvira was to see a wrap of soft cloth instead of a tip. Her opponent succumbed to them here as well. She warned Mack again that Ed definitely had something left stashed away. Mack struck him with his sword, and the homeless student defended himself with his bow. But that's when the second floor boss, Klaus the Grim, awoke upstairs. Hearing the sound of him waking up, Ed breathed a sigh of relief. His work here was done. He stopped holding back Mack's power and instantly flew back against the wall. Elvira was stunned again. After all her efforts, her opponent had just given up, so she didn't believe in such an easy victory. Mack grabbed Ed and started yelling at him. Was there a reason to go this far, he asked. Elvira wasn't happy either. as if she had been playing to someone else's tune their entire fight. If he really wanted to stop them, he would have ambushed them, dropping the chandelier right on top of them, but instead he attacked in the open, blocking their path. And thereafter he fought in such a way that not a single action of his could be called foolish. Just as she thought there was clearly something wrong here, Elvira realized when Ed said it was over. Mack threw him to the floor and Ed said they should hurry upstairs because this battle was over. The friends were dumbfounded at such news, for up to this point he had not let them pass, and now he was rushing them. Elvira bluntly asked why he had succumbed to them, which surprised even Mack. The proud girl couldn't leave it like that. She felt humiliated and demanded an answer. Sometimes the gap between reality and imagination hurts with its cruelty. The young man that should have been waiting for her in the rose garden lay bleeding on the floor. Jane didn't understand what was going on and judged everything from what she saw with her own eyes. Because of this, she immediately became furious and icily asked them what they were doing. A feeling of slight dissonance visited Jane back in the rose garden. But then she remembered that whatever Ed did, whatever the problem was, it always creates some sort of expectation that the problem by all means will be solved. It wasn't until a decent spanking flew into those smug thoughts that she began to look at these events in a new way. Even though she had offered him her sincere help, he had not asked for it. Ed made sure she would be away from everything, leaving her a note, and went into battle himself because she was already being punished for her past. Jane didn't know what was going on, but she knew immediately that Ed had made sure she wasn't involved in the incident. While she was wasting her time picking out insignificant bling, he got in trouble, so she was instantly enraged. Mack tried to explain to her what had happened, that the other students were locked in a dormitory that the rioters had taken over, and Ed was in on it with them. But Elvira was more perceptive, hence she shouted to Mack to stand back immediately, for Jane was now the enemy. The girl unleashed her massive mana and said she wasn't really interested in what they were doing here. Ed shouted to her, but she didn't listen and summoned her strongest defenders. Jane, with lights in her eyes, asked Ed to wait just a moment. Elvira assessed the combat power, medium-level spirits, 4 attributes, plus a lot of change, an entire army. Elvira dragged Mack to the side. There was no way for them to break through here. They had barely defeated the fallen aristocrat, and now their opponent is the best second-year student who was barely defeated by the entire academy last time. Mack froze in place as the spirits pinned them down, and Elvira was the only one who retained control and demanded a retreat through the broken windows. But Mack wouldn't be the protagonist if he could back out. He could let her valuable medication go missing, or someone would get hurt. Obviously, Mack would be the one to be the hero in such a situation. The young man bravely stood in the way of a multitude of spirits. Ed grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and told him that when they say to retreat, you have to do so, or the hero's life won't be long. Turning around, he told them he would get Jane cleaned up, and they should go up to the second floor as they had planned. Elvira resented it before Ed had struggled to block their path, but now he was just letting them go. The alchemist girl didn't understand how he was going to stop all those spirits if he was covered in wounds, but immediately got a slap on the head for talking disrespectfully to her elders. Ed told her to grab all her potions and apologized for the torn bag. He finally confused even the savvy girl, but she accepted his offer. The trio hurried upstairs, leaving Ed to deal with a furious Jane alone. The girl was about to break and wreck, but the homeless guy just walked up to her. She asked him to take it easy because she could totally figure it out, and detailed explanations could be left for later. Ed put a hand on her shoulder, even though she might have taken it as rude, and said, "Act in moderation." Jane was completely taken aback by this change in mood and confused. She was embarrassed that he had touched her like that, but Ed explained that if she didn't call off the spirits, he would just fall over because of the wind. The wind subsided, and the trio of friends stared at Jane in surprise. Ed had indeed calmed her down. He gestured for them to move more briskly upstairs, though he was barely on his feet himself. Losing his footing in the form of Jane, he swayed and began to fall. Before he collapsed at her feet, her friends didn't have much time left to get to the top. Jane helped him sit up and bombarded him with questions as to why he had let himself be beaten. The younger ones had gone too far, she said, and asked her to promise to her that wherever he went so he wouldn't hurt himself again. Ed thanked her for her concern. Even though things had deviated from the plan, he had still fulfilled his role as first-floor boss and could now return to the cabin with peace of mind. But Jane told him that she had seen an ornate carriage in the rose garden. It rushed by quickly so that the girl could barely see it, but she saw the crest of the golden crown. The crest of the golden crown and the rich decoration said that it was the symbol of the trade guild of Elta, Laurel's adoptive father, who killed her real parents and will disappear in the final act, losing to Laurel's fake boss, the Golden King Elta. On the 5th floor, Laurel told Ellis how she'd been rejected by Ed, and the housekeeper realized who she was talking about and appreciated Mistress's taste. Ed had good looks, but that wasn't the main thing for Laurel. She thought he smelled just like Ellis. But at the end, he made a lot of emotional comments to Laurel, which is not typical of him. And then he rejected her hand without hesitation, saying that she herself should be responsible for everything. People like them have to listen to words like that all their lives, Laurel told her housekeeper. Ellis had been a housekeeper at Ophelis for 20 years, since she came here at 15, and was recognized for her abilities. That's why Laurel spent the most money to bribe Ellis and break her intransigence. It had cost Laurel a lot of money, but she didn't regret it, and was glad Ellis had joined her. After all, she had found another person close to her. It was the only way she could realize they were soulmates. It was the only way Laurel could escape her oppressive loneliness. Now Black Veil wanted Ellis to hand over control of Ophelis defense systems to Willie, and he would destroy the building himself without realizing it. No matter how bleak her past was, or the circumstances she found herself in, this girl is a true villain. Events were going according to plan, and Laurel was hoping to just hide in the storeroom. She had to play the part of the good student. Ellis sighed. Her mistress was such a pathetic person, at such a young age, never able to love anyone. So she'll die alone, Ellis thought, and told Laurel that they weren't soulmates like she thought. The sword at Laurel's throat burned her skin cold, and was more eloquent than 1,000 words. Mack quickly caught Klaus on the 2nd floor, subdued him, and forced him to join their group. On the 3rd floor, Maid Kelly blocked their path, but without her twin sister Shelley, she was no match for Mack's squad. They still couldn't figure out why the twin was alone, but they ended up getting to the 4th floor much faster than they had planned. It's just that the 1st floor obstacle was too high a difficulty initially. The 4th floor was a mess, with students running everywhere. Villain had fallen under the control of the protective magic circle and could not control it. The self-defense techniques engraved everywhere in the Ophelis building were originally intended to protect students from outside invaders. But now the site was more like a monkey with a bunch of grenades. Mack fended off many spells with his sword, but could not get any closer to Villain. The rumbling sound caused the locked students to panic, not realizing what was happening. Then those who had the guts and strength simply smashed the windows and using magic jumped outside. Things were gradually moving towards disaster, with students leaving the Ophelis building en masse. Mack asked if Elvira had any extract of the night butterfly flower, but the alchemist said it wouldn't work now. The Sea Devil reagent was better suited to an enclosed space, and Elvira sprayed the contents of the vial. It allowed basic magic to be blocked in this corridor. All of Villain's spells were auxiliary, albeit quite powerful. She kicked Klaus's ass and told him to ignore it and just knock Villain out. The bespectacled man raged even more as he saw them move into close combat. But Klaus and Mack had enough reflexes to get through his barrage of blows without damage. A massive explosion erupted on the 4th floor. No matter how it ended, Laurel had achieved her goal of wreaking havoc on the academy. Meanwhile, Ed and Jane watched the carriage, hiding under a tree from the rain. Jane was worried that Ed's wounds would reopen, but he said the blood on his shirt wasn't his. The Golden King of Elte was usually accompanied by more than a dozen carriages in a procession, but such an appearance meant that he had arrived here quickly and secretly. Elte is Laurel's adoptive father and her enemy, who leaves the scene after she defeats him, but he shouldn't be at the academy right now. Ed wanted to know what he was doing here. The carriage had been parked here for a long time, but Elte only came out now. It was as if he was waiting for the building to be demolished. He was greeted by Shania, the twin maid who was supposed to guard the 3rd floor, one of the orphans Ellis had raised. Ellis was completely bribed by Laurel, so it was strange to see Shania with her mistress's enemy. Shania would never betray Ellis, and the housekeeper had been bribed by Laurel, and Ed assumed she had betrayed Mistress. Which means there was only one future to predict: Laurel's downfall. The person who will lead the political fight against Fiona in the 3rd act, and the one who will be the biggest help in the hero's fight against Ed's family. He'd had such a hard time being the interim boss, and now to take on Laurel's role as well, that kind of craziness was out of the question. So Ed had to intervene before it was too late. Ed had to turn to Jane, as awkward as it was, and thought about how to explain it all. But Jane didn't hesitate or wait for him to say she was ready, and asked what needed to be done. The thing is that Elda received a report that his adopted daughter wanted to betray him by conspiring with the rest of the guild. Besides acquiring the Sage Grimoire, gave Laurel the status to attract Elte to the academy, and he didn't react in time to the coup. Ellis found out for some reason and also stole and kept a secret letter that could prove Laurel's conspiracy.
But this favor wasn't free. Ellis wanted to be paid more than Laurel was offering, or she would side with her.
Ellis was losing her eyesight, and in the accident had almost lost her hearing. This year was her last as housekeeper, and the outcome of the war depended on her choices. The housekeeper held the sword to Laurel's throat and told her not to move. Her father would arrive soon, and it would all be over. Laurel wanted revenge on her adoptive father, but from Ellis's point of view, the two of them weren't so different. The same was true for her. Ellis would choose the one who would pay the most to the orphanages she oversaw. Her speech was interrupted by an explosion that went off next to Laurel. Mack's squad was dragging Villain behind them. Elvira knew immediately that there was no way such a simpleton would have access to protective magic, which means the housekeeper's behind everything, holding Laurel hostage. Elvira quickly realized all to herself. Taking advantage of this hiccup, Laurel ducked out of the traitor's crosshairs and jumped to Mack's team. Her friends immediately rushed to support the girl. Laurel bit her lip. She had to put the blame on Ellis now and tell them that. But procrastinating, Elvira asked what was wrong with her face. Due to the excess of feelings, Laurel could no longer lie convincingly, so she rushed to escape while she could. The Golden King is coming here. He came on his own. Therefore, he trusted no one. The plan to overthrow him is almost complete, Laurel thought as she ran. All she has to do is contact the main office, send a carrier pigeon that is hidden in her room, and then disappear. Everything will work out. There is no need to despair, the girl convinced herself. There is just no one who would understand her. She was prepared for betrayal, as she had always been, for she had faced it countless times. So now, having traveled such a heart-shattering path, shedding tears was not at all to her liking. So she resolved to do whatever she could. Right now, she just had to run and get to her room before Elta did. It's worth sending a carrier pigeon, and her problems would be solved. At this time, Elta entered the first floor. Elta saw the student and told him to leave the building sooner rather than later. Ed stepped forward and said that because of the risk of collapse, no one would be allowed in here until the faculty showed up. Elty asked if he was acting on the academy's orders, but Ed countered that it was his decision under the system Sylvania uses. There were 3 people who controlled the course of this story, Ed realized. Laurel seeks to overthrow Elta and avenge his parents in her childhood, as well as deprive him of his position as head of the company. The Golden King wants to thwart her plan and tries to gain success with a scheme to obtain a sage treatise. And walking between these two as if on a thin blade, Ellis is the main cause of this crisis. Ed didn't know for what reason she had betrayed Laurel, but now both were on the 5th floor. But should he have followed her there? Definitely not. Even if he stays out of the scenario, Ellis will face Mack and company. This part of the task could simply be entrusted to the protagonist and trusted to succeed, because the characteristics of the protagonist are already confirmed by their battle. In that case, he had to take that side. So Elte wouldn't be planning in Ophelis building, he should just be detained. Ed pretended to only acknowledge the Golden King and greeted him formally and asked what the reason was for the arrival of such an important person here. Ed said he would contact the Academy authorities right away and get him the welcome he deserved. But Elte, who had previously been quietly listening to the guy in front of him, interrupted him. He had already realized that the young man blocking his path was on Laurel's side, and he couldn't be said to be wrong. 10 minutes earlier, he and Jane had punched a hole in the wall. Ed asked the occupant of this room what he was doing, that he didn't even come out of it after all. Zix replied that he had no intention of acting hastily. Even if the building collapsed, he still wouldn't die. But what to do now after another door in his room? It will be cold to sleep, said the noble savage. Zix formally greeted Jane. It was the first time they had seen each other since her demon possession. The girl apologized to Zix, and Ed told her not to kill herself too much over what had happened, because the disciplinary punishment had already passed. The noble barbarian looked at the couple carefully and, ignoring propriety, asked directly if they were dating, causing Jane to shriek. She started to deny everything too vehemently, which made her even more embarrassed and looked at Ed uncertainly. Jane asked if he was upset about it, but Ed said it was fine. It was Zix's question that was tactless. The noble barbarian immediately bowed and apologized, and then asked what reason they had for visiting him and kicking down his door. Ed said he had one request and promised to repay that debt later. Zix watched from the sidelines as Ed greeted an important big shot at the academy. LT leaned over to Ed and suggested that the young lad had been taken in by Laurel's looks and offered a ringing coin if he would behave himself. For that girl had inherited fox blood and would stab him in the back as soon as he revealed himself. Elta, who had raised her from a young age, knew this as well as anyone. He promised to give him twice as much coin as promised by that girl and demanded to get out of the way. Ed thanked him for the offer, but there was no point in doubling the amount no one had offered him. LT realized that words wouldn't work on him and signaled to his men. He ordered the bodyguards to get rid of Ed quietly, and the guy took off running. But he was already blocked by two men with swords. But they were immediately swept away by a powerful blow of magic, wind-type magic. Zix and Jane appeared behind him from the dark corner where Ed had left them. He told his friends he would go ahead and ask them to hold Elta and his dogs. It wouldn't be hard for a couple of strong mages. Plus, Zix originally owed Ed a debt for saving Aaliyah. LT immediately realized that these two were not as simple as they seemed at first glance. So ordered an attack with all his strength, and his hounds rushed at them. There was a massive explosion that caught up with Ed, but he had already managed to run out of the lobby. He should have found Laurel and given her all the information, but he felt her presence behind him. Ed asked if she could move, and the girl was taken aback. Ed asked if she had the strength to run, and suggested she go to the back exit first and told her to follow his trail. Trust is built for its own reasons. Secretary Charo ingratiated himself to Laurel because he hoped to ferret out important information. The vendor at the bakery is cordial because she left him a generous tip every time. The reason her pet was so affectionate to her was because she fed him the best treats. Every act of kindness has a reason. At least in Laurel's world it was that way. But Ed wasn't asking for anything in return. It was all her fault, a stupid miscalculation, Laurel thought. Although she grew up receiving a lot of favor from the world, like Jane, she wasn't always kind to the world as a summoner. She realized it the day she saw Jane's gaze directed at Ed, who demanded nothing in return and had no greed. Laurel thought she might have the same relationship, which is why she told Ellis all about her plans, not knowing that her attitude towards life, in which she trusts no one to the end, would become so insignificant. Seeing that grim and dirty appearance, she was not to forget, and part with the illusion that she could be such a romantic person. Laurel bribed 5 people to capture Ophelis: housekeeper Ellis, twin sisters, commoner apprentice Representative Willen, and fallen aristocrat Ed. Ellis and her sisters betrayed her by going over to Elta's side. Willain will do the same. Which means Ed included, Laurel realized and stopped. She herself didn't know why she was saying it, and she apologized to him. Right now, she is not in a position to pay him the fee. The situation was not stable, she said. Ed quickly dismissed all her doubts and grabbed her arm. Right now, they could be captured, and first they needed to get out and think about the future. Laurel was dumbfounded. He had no reason to help her, and there was bound to be one. Ed asked, explaining the situation to him rather than thinking bad thoughts. If the reason can't be seen, you can't trust the person, it must be like this. But said aloud that there is a plan to manipulate prices in the market that LT came up with. After the war ended, the price of arms fell, so they bought up surplus arms and transacted internally several times after monopolizing. Money was urgently needed for this plan, and my father said he had found a buyer for the grimoire at a high price, and then sent Laurel to the academy to find a way to get hold of the book and increase the margin, and Ed figured it out. Correctional trading is a method in which 3 traders enter into a cartel, monopolize a commodity, and trade it to raise the price. Because in the eyes of the buyer, prices are rising rapidly, and one thought comes to mind: you need to buy now. At this time, if you sell all the merchandise, you can make a solid profit. However, the key thing in this transaction is the trust of the participants. If someone sneaks a sale before the deadline, the price will instantly drop and the partners will suffer a loss. Then Elta, who had spent the bonds and bought back most of the goods, would alone suffer a huge loss and be on the verge of ruin. To implement this plan, Laurel has gained influence over the companies, but only when Elite leaves the office can they start bidding without him. Now Ed understood her plan all the way through: capture Ophelis and pounce on the academy to get a discount and distract Elta at the same time. Laurel was surprised he realized it so quickly. Ed grabbed the gist of it and realized there was one more thing she had to do to make it all work. She needed to pigeonhole the main office immediately and start bidding. She had one in her room, Laurel said. Dove will go to her secure surroundings close to the office. If she can hide afterward, her plan will be complete. But LT found out about this plan from someone, which means he's going to capture her today and force her to give up the names of all the conspirators. Ed told her that from now on, and for as long as possible, she needed to hide in her hiding place. If he was LT, he'd leave his men on both bridges that lead off the island, and then he'd be 100% able to capture her. Ed advised her to hire a coachman and just drive the carriage across the bridge, and at a convenient place to escape, it was meant to distract the guards. And Laurel herself could hide in his hut for 3 days in the northern part of the forest, while the enemies were put on the wrong trail. Ed will go to her room and send a pigeon. All he has to write is "sell now," and the situation will settle down. At the exit, Ed grabbed her by the shoulders and told her he'd deal with whoever was waiting for them, and she should watch carefully and escape when she could. Laurel thought they acted so coherently, as if they had known each other for a long time, because for a second she thought she could really trust him. Ed shook her again to make sure she was gathering her thoughts and not frustrated, and the girl said she understood. Maybe this time it will really work, the fox thought, and asked why he was helping her, blushing. Ed wrinkled his nose. After all, girls are difficult creatures. Why is it only now that she's asking such a question? And said he was just doing it because he thought she needed help, and left the girl alone in silence. Laurel fell to the floor from overfeeling because she couldn't stay on her feet any longer. She heard a heavy noise and thought it was the final battle between Ellis and Mack's group. But the sounds were closer. Maybe it's someone fighting on the first floor, she thought. Again, no. The noise came even closer, even though it was hard to believe. But it was her heart. Shanny's maid blocked his path. She didn't expect him to show up from this exit. Even though it was his last obstacle, the maid looked a little weak. But now this riot would come to an end. All of Ophelia's magical defense circles are trying to take the lead. Ellis possessed martial fencing skills at the level of students from the military faculty, with magic that barely reached the average level, but yet blended in harmoniously with the setting. And yet even she was unable to overpower Mack's hero. After all, he is the protagonist and has just begun the final battle of the second act. It was raining, and the Shelleys were tensely waiting to see what Ed would do. The amount of mana was at a minimum. Ed had 2 3-base spell uses left, and the maid had already rushed toward him with sword in hand. But Ed knew her attack system. First she would hit the bottom, therefore easily dodge. Then the maid opened her thigh with a garter of daggers. But Ed had time to grab her hand and throw away the garter. He knew her every move. The twin girls could swap abilities with each other once a day, and Shelley used telekinesis on the daggers. The knives flew straight at the target from where Ed had thrown them before. Some of it whistled past his face, but some of it slammed into him. However, Ed was waiting for this attack, and luckily the telekinesis wasn't strong, so he didn't let go of the girl. The borrowed abilities were flawed, so the wounds were deep. Ed pulled the blades out so they wouldn't interfere with movement. He pressed her against the wet paving stones and told her not to move. It had only been a minute. The girl cried out in pain and frustration. She couldn't let her tutor Ellis down. Ed indifferently said that the housekeeper would lose, and then Shelley asked what he might know about her. How much pain this woman has experienced, and for what struggle she has shown up here. Ellis was losing ground to Mack, but wasn't about to give up, firing multiple spells at him. There was a powerful explosion, and the entire corridor became engulfed in magical flames. Ed didn't know anything about how many orphans Ellis had saved. The game doesn't reveal much about her character. Mack burst forth with the strength of a swordsman, his hair taking on a white hue. Ellis wasn't just protecting herself, but all the orphans who depended on her. She realized that without her, they couldn't live the way they used to. And Ed stepped in without even knowing anything, blowing their efforts out of proportion. He honestly admitted to Shelley that it really wasn't his business, but his attitude hadn't changed a bit. Shelley gritted her teeth in pain as he pressed on her shoulder joint and muttered that she would never forgive him for anything. She fainted and fell silent. That's right, he didn't know the history of the extras, so what did they want with him? I should have started by saying that there are still plenty of stories in the world that aren't covered. Everyone has one. People that weighed the pros and cons, thought about good and evil, could at least now go and work and provide themselves a full life. But Ed's modus operandi had never changed since he'd been in this body. He acted simply to survive in this dangerous world. For defeating Shelley, Ed got a skill that postponed pain for later, surprisingly only now, but it helped infiltrate Laurel. Her room was well furnished, luxurious furniture, various decorations, the table set with documents, books arranged in perfect order. It was totally in keeping with the black veil and her business style. Ed wrote a letter and released a pigeon. LT will be in Sylvania for 3 more days. Sell everything, is what he wrote, and the bird flew off after the tycoon's head. The stab wounds would heal quickly if they just grew flesh, Ed thought. Hoping he'd be all right, he was on his way home. If it weren't for Zix and Jane's help and other improvisations, Laurel would have been captured by now and on her way down. But by this point, the bait ordered by Laurel was rushing at full speed off the island. LT had no choice but to give chase, even if he caught the coachman and questioned him. The pigeon would already arrive at the main office. If all goes according to plan, Laurel will be waiting for him at the ranger's cabin. But Ed saw a shadow that glided through the woods. She had come to meet him. It was quite kind, Ed told her, but then froze, realizing he had been too carefree, for his opponent was none other than Laurel's golden daughter. There were 5 people involved. Ellis was in Laurel's hands with the fall of Elta. Her maids, too. Villain was easy to bribe. But in Laurel's eyes, Ed Taylor, a variable that can't be bought, a chill ran down his spine. Once she eliminates him, in this god-forsaken wilderness with not a soul in sight, her perfect crime will end in success. Laurel's essence, the black veil, she uses people and throws them away. True evil in the flesh was approaching him with a knife. If he wanted to survive, he had to work hard with his brains and legs, but his body wouldn't listen. Laurel came within arm's length of him, and Ed's heart clenched. But the steel split his clothes, and tearing off a piece, Laurel bandaged his wound on his arm, rebuking him for letting himself be wounded. She then helped him to his hut, where she had already managed to build a fire. Luckily, the rain had already stopped. Laurel looked at him with a tender look and said they needed to warm up first. They sat by the fire and listened to the crackling of dry logs. Thankfully, everything had gone according to plan. Laurel got a firm promise from the coachman to divert all attention to herself, even if she had to risk her life. Ed was afraid of what might be the source of such devotion from the coachman, but the girl said she had promised him a generous reward. And leaving an important person like her in debt is a big deal, and asked him with a sly fox look if he realized how influential she was. Ed remained indifferent to such statements, and Laurel was disappointed. She thanked him profusely for his help, and Ed asked simply that he return the 20 ducats promised. Laurel assured him that he could take it easy, and she had one more question for him, and it concerned a girl named Jane. They were quite close after all. It was hard not to respect Jane, who was so kind and considerate of others. Ed agreed Jane really was, but wondered why such a question. Laurel replied thoughtfully that she was nowhere near as kind as sweet Jane. At the same time, Elta received a report from his subordinates and hurriedly left the Ophelis building, withdrawing his men. Even for a noble barbarian, facing several mercenaries at once was a difficult task. In a situation like this, he'd rather try to keep Jane from being too radicalized than fight the battle himself. At first, Jane was just concerned about what was happening, but as the battle progressed, the power of the spirit suddenly increased along with her rage. And we had to stop her before the first victim showed up, Zix realized. He asked the girl what made her so angry. On her shoulder sat the messenger, a white dove. After Jane listened to him, she told Zix that she wasn't angry at all. Willen took full responsibility for all the destruction. Ellis, according to Zix, was taken into custody and didn't utter a word. Ed didn't let Laurel leave the scene, and since they haven't heard from Elta, their operation can be said to have succeeded. Now they just wait for everything to end. Because of this job, Ed lost a lot of time he could have spent on development. His physical condition wasn't the best either. Now he decided to study spirit infusion, which grew from connecting with spirits, but magic engineering required tools. Ed wanted to catch at least one low-ranking spirit and make a contract when he saw Jane visiting. The girl skipped class, citing a headache, and decided to rest in the woods. Ed even worried that his request made her feel bad. But everything was fine, and she immediately asked warily where Laurel was, cowering at the cabin. Though the scene with Ophelis' capture had come to an end, Laurel still had a lot of work to do. It was necessary to win housekeeper Ellis over to his side again, to lay the groundwork for negotiations about the sage's book. For the next 3 days, however, she would have to wait with anxiety in her heart for good news from the office. But though it was so, she was not upset, For beside Ed, her heart was beating frantically with joy. After all, his goodwill, without demands or conditions, made her feel immersed in a soft bed. She never wanted to give him up to someone else. For someone who had lived her whole life on the streets, he seemed more precious than gold. There was no way she wanted to share this with anyone else. And if that someone was Jane Failer, even less so. After all, for her, a relationship without conditions and with trust is something ordinary. Since Jane has everything, she can give up one thing. And if she refuses to back down, then there's nothing left but to start a fight. And that's already her specialty, Laurel thought. To live in such a place for 3 days to her is an undeniable advantage. For starters, she decided to use her favorite tactic and bury this shack under a pile of gold. But then she got discouraged. It wouldn't work. And she didn't have the money right now, so it was worth helping Ed with the tuition, the cunning fox decided. It was worth doing it as naturally as possible. Casually, it wasn't for his sake at all. That's what she would say. But banged her head against the wall because it sounded so embarrassing, and she hadn't related before. When she heard a voice politely asking her to leave this place, for this was her place to sleep. A lazy cat appeared in the doorway, blanket in hand and yawning sweetly. Laurel was surprised to see the best sorceress here, the one who acted like a weirdo, and declared that this was the best place to sleep at this time. But Ed grabbed the cat and, despite its protests, dragged it out of the house. He apologized to Laurel for waking her up and said that Lucy was coming to hide in his house. But he had put her away so she could rest further, and Laurel realized that the lazy cat was also a frequent visitor to the place and frowned. Ed replied that he viewed her as a natural disaster from which there was no escape, but it was obvious to Laurel, another competitor. She thought she still had plenty of time, and began the morning of the second day with a greeting and a smile. But unfortunately, Jane said hello to her. There was no way to be alone. Laurel returned to the house, realizing that now was not the best time to let her claws out. There was a lazy cat snoozing in the cabin at this time all the time. Ed tiredly wiped his forehead of sweat and sighed. He was finally done. After learning how to do bricklaying, he was able to put together his first fireplace. After that, he started cooking meat on skewers. The smell was appetizing because he added basil to it. They were relaxed now, even though they hadn't gotten any news. But since there was no bad news, they couldn't worry. Laurel said she had a lot more business to take care of as a merchant and to pay Ed's reward, and asked if he wanted an item in addition. Ed thought about it. What came to mind were building materials or some sort of magical tools for engineering. Laurel promised to give them back later, and Ed had a request for Jane as well. He asked for help with his spirit contract. Jane contentedly stated that she would be happy to be his teacher, and he would be able to contract a mid-level spirit in no time. First, she offered to check what his connection to the spirits was, and offered to concentrate by holding out the spirit. Ed said he could hear the chick, but in snippets, needing a spirit connection to hear more. The bird went wild and started flapping its wings, and at the same time gave away all of Jane's important secrets about keeping surveillance on him. Because of that, the spirit sparrow immediately disappeared between her palms. She asked if he'd heard what the chick had said, and Ed replied that he'd heard it in bits and pieces, something about a meeting. Jane immediately darkened, not knowing what to say. But Laurel intervened in their awkward pause and asked if they were done. Laurel immediately offered him her services in supplying materials and tools at low prices. Supposedly, they were a dead asset to her. In return, he would have to come to her office every 3 days. When he came, they could discuss the price and other details. Jane stated that with that being the case, Laurel could have given everything away for free since Ed had helped her. Fox stated that it was all about the ethics of the merchant. While they argued, Ed chewed on the meat and thought about the fact that he could now begin magical engineering and spirit magic. At the same time, Laurel was visited by the maid Bella, who was looking for her. She apologized for intervening in their heated argument, but came to deliver the grim news as the new housekeeper. Because I brought news from Ellis's former dorm housekeeper. Jane's friend whispered that she had one very important secret that should remain as such. She whispered in her ear that Jane liked the same Ed Taylor. Bella wondered if she should at least politely feign surprise, and the maid said she understood and saw Clara's anxiety. The girl resented her friend's falling in love with a scoundrel, though she supported her. Ed's reputation gradually improved, but it wasn't this one that mattered. It was another name Jane called. Clara didn't know what the matter was, but lately the sly fox, along with the rogue, had been absent from class. The relationship between a man and a woman is one of attraction and repulsion, in which case Jane has little chance. Clara worried. Ed was also not paying attention to the lovers' gazes, as if emotionless. But Bella said he just didn't care about relationships right now. But Clara shuddered at such words. She thought that Ed definitely reveled in popularity. That's why he surrounded himself with a crowd of girls. Bella thought about her words when she got to Ed's camp. There was an angry stray cat sitting in front of the fish store, an innocent kitten who trembles in fear of the tiger, and just a lazy cat who likes to sleep on the roof. Bella got a migraine. She told Ed that everything was fine, just her head was spinning when she saw everyone. But Laurel demandingly reminded her that what Bella had come to say was more important, and Bella repeated herself. The burning fire attracted crickets and dispersed the darkness of the night. It was late, and Jane returned to the dormitory and Bella took Lucy with her. Since Laurel was in hiding, it was unpleasant to realize that Ophelia's instructors had found out about her. Ed pondered while he tried on some worn clothes. They had gotten the good news of their victory. Now it was up to Elta to give them a fight in the main office, and he wouldn't be able to think about Sylvania. Elta was a cunning man, so it was possible that he had something else stashed away. But Laurel was being helped by a man who had his sights set on the CEO position. Laurel's biggest concern was Ellis might give her away, but those issues were taken care of too, because the housekeeper had been paid in advance. From the beginning, she decided to side with the winner, so she didn't care who she served.
Bella handed over a parchment with a detailed list of the orphanages Ellis had supported throughout her life.
There was no end to Ellis's hard work. Her health had deteriorated badly, but the school continued to pretend not to hear anything. In the end, Ellis could no longer work, so she bet her life on this risky plan, always kept cold, showing no emotion. And of course, those who followed Ellis understood her situation and feelings. Of course, regaining trust would be difficult, but instead of threats, Ellis offered a deal. In the merchant's world, there is no concept of sympathy, only exchange. Laurel decided to take the housekeeper back. There were no permanent friends or enemies, but her face clearly showed relief. Laurel was time to go back and asked if Ed would show up at the company branch to sign the contract. He agreed and handed her a torch, saying it would be enough to light the way for a while. He saw her stop talking and asked what was wrong, but Laurel suddenly noted that he was taller than she'd assumed, suddenly wondering about his height. Laurel spoke in a low voice. Even though the move was hasty, she wanted to snatch the initiative, which meant moving on to something more drastic. She gently took him by the tie and told him that relationships are about attraction and repulsion, similar to how crooked his tie fits. Ed countered that no one could see anything here anyway, and Laurel replied that there was nothing wrong with looking a little tidy. And while he was thinking what to say to that, her hand pulled Ed down, and her lips burned with a kiss. Laurel pressed a finger to her lips. The raspberries they had for dinner were delicious. It was nice to feel them again. Ed embarrassedly said that she should have stuck to the limits of what was allowed, and she replied that such words were upsetting. That way he could lose all his popularity. She added, smiling slyly, that next time she hoped he would pull her in and she would practice pushing him away. Saying this, Laurel left for home, but accidentally stumbled on the slippery path. Ed tried to avoid interacting with the main characters in the main script. But as expected in this world, things didn't always work out the way he wanted, Ed thought, and covered his red face with his hand. The stars visible from the forest were still beautiful, the moon shining brightly, the crackling of the fire the same, but there was a sense that the script was steadily being distorted. Ed felt a sense of discomfort, for he was being drawn deeper and deeper into the story against his will. Despite this, his survival policy didn't change. Even though they watched the heroes from afar, his goals remained the same. This plan of action may look simple, but now Ed began to notice how reckless and difficult the task was. So the summer flew by, and autumn came. Jane sat in her favorite place under the white tree and listened to the report of the spirits of the previous night and the thief. Sparrow insisted that one must act decisively in such a situation, but Jane had no way of understanding the meaning of what was being said. Tarkin said he saw it all too. The scene came out young, hot, the red-haired vixen knew how to play with people's hearts. Jane got angry and demanded to get to the point and tell her what Ed's reaction had been. Tarkin said that the guy kept his distance. Even though he had just been burned by passion, not a single muscle on his face trembled, revealing extraordinary fortitude. Since Ed took it so coldly that even Tarkin shivered, there were two options. Either the fallen aristocrat was indifferent to women, or he doesn't see his rival as a woman, the spirit added, and Jane breathed a sigh of relief. The dragon sounded the alarm, for the likes of Ed were weak in defense. Therefore, the more he pushed the fox away, the more it was possessed by him. So Jane could lose. Ed screamed at the dragon until the other spirits took him away to cool down. But the panther told the sorceress not to worry and to be herself. Tarkin chipped in again with his love advice, recommending that she continue to maintain her innocent image. The spirits asked her if she was imagining something exciting, and Jane replied that she would like to hand-feed Ed. And while she was embarrassed from mere imagination, Ed was spoon-feeding the lazy cat. But the flavor wasn't as good as expected. He began making notes on the recipe, to Lucy's indignant hissing. His main skill stat is affected by the sum of all vital skills. Pumping only one will do nothing. You need to pump all evenly. The problem was that he had little time now. Classes had started, and he could spend 5 hours a day on survival skills. He ended up sleeping less. It was hard to get used to the regimen, but the need to keep track of the characters and the main plot still caused problems. Ed followed Mack and the 4 heroines of the game very closely. Mack was in the combat department. It was hard to cross paths with him, but he was growing steadily, Ayla supporting him. Fiona was living well, with no apparent problems, but she was about to have a conflict with Laurel, hence the need to keep an eye on her. Laurel looked like she was walking on thin ice. It was hard to see what changes L2's early appearance would entail. However, there was no change in terms of grimoire mining, and the reason Ed needed more time was to check the professor's corpus. Because the final boss of the 3rd act is Professor Glast. Claire came to the professor with a report that said there was a hidden figure behind Ophelia's capture, and it looked plausible. But still, said Professor Glast in a scary voice, she shouldn't have forgotten about the assignment he had given her before, and find the thesis. Claire was an assistant professor. Her assistant Anise brought materials related to Ophelia's capture, and Claire took it up again, despite the dark circles under her eyes. She was so tired she doubted whether it was worth pursuing it any further. But any way you looked at it, Ed Taylor's identity was suspicious. The fallen aristocrat came to the cunning fox, and the latter said that she had forgotten all about his contract, so he would come for it next week. And as an apology, she offered him tea and sweets, informing him that he could get the materials and tools from the warehouse. It didn't escape Ed that she was dressed differently, and Laurel smiled and said that she just had an important meeting today, hence the special look. The girl sparkled in all her glory, so Ed wondered what else the encounter was, by his naive nature. Of course, the vixen couldn't say everything directly, but the answer was obvious. And she changed the subject, wondering if he was done with setting up the cabin. He was at the final stage. Ed needed furniture, but ready-made was too expensive for him. Laurel understandably agreed. She couldn't sell the thing for cheap, but since Ed was good at woodworking, she just broke her chair. The item had just become unusable, the girl reported, and promised to send it back to the cabin tomorrow. But even so, it was a luxury for Ed. But since the deed was already done, there was no point in refusing, and Ed thanked her. Despite what happened that night, the vixen wasn't going to slow down. She was surprised that the expression on his face hadn't changed a bit, and took a seat on the table next to the guy. That night, she made a clearly win-win move and opened up completely. But it seems Ed didn't see her as a woman to begin with. And yet it was a man she saw in him, and all her help was filled with ulterior motive. She ran her finger over his chest, even though she didn't expect an answer, because she wasn't engaging in a fight she couldn't win, even though he was acting aloof. But one day she won't be the only one who can't contain herself, Laurel warned him. Always the same enchanting smile on your face, regardless of whether you have a chance of winning or are in a tight spot. It was the nature of a merchant to never reveal true feelings, but then Ed could see her hands trembling. Later he met Jane, who agreed to give him a lesson in spirit summoning, which he was very happy about. She told him to focus his mana and form a bond. A fireball appeared in her hands. Ed tensed, and the fireball turned into a spirit that immediately greeted him. His name was Bruce, introduced himself as a bat, and he was a low-ranking fire spirit. Next, Bruce rambled on that he had passed many tests and a rigorous screening process to qualify to become a spirit. He talked so much about being the best among the best that it made Ed's head spin. Bruce was burning with impatience to serve his will, showing extreme eagerness. While playing, he once obtained a spiritual type skill. They laughed a lot together, supported each other, and formed a strong bond. Ed was surprised at such strict discipline, and Jane explained that she had chosen the spirit with the best magical energy quotient. The selection process itself was a bit of a challenge, Jane said, and Ed wondered who had come up with the selection method. And Jane said it was Tarkin's idea. Then Ed imagined that hell. First, he had to accept Bruce. She handed him the spirit. Ed was surprised to feel the warmth, and Jane explained that it was part of spirit manifestations. Sometimes they had to be controlled, or it would get very hot. Depending on how he adjusted the link changed the firepower, Ed realized. But Jane was confused. He spoke as if the spirit was a machine. The fallen aristocrat shifted his gaze back to the spirit that was waiting for instructions. In his eyes, it was a small heater, which came in handy before winter. Ed's eyes lit up. It was a very useful survival tool. No need to even chop wood, and Jane was happy to see his satisfied face. She promised to help if there were any questions, and quickly outlined the steps of preparation for him, and added that she had tools in her room to increase communication. Jane offered to meet next time, but quickly faltered and covered her mouth with the palm of her hand. She said she was busy too, so people were lining up to ask her for help, and it would be hard for her to find the time. She remembered the advice from spirits and friends about not paying much attention to a guy and pushing him away. Her voice was growing uncertain as she spoke of payment, and Ed agreed, reaching into his pocket to pay, though he couldn't give a decent amount. But Jane dismissed the question of money at once, for he himself was busy surviving and could not throw it away, and it was so cold of him. It wasn't like they had a relationship to pay with money after all, so Jane asked him not to say any more of those moody things.
Simple-minded Ed reminded her that she herself had been the first to bring up the payment, and said she was acting strange looking at the girl's flustered face.
And Jane told me that Clara taught her to say no because she was too kind and open. That was good advice, Ed agreed. But Jane objected that she wasn't like that with everyone, and looked at him intently. At this, they agreed to meet next time, and she promised to get the right tools and waved him off. Ed only had to wave back. The girl's antics were making him dizzy. The materials Laurel had given him had a fairly simple structure, so he quickly analyzed them and gained a highly ranked skill. When he runs out of wood, Ed uses Bruce, and when he has no mana, resorts to the fireplace so he could steadily warm the air in the room. He was given a comfortable environment to live in for recreation and work. Just realizing that fact made him incredibly happy, as if a heavy weight had fallen from his shoulders. Ed looked out the window, the moon already high up, which meant it was late. Late at night, Claire was walking through the woods to check on something that was keeping her up, and it concerned a certain fallen nobleman. Everyone involved in taking over the building was an employee, a hostile worker, but Ed wasn't connected to them. Claire had heard that Ed appeared in the northern part of the woods, but he wasn't the kind of man who would eat and sleep in the middle of the woods, she thought, and was horrified when he saw something he did not expect to see at all, and immediately lurked among the trees. Claire peered out cautiously, trying to figure out what was going on. The academy principal is big enough to match the great sage of Sylvania, but even he would have a hard time against Lucy Merrill, who lay on the fallen aristocrat's shoulder. So Claire came to the unequivocal conclusion that Ed was definitely involved in Ophelia's capture. Despite the initial false premise, the conclusion was correct. Claire traced Ed's path straight to his cabin, feeling like a real detective from the novels. Ed threw Lucy into the shawl and tossed her a meat sack. He had an appointment tomorrow and he had a lot to do, so he decided to go to bed early. Claire waited until he had gone into the house and went up to the hut to save Lucy, as she thought. He crept up as quietly as he could, but Lucia suddenly jumped up and was at her back. Claire politely introduced herself as this year's assistant professor. This answer was satisfactory to Lucy, and she returned to the hut to Claire's surprise. Two glittering predatory eyes stared back at her from the darkness. And then the wacky sorceress with meat in her teeth leapt into the heavens, leaving the young detective lover completely bewildered. Claire came to the professor again and began a conversation about a nobleman who had been struck off the family register. Glass replied that he didn't stoop to memorizing scum with no talent. Even though he said rude things, he should have remembered Lucy Merrill. The same sorceress was suppressed by Ed to the point where she couldn't use her power, dumped her story full of Claire's delusions on the professor. Claire had used the recording spell in the dormitory, despite not getting that permission, just bringing all the notes. Glass indifferently demanded an explanatory note, but Claire had written one earlier, but insisted that the professor look at the record first. In her opinion, Ed was a real stealthy figure, said the romance novel lover with a rich imagination. But the professor wasn't convinced. Even what Ed was carrying on Lucy's back could have happened because the sorceress was just asleep. And after an awkward pause, Claire found herself outside the door again, utterly disappointed. The professor thought for a second. Ed tried to hold Mack back, but his team got through quickly. It was all in the report. Mack was born to follow the path of the sword. Elvira, on the other hand, was an alchemist with a good sense of combat and reaction. So no amount of money could help someone like Ed stop those two. But taking a closer look, the professor let out a surprised exclamation. There was an explosion. Ed's ceremonial knife plunged deep into the tree trunk. This dagger had been with him since the beginning of his exile. He had used it for so long, and now he felt pride in having put so many spells on it. The spiritual formula laid down well, Bruce appreciated, and said that the more often he used the item, the better the results would be. But the spirit was not silent after that and began to sing dithyrambs to Ed. He started up a clumsy song, but his master grabbed him by the wing and shook him. Even after that, Bruce did not relent and spoke in such a pompous syllable as if they were ancient aristocrats from legends. And Ed sternly told him to drop the already formal tone that made even the wood stuffy. Spirits that have escaped from the physical body and contracted receive magical power from the host to increase their status. That's why Ed didn't understand why Bruce was making such a fuss over contracting him, as if there was some promise behind it, and demanded that the bat tell it like it was, for it wasn't the first day they'd been together. Bruce started making excuses that he was just overwhelmed with raging sympathy for him, and so on, but admitted that when he contracted with him, he received from Jane improved magical power and will be able to grow twice the size of the other spirits. Now Ed realized it was natural for Bruce to try to please him as best he could, because with spirits, everything was determined by their rank in the hierarchy. Ed's fighting skills were still weak, but his stamina had increased so much that he was not inferior to a grown man. His pantry was filled with meat, vegetables, and other things, so he would no longer sleep in the cold and on an empty stomach. Magic theory was easy. If he just worked a little harder, if he slept less, and repeated what he had learned, he would gain a new skill. Since every day was a forced march for Ed, he couldn't call these days calm, but compared to the beginning, things were going pretty well. Ed didn't notice how he fell asleep, and when he woke up, he didn't realize where he was. He saw Jane's concerned face asking to come to her senses. Ed apologized for going off on his own for a bit, and Jane told him not to overstretch himself like that because his health was more important. He needed to concentrate after all. He had received 3 letters that day, the first from the Academy Board, the second from a trading company. Nothing special. But the third was important because the course of events had already been distorted. The main event of the second act, the negotiation of the Sage's book, was in full swing. Elta's original client went into direct negotiations with the Academy, which created a 3-way conflict between them and the Academy. The head of the Taylor family that banished Ed planned to use the book to explore eternal life, but he himself was the boss of the 4th act. But it was so strong that there was no way to suppress it now, though one had to be sure to cut it out of this episode. If Crad Taylor gets the book now, he'll just walk away in cold blood, but he'll be even stronger and impossible to deal with later. The letters discussed Craig's possible actions and doubts about them, and there was also an invitation to a meeting. The captain of her knights arrived at Princess Fiona's door and greeted the lady, who was reflecting on the financial difficulties of the Academy. Since the Academy was a private institution, she could not support it directly, and it was shameful to sell the heart of the Academy. Because Director Obel had asked her to help sort things out, it was odd that Crad Taylor had found out about everything and wanted to bid on it. Clark was suspicious of Ed. After all, he lived at the Academy and rumors might have reached him. If it were him, he would have done everything he could to get back to his family. But a third party who came up intervened in their conversation and said it wasn't true. Laurel asked permission to have a cup of tea with Her Majesty, and Fiona was surprised. She thought she hated her. Laurel said those words hurt her. If that were the case, she wouldn't have come to give the princess sound advice, and said that Crad's involvement in the bidding was not Ed's doing, but the handiwork of her adoptive father, Elta. Creed was the main customer from the beginning who asked Elta to buy him the book. Even though his father was overthrown, the plan to get the book remained the same. Fiona was surprised that the guild didn't plan to then sell the book to the Taylors at a better price. Interests aligned, but in reality there was disagreement. And Laurel explained that she doesn't plan to sell the book because she has to keep her distance from her father's clients for her own good. But these words caused only more suspicion. Fiona didn't understand why Laurel was talking about the inner workings of the company. The enemy of my enemy, Laurel said. Fiona could hold back the Taylor family, and she was getting a valuable book. Besides, this situation could hurt Ed, whom she was looking out for as his younger companion. The sly fox said bluntly. Ed had already separated himself from his family, so it would be unpleasant if people thought he was as connected to them. Fiona was surprised that Laurel was looking out for someone, but said aloud that the young man could indeed be useful. You can make a request to a person or give an order, but if the person even then remains silent, then they should be let go, Fiona said. Hearing those words, Laurel barely restrained herself and trembled. Deceive and exploit, she said, and asked, so who is going to exploit who, and wiped away a tear. Clark shouted at her for such insolence in front of the princess, but Laurel continued. She approached Fiona and said that this time they were allies and she had one piece of advice for her. She warned the princess not to even think of using Ed for her plans, or someone would use her herself. Clark demanded that Laurel be held accountable for such tactlessness, but Fiona refused to budge. Fiona was confused. She knew nothing of Ed Taylor's intentions, so now it was Crad Taylor who was bidding. But who she really had to fear was an arrogant girl with a temper that didn't bow, even to a princess. Fiona wondered if she would be able to see Laurel's face when she was confused and didn't know what to do. But that's exactly what happened when Ed showed up to meet her with the company of noisy, chirpy Jane, himself more gloomy than a cloud. The girls immediately scuffled over the tea, for Laurel wasn't going to play the hospitality game, and said there was only one cup. Then Ed gave it to Jane. And Laurel had to change the subject, for Ed had come to get tools for magical engineering. She had prepared him a whole closet of the best magical devices. They looked like novelties and didn't look like laying goods, which didn't escape the gaze of Jane, who said it was against the ethics of a merchant to give such things away. Laurel objected that the girl was not at all knowledgeable, for there were defects on the things. The scratch was quite tiny, and Jane suspected her competitor of willfully damaging her property, but the fox simply brushed it off. Ed was grateful, but he felt a burden of debt since he hadn't paid for the previous times. But Laurel said it was a mere pittance to her. Jane insisted that they break their pact, but Laurel replied that they would handle it without her. Ed stopped hearing their voices. For a moment, he felt a familiar sensation engulfing his body again. It felt like being submerged in water. He had a lot of work to do, and lately he'd been hanging out like this a lot. After all, he needed to keep Crad Taylor under control, with only 2 weeks to spare, and all the preparations needed to be made. Also had to make a mattress for the bed, weave fabric for the upholstery and stuff it with grass or fabrics to make it softer. And we also had to cut and cook the caught deer and clean the inside of the cabin. And also to make jerky for Lucy, Ed thought, as he sank deeper and deeper. From somewhere on the surface, their concerned voices and anxious looks reached him. Fiona had to admit that Ed had behaved completely differently since that fishing trip, and the way he had behaved during the battle against Glaskin. He had gained a reputation among the students as a diligent student, and Laurel had warned her not to treat him carelessly. There was a feeling that the young man was beyond her discernment, and she wanted to make at least one check to be sure. Fiona decided to invite Ed over and ask Clark to clear her schedule, but the captain reported to her that she wouldn't be able to meet him anytime soon. Fiona was surprised. She had wanted to summon Ed to her by royal decree, but Clark chagrined that Ed Taylor had collapsed unconscious from overwork. The status window showed exhaustion, high fever, upset stomach, pain, migraine, heavy breathing, and other joys. Ed felt a heaviness in the bottom of his stomach and could barely breathe. But when he looked down, he saw the reason. The lazy cat was peacefully snoozing peacefully, using it as a bed. Ed resented the lad's carefree chatter in his sleep to everything. Lucy is light as a feather, even lighter, because sometimes you'd think she wasn't a person at all, but a ghost. But now Ed was unable to even move, and since Lucy is the same as usual, he's probably the one who's terribly weakened. He was in his cabin. The blanket looked new, probably brought by Laurel, and he asked Lucy, a sprinkling of food and sleep, what else she was doing. The lazy cat congratulated him on his awakening. His mana flows were distorted, all a consequence of his training and constant work without rest. She continued to treat him the whole time he slept. Nothing complicated, but it was boring, so she doctored herself. Moreover, because of the barbed glances of the two rivals, she was always walking on a razor's edge. But they couldn't say anything to her, as Ed had to be treated. The cat told him not to be sick, for sickness is hard and you can die. For her grandfather, who raised her, died of sickness in his bed. and Ed thanked the lazy cat profusely, seeing its depth for the first time. Zix peeked through the doorway. He had built a fire outside since he didn't know how to start a fireplace, and said hello to them. Seeing the unexpected guest, Lucy hastily pulled her hat on to hide her face, and instantly left the house, through the fireplace like a real Santa Claus. Zix looked at Ed with a strange look, and wondered what kind of girl this was already. Zix thought about it. It was no surprise that a strong male was surrounded by several females, and thought civilization was open about it. Ed interrupted the noble barbarian's musings before they went any farther and asked him where he had come from. Laurel had left to deal with company business, and Jane had gone back to the academy, Zix told him, and his hair had grown back because fall had already arrived. He gave Ed some kind of bourdain, but even the unpretentious commoner grumbled. Zix recognized Jane or Clara would do better. But Laurel clearly insisted that there were no women in the hut, the barbarian said. Ed decided to check the script, as usual, and inadvertently asked that the students had started a secret Mandrake production, which became a problem. Zix said scandalized Elvira, Mack and Klaus quickly dealt with that issue. Act 2, Scene 5, everything was going according to plan. A few monsters not destroyed by the church snuck into the water pipe, and the hero group dealt with them too. The 7th scene was fine. So the last major event was the Sage Seal, and Ed wondered how long he'd been hanging around. Zix chagrined him that today was the 10th day, and Ed jumped up on the bed, taking the chowder from him. He thought his dream had lasted 2-3 days, but not 10. Time was short, so Ed asked Zix to relay his words to Laurel as soon as possible. The next day, the battle for the Sage Seal with many variables began. The first side of the bidding is Princess Fiona. Laurel, the Golden Daughter, was representing her trade guild. And the one who wasn't supposed to be in this act, Duke Crad Taylor, the final boss of the 4th act. They started the talks from the dinner reception, Fiona carefully keeping a straight face. Even though it had been a long time, Crade decided to formally apologize because their immature youngster had caused Fiona a lot of difficulties. As she asked, he removed Ed from the family registry. Upon hearing this, the princess replied that it didn't bother her. Duke Taylor sat in front of her and smiled politely. Crade used to be full of nobility, wisdom, dignity, and in every gesture of his vassals you could read respect for him. But Fiona's eyes, unhindered, saw the essence of the Duke. He is the devil. Crade then shifted his gaze to the second girl at the table, and she introduced herself. Laurel stood up for a formal greeting. Crade had heard of the only daughter of the Golden King Elta. She told him that if there was an item for sale that could make a profit, by all means they should buy it. The essence of bidding was simple. After lunch, everyone wrote down their price on a sheet. The seal of the sage will be given to the highest bidder, for this book is the treasure of the Academy. But the Academy doesn't want to make it official that it is selling the relics because it is struggling financially. The princess, as an observer, guaranteed secrecy, and Deputy Director Rachel could open the bidding quietly. And the method was very simple. Whoever writes the highest amount takes the prize. Fiona knew in advance what method of bidding, so she studied all similar transactions, the sale of such books. A book of order or book of inerrancy, the writings of wizards or alchemists, cost in the range of 10,000 ducats. They had valuable knowledge of their subject or could act as a valuable luxury item. Laurel surely knows the prices, the sales records of all such famous books. However, Crad Taylor would be the holder of the seal of the sage, Fiona thought. They wrote down their suggestions and Rachel thanked them for their participation. It was an auction with no upper limit, decided by a single bid. In order to win, you need to know the upper limit of your opponent's bid. Laurel explicitly stated that she wanted to sell the book later and make a profit. If she wants a gay chef, she cannot offer more than 8,100 ducats for the book. This made the book the most expensive in the history of the auction. Creed need only offer a little more, her maximum bid, and then he would win the bidding. Rachel announced the amounts offered. Creed offered 8.5 ducats, as Fiona expected. He certainly wasn't interested in profit, and she wanted to know his purpose. But then Rachel named the sum of 9,400 coins, which Laurel, the sly fox of them all, had offered. Crade grumbled and quickly left without further ado, and Laurel was invited into another room to sign papers. Fiona tried to figure out what purpose Laurel had in mind. If it wasn't profit, it looked like from the start she wanted to take the book away from Crad. But the fox can't be described as someone who acts in the name of justice, and that further confused all the cards for Fiona. It was like a request or an order, as if someone was controlling Laurel from the shadows, someone who knows about Crade's dark side and wants to stop him. Fiona remembered how Laurel had spoken of Ed and his ties to the family. Even after his banishment, he had worked so hard he had fallen unconscious. Even so, he tried to stand up to the Taylor family to the very end, Fiona decided. The princess clutched her head and was horrified at what she had done. Guilt overwhelmed her for driving such a man into the abyss. But for someone else, her misguided behavior had turned out to be a blessing. Laurel's words that she wouldn't sell the book to Cried were deceitful. She had already calculated the difference between their offers. Only 900 coins. She had gotten a promise from Ed to do anything as long as she had this book, and no matter what happened to it afterward. How could he make such a mistake? Telling the merchant that he could offer any price, that was not like him at all, Laurel thought. A free pass to Ed for only 900 coins, it was a worthwhile deal. Laurel smiled contentedly. If Princess Fiona saw that face now, she would have a stroke. Zix told him the news and said it was good that Jane was so pure and innocent, because Laurel's face was scary when she got Ed's letters. Ed's bet on Laurel's interest in the information from the Taylor house had paid off, but thinking about what would happen afterward, he wanted to apologize. But that's when Jane showed up at the campground, rushing in as soon as morning classes were over. Ed thanked her for her concern. He apologized for causing her a lot of inconvenience, but the girl denied everything. Zix said she ran around the academy in tears, that everyone thought she was heartbroken, and Jane grabbed the tactless barbarian. She made a gesture to her spirits and said it was chilly today. Let him be careful on the way home as he was dragged into the woods. Bruce appeared from behind her hair and fell down begging to be punished. He blamed himself for not looking out for his master. He'd been hiding at Jane's all this time because he was afraid that getting close to Ed would use up his mana, and the young man said it was nothing. But according to the returning Zix, being unconscious for 10 days wasn't nothing. It only now came to Ed's attention that 10 days had passed and his stock in the pantry was fermenting heavily. He's lost all his food supplies, and now he's going to have to start all over again. Jane couldn't have him working himself to exhaustion again and volunteered to help. Zix joined in, promising to help with hunting and woodworking. Zix added that if you start from the beginning, deal with everything in order, it will all work out somehow. Suddenly, Ed remembered it wasn't such a distant past to forget. A time when he was sitting penniless in the woods under a wooden shelter, and in that moment he had no one to lean on. Sure, there were a lot of things that had stalled, but still a lot more issues he'd solved while he was dealing with survival. That's right, Ed thought. It'll all work out somehow, he smiled weakly. And Jane looked at him, still concerned. She remembered the words of the she-wolf Marie. Even though Ed looked tired, this was her chance, for the Red Fox was busy with her own business for now and would not be visiting the camp. In these matters, the fox was quite skillful. There was much to learn from her, like it or not. To get a man, you have to be a fox, Marie said. First of all, she looks like a redneck in her clothes, the she-wolf said, and Jane agreed. But then Marie added that the girl had already earned 100 points, and began to instruct her that now she should look like a girl who was good at everyday things and could be supportive. Today she would go and see him. Marie wished her mistress success. She herself, of course, had no relationship, but from the outside she could see, of course. Jane, like holy simplicity, stared at her with saucer eyes. The she-wolf asked insistently if Jane had tried to shorten the distance between them after she'd helped him so much. But the girl hadn't even considered such a thing. Even the spirits were surprised when the she-wolf howled as if in grief. Jane covered her ears at her scream, and Marie chastised the girl for not getting another chance like this. For Ed is tough as flint and will get stronger. She must be by his side to win and take advantage of her position, and no matter what it looks treacherous, Marie insisted. Jane barely calmed her down by telling her that she had a plan, and the she-wolf acknowledged that it was a good one, and in the meantime, deep night had come. Jane had cooked some delicious meat. It was divine after Zix's cooking. Ed wanted to learn a lot from her, but needed to rest first. Even though he had help, he couldn't show them his weakness. Though not to say he felt well, the headache and fever were still with him. Jane appeared in the doorway, though Ed thought she had already gone home, and asked the girl what she was going to do. Jane was worried that Ed would start doing something when she left, so she just sat down next to him. She told him not to pretend he wasn't having a hard time. If the body tires, so does the spirit. The process is the same for everyone. Jane already knew he was doing better than anyone else. When she was having a hard time, she got a lot of support, but the biggest help she got was from someone who was just there for her. He had many difficulties, but he had worked hard, the lovely spirit summoner told him. When Ed started to grumble, Jane demanded that he just admit he was having a hard time and said so. The former nobleman then just gave up and collapsed on the bed. He was really having a hard time. Ed closed his eyes and was finally able to relax, as if life had unclenched its pincers for a second. He woke with the dawn, immediately getting out of bed. All this time, the girl lay under him as if guarding his sleep. Now his body was fully recovered, grinned Ed. Over the next 10 days, he still hadn't been able to make the kind of progress he had planned, especially in his studies of magical engineering. These skills greatly influenced all the others. But the problem was that there was a limit to how much you could grow using self-learning. Most magic item blueprints are rewards for the main hero quests. Without interfering with the scenario, it is quite difficult to get them. Laurel asked him what he was thinking about, for he had just come to his senses and already he was scaring her again. Ed was also happy to see her healthy, but the girl said she had achieved it at great cost because she was suffering due to chronic stress. Laurel said she stopped by to give him a break, and at the same time to let him know she would be removing her father's name from the company name, and she needed an assistant, a person who would help with management, employees, assets, essentially a co-manager. The sly fox smiled and offered only to imagine it. They will work in the same office separated by a mere wall. He will also get great benefits, shares. It's almost like entering a family. With giddy reverie, Laurel pressed her hands to her ruddy cheeks. But Ed responded with restraint, saying that her involvement was excessive and it seemed odd. Out of embarrassment, the vixen pulled his hood up so as to hide his face. He didn't understand anything, Laurel said. She knew what he might think of her, that her decisions were spontaneous, based on a young girl's emotions. He probably wants to have a business relationship with her to the very end, the fox said, and hit the mark. But he only said so because he knew nothing of how she lived among the piles of gold that came and went, where betrayal was all around. That means that the first most important person for you in such conditions is the person who will never betray you, she said and looked out from under the hood. What matters is who stays with her, even if her wealth disappears. Even if the whole world turns away, she said, putting her hand on his. For some it's a seed, for others a lover, or a person they've spent years with, Ed thought. But Laurel has seen countless ups and downs of tradesmen, and that fear that the same thing could happen to her haunts her constantly. No more, no less, she asked him to just stay by his side, making up plausible excuses over and over again, but never giving up hope. But Ed figured out her game. She changed her tone too much during her monologue and her smile was too captivating. The girl laughed. She just couldn't help herself and succumbed to her game. But it's usually hard to keep her protective instincts in check when she makes that face, Fox said. Usually their hearts would melt from the gentle and timid appearance, but nevertheless, everything she said was not a lie. Ed thought for a moment and then gave an invariably serious answer. He still planned to finish the academy as before, and until then, he wouldn't leave it. Even though he hadn't decided what he was going to do after graduation, his words made Laurel smile. Standing up from her seat, she said that although she was going to wait until he graduated, he had no choice from the start, warned the fox. Perhaps soon she'd use her free pass. She waved his letter of request and said she was glad to see him. Thinking about what the future held for him, Ed thought he'd done something truly awful, as if he'd fallen into her debt, and that was dangerous. Laurel was just going to make a statement that he was now hers and hold out the document. But seeing his appearance had failed with the execution plan, if she hadn't turned back in time, it would have definitely upset Ed, she realized. She had brought her change from paying for the materials, brought all but one coin, but now she didn't know how to look him in the eye. You could have just tossed the bag in the shack while he wasn't looking. That's what Laurel thought when she saw her competitor in the doorway of the shack with a pillow in her hands, wearing an apron and preoccupied with household chores. Both girls went into a stupor upon noticing each other. The meeting was a surprise to them. They both wanted to know why one had left the hut and the other was walking there. And that was just the beginning for another disaster for the former nobleman. Ed was chopping wood for now, to the endless fidgety chatter of Bruce, who was now concerned with his sleeping and resting regimen with redoubled vigor. The boy realized that Tarkin had reprimanded the spirit and apologized for it, but everywhere he went was a madhouse. Anyway, thanks to Jane and Zix's help, he had prepared enough food and firewood. With Laurel's help, the house had furniture. Now he was concerned about Professor Glass's letter. It said he wanted a private meeting after the magical conference. Unfortunately, Ed was bedridden due to exhaustion and was unable to meet with the professor, and didn't even know the reason he had been summoned. Glast is the final boss of the second act, and the final chapter of the second act has already begun. Ed remembered most of the second act. The professor had always believed that a few gifted ones could change the world and resurrect the greatest sage. He was studying star magic that twisted the laws of the world and needed a sage book to complete it, but the Academy sold it to Laurel. In his desperation, the professor steals the book and tries to inject the spirit of Sylvania into the body of Aaliyah, who had a talent for star magic. To usher in a new progressive era, these were literally the ravings of a madman. But then, to save his girlfriend, protagonist Mack will enter the scene. He will make a breakthrough through traps and dungeons. Glast's final words after suffering a crushing defeat, however, were unexpected. He who had always dreamed of academic success, the development of the era, and dedicated his life to the search for talent, threw a strange phrase. Ed tried to remember those words the professor had uttered. Anyway, it all started with Aaliyah and her kidnapping. The girl came to her senses and screamed not to be approached. No wonder she was frightened, for the demon of the underground water system inspired fear. But the girl screamed that it was all because of him, her again, the one she hated so much. Ed Taylor, staring at the girl in surprise, wondered if she was overreacting. After all, they had both been kidnapped and were sitting in the same cell as hostages. The final chapter of Glast's second attack battle begins, Ed thought. 3 days before the events described, he was at his woodsman's cabin. He had now learned how to create all the items he had failed at before, though it was a shame that he had lost so much time due to illness. Glast's battle was about to begin. He still hadn't managed to raise his skills in magical engineering, and he also needed blueprints and materials. And then Ed remembered that there was one way to increase his stats in this skill. There were only 4 steps in the last chapter of this act. Among them, the highest level possessed stage bosses. The secret laboratory was the 3rd phase of the battle. The Reina Librarian was so strong that it was difficult to break through her without holy sword techniques. But that was Mack's problem. He was only interested in the contents of the Library of Souls. It was filled to the brim with useful loot. And there were 2 formulas for producing legendary-type magic engineering items, though the undertaking was dangerous. But going there alone shouldn't be a problem, Ed thought with a glance at Jane. The academy was noisy and clamorous as usual during the short break between classes. Professor Glast told the students that even if they rise to the top of the class mid-year, they will quickly adapt to their new classes. Even though Glast said that there were many talents in the first class, there were only 3 of them. From the next semester, there were 7. There were times when the class was closed. Ayla's combat power was mediocre, but she had an excellent talent in star magic. Zix asked the professor if talent was the main criterion for selection into the class. After all, even the students themselves didn't know what they could become if they put in the effort. The professor asked Zix if he thought the students' efforts were being ignored or vilified. The surest way to break someone's life is to convince someone they are talented and give them an ambiguous push, the professor said. Laurel sighed before entering the academy. He had gathered information on each of the professors. An obsession with talent that could be seen as smug and stubborn was linked to his daughter. His only daughter, Muri, was a mediocre wizard, but he had boundless faith in her, which was only natural for a father. But Muri didn't see it as her father's faith, but as Professor Glast's faith from the magic department. Based on her father's faith, at a young age, she hastily took part in the subjugation of a demon, and eventually fell to the death of the brave but arrogant, then broke her father's heart. After that, he became obsessed with finding talent. As a professor, he devoted his entire life to the unknowable star magic. But if you look back in hindsight, you could see that it wasn't magic itself that the professor was looking for. And the man who invented it, the sage himself, the best talent in history, Sylvania. The reason the professor moved Ayla from 3rd grade to 1st grade was exactly that. The professor turned to Laurel and said he would call her to a meeting tomorrow, and the fox immediately knew what it was about. The girl didn't think it was completely useless, for tomorrow she would perform the ritual and become the full owner of the seal. Claire finished her lesson. Ed waited for the ritual of receiving the sage to begin soon. Even though he was a little anxious, he had already carefully worked out the entire plan for the next operation. The point of which is to follow behind Mack and his team to rescue Aaliyah. He would follow him quietly and collect any items he found that Mack wouldn't touch, and even prepared a list. Ed was going to take Glokta's eye, which increased magical power, and the hourglass, which reset physical states to their previous ones. On top of that, he'll assess Mack's height during the battle in Phase 5 and stealthily make his way back to camp. The battle will begin on the day of the sealing ritual. Ed tells Jane that he lost something in the plumbing system and offers to look for it together. He thought the girl would be uncomfortable with the idea since it was a dark, narrow space, but she agreed with great enthusiasm. Even though it made Ed feel hard, his plan was just perfect since he had a trusted comrade. When he turned around, Claire told him that Glass was waiting for him at his place. He had heard from Jane that Claire had been at the camp recently, and he thought it would be about that. The Sage Seal ritual was all ready tomorrow. It was strange that the professor was calling him in, even though he didn't have much time, but Ed had agreed to come. Last time he didn't accept the invitation because of his illness. This time he didn't want to refuse. But when he came, he saw Aaliyah the cat there, that she had blown her hair. She could understand though. They had clashed constantly for 10 months, plus he had used arrows against her. But more important was why Aaliyah, who the professor would need tomorrow, was here with him in his office. He was also called here, and then a hunch struck Ed. He started going through the papers on the professor's desk. Ed anxiously looked around. As far as he knew, there was no room for change in the future. But if I had to talk about the jolt of contact with Ed Taylor, it was about his personnel file on the professor's desk. It was a report from Claire's assistant who had been following him, which meant the professor might have been aware of his actions in Ophelus's dormitory. Ed didn't realize what he could have had to do with all this. But when he heard the movement, he turned around and unsheathed his knife. Professor Glass closed the doors to his office behind him. A naive Aaliyah tore towards the professor, screaming for help. But she screamed even louder when Glass used his magic. The magic of the Star World imprisoned Aaliyah in a prison of time. Ed threw his dagger at the professor, but he was sure to block the attack. However, then the spirit of Ed Bruce blasted the spell cast on that knife. The professor was unhurt and praised Ed for quickly realizing what was at stake. The response was smooth, almost perfect. Amazingly, in a couple minutes, Ed had looked at the research materials and figured it all out. But the strange thing was, the professor said, you couldn't tell all his plans from just a couple of papers, and Ed asked why he was being dragged into all this. He promised to keep his mouth shut after all. The professor had already gotten what he wanted anyway. But Glass said he was pursuing his own agenda and asked him not to hold a grudge. That answer was too vague and didn't give Ed any new information. Even if he escapes from here, the professor certainly won't sit idly by, and there is a high probability that the scenario cannot be executed. If he's kidnapped here, he'll probably be locked in the basement with Aaliyah, which means he'll be taken straight to the third phase of the battle. And the former nobleman thought it wouldn't be easier to just let himself be caught. Ed came out of hiding behind the professor's desk, and Glass figured the guy had decided to take the fight into the open, and said it would serve as a good lesson for him, extending his hand with a spell. The prison of time worked on the guy, just as it had on Aaliyah before. The professor confidently approached the boy who was petrified. At first, Glass couldn't believe that living in the wilderness, Ed was able to succeed in his studies, as if Ed had 48 hours in a day. He couldn't even imagine the sweat and blood paid for these successes, but then he saw his fighting style in the crystal ball, and could confidently conclude that the guy had exceptional combat sense, but it was the path of the weakest. The path of carefully analyzing your opponent and using all means is all a product of effort, not talent. Ed's face didn't express an ounce of concern, also reminding the professor of the bereavement. His only daughter is screaming to glorify her father by discovering a new specialization in magic. This memory over and over again surfaced before his eyes. The professor didn't notice the nimble fire spirit popping out of Ed's pocket. He left the office unhindered and sped away toward the forest. In the meantime, Jane was preparing Ed's dinner, making skillful use of the fireplace in his cabin, and worried that the lad was late. The sage left the last lines of his journey to the south. There were still so many undiscovered truths that his title was losing meaning. His teacher Sylvania left at a young age, still beautiful in his memory. His past years were truly fulfilling. The sadness of losing a teacher has been smoothed out by time, but if you live a long life, there is also a longing. Grief for the lost, sometimes paralyzing the mind. Of course, sometimes he had thoughts of breaking the rules and seeing the teacher's face again. But what's gone is gone. One who has experienced loss must remain strong, even in grief. So he asked her to become strong and handed the girl his hat. He dedicated the last sentence of his book to her, the girl he met just before he died. Lucy clutched the book in her hands, and two rivulets as salty as the sea rolled down her cheeks. The sage himself accepted his death, so Lucy accepted it too, and wondered if the day had come when the pain of loss would be washed away by the rain and the sorrow carried away by the wind. Of course, she had her joys that briefly distracted her from her sadness, like this bag of venison jerky she clutched in her hands. But right now it was completely empty because he didn't fill it. Lying on the roof, Lucy saw Ed's fire spirit rush into the camp. And when Bruce told the terrible news, Jane was instantly transformed. Even Lucy broke away from her thoughts to wonder what had happened. The secret ceremony of handing over the seal of the sage took place in a luxurious hall. Only the immediate participants of the whole ritual were in the hall. The very black veil, Laurel, that stood out among the others, and the principal of Sylvania Academy, Obel Farais, who stood opposite. The director's height and build were about the same as Crad Taylor's, but they were still very different. Laurel's original plan was not to sell the book to Cride, but it was an impressive amount of money to lie to the princess for. Laurel asked for 12,000 ducats, an impressive sum, but Crade instantly accepted the condition, so Laurel regretted not requesting more. Crade warned her that Elta had hired men and was heading to the academy with them. He said it out of concern to make sure that this time it would go right. Even though Crade was an extremely unpleasant person, it didn't matter. The information on Elta was valuable, and it also solved the book issue, having a certificate of purchase more than made up for the difference in price. Even more, now she would have a free ticket to Ed in her hands, and the girl couldn't hold back a greedy smile. But a second before she placed her hand on the sage seal, Professor Glass appeared in the room. Along with him, the stone golems he summoned with magic appeared in the room. While Principal Obel held them back, Laurel wanted to take the sage's seal. But Professor Glass had already captured it and was successfully navigating his way back. He disappeared in a blinding flash of magic, along with the fox's precious asset. Despite Ed's absence, the story progressed according to the script, without a hitch. Ayla shivered under his gaze again, letting him know how much he disgusted her. It was at this point that the professor should have stolen the seal, Ed figured, without paying attention to the girl. When some fat guy told her to shut up or she'd wake up the monster behind him with her screams, it was a great fortune for them that the professor ordered him to refrain from experimenting on them, as he needed them. The fat man marveled at Ed's calmness as he simply agreed with him. He warned them that although he would be doing his research, he would still keep a close eye on them, and Ed sat down on the floor. Now we just had to wait for Mack to burst in here and put up a fight, by which time the library would be cleaned up, and he would get all of his materials. The thought was so sweet that even he felt conscience. It was also annoying that he was here with Ayla, who was screaming with every breath he took. Ed tried to reassure her by telling her that he had no bad intentions about her. If he wanted to, he would have used the moment long ago. In fact, he has always been good to Ayla because she is the main character's support. The girl flatly refused to believe her words, and Ed made another attempt to convince her, telling her that Mack would be here soon to rescue her. Ayla replied in tears that he had no right to even say Mack's name. Then the fallen nobleman apologized for the past and said he had his reasons. Even if she didn't believe him, she could believe Mack. The girl was shocked that just now, an insolent and arrogant nobleman with a bad temper apologized to her. But at that moment, Bruce flew into their cage with cries of concern. He reported that he had followed a faint trace of Ed's magic, and that's how he found him. Ed asked the spirit where it had managed to fly to in that time, and praised it for finding him. Ayla was surprised that Ed had already learned how to control spirits, since only basic magic had been available to him before. And since it was about the spirit, now they could send a request for help, Ayla said. Momentarily forgetting the disagreement, Ed reflected on the fact that there was no need to make new changes to the script. Bruce informed Ed that it had been over 2 days since he had been kidnapped, but he still had the beautiful expression on Jane's face clearly before his eyes, and felt her cold anger. Moreover, he believed that the red fox and the lazy cat would join them, so the power of the rescue squad would be like that of 1,000 soldiers. Bruce chirped that there was nothing to worry about. He would always find a way to save his master. Now he could just wait here. Ed grabbed the lad's head from the amount of edits he'd made to the script, blaring to the world about Ed's kidnapping. Out of anger, he threw the overly ardent spirit straight into the wall. Ed yelled to the fat man that he had changed his mind. He couldn't stay here, and he wanted to get out immediately. Ed told him he wasn't kidding. The fat man grinned, reminding him that if he screamed, the demon would wake up. The fallen aristocrat said that if they didn't let him out, it wouldn't be him, but the fat man who would be in trouble. But the latter only laughed harder. In indifference, he left, saying that Ed could make noise but in moderation. Ayla wondered what had gotten into Ed, since he had told her to sit still and wait for Mack. Bruce placed the keys in Ed's palm, which he snatched while he distracted the fat man. The guy was really quick on the uptake. Ed told him to go back inside. Bruce kept doing things no one asked him to do. Using the keys, Ed easily unlocked the dungeon and Ayla followed him. But then the dungeon cage closed right in front of her nose. Ed told her to shut up and only answer yes or no. He told Ayla that they were doing magical experiments outside, so it was dangerous there. She should submit to her captors. No one could hurt her anyway. Besides, she was too nervous now, so she wouldn't be able to run fast. Ayla tried to object, but Ed interrupted her. He demanded only a yes or no from her, and the girl said yes. The fallen nobleman told her to sit quietly and rushed down the hall, saying he would take care of everything. Even minor twists and turns can be managed. His skills have improved greatly, so problems can be solved using information. But there are bound to be variables that cannot be solved by hand. Jane or Laurel's involvement in the battle? There's still some way to go with that. But not the intervention of a natural disaster. Many players have tried to solve this problem many times. The answer remained the same. Lucy is a completely invulnerable enemy. Lazy cat reasons for the bad ending, 27. The bad ending only occurred under certain circumstances. Ed had to keep Lucy from showing up here at all costs. Zix was exercising in his room as usual when an anxious Mack entered. Barely breathing and riddled with worry, he asked for help to save Ayla. So began the first phase of the chase for Glast, with Zix becoming the first person Mack took with him. Ed has to go through the entire battlefield in reverse order. Luckily, the last level will only become a problem when later monsters later. Since meeting Lazy Lucy and the professor is a bad ending, he has to hurry. The problem was the shower library and the spirit that guarded the place. Raina is a dangerous ghost. Ed planned to come here after her elimination. Of course, he remembered her patrol pattern. He could even overpower her since he knew the working strategy. But this intermediate boss represents important experience points for the protagonist. In the second half, there will be some guys who can't be beaten without Mack's intense training, so he has to be ready. In this act, Mack had to squeeze the most out of it, catch the resurrected demon, and learn the necessary skills. And Raina gives the most points, which is why she couldn't be killed. So Ed decided to quietly grab what he needed and leave undetected. He calmly checked the list, knowing he wouldn't be noticed. When it was over, he'd just visit here again, though it was a shame he couldn't take it all at once. Bruce helped Ed keep an eye on Raina, letting him know where the ghost's gaze was directed. But just as Ed was about to come out of hiding, there was an earthquake that shouldn't have happened. An unstable cabinet fell next to Ed and robbed him of his cover. Raina immediately paid attention to the noise. The earthquake was of little concern to her. But because of this, Ed came into her field of vision and lost the opportunity to hide. 30 minutes before the dastardly earthquake, a battle with the golems was simmering in the hall, where the ritual of passing the seal of the sage was taking place. But one sorceress deftly dealt them a blow with her ice magic. Laurel was worried that if a fuss was made, her reputation would be ruined. She was outraged that her book had been stolen by an academy professor. Director Obel stated that he would take full responsibility and asked to wait. Whatever the professor was up to, it obviously couldn't end well. Obel decided that since it had come to this, it would be a good time to inform the head of the trading company and asked if she knew about the 3 great prohibitions: distorting the providence of the world, blurring the current flow of time, rejecting the framework of human destinies, the 3 taboos, raising the dead, reversing time, and striving for eternal life. Laurel was horrified that the principal knew and did nothing. Glass was in the habit of saying that talented people accelerate the progress of the world and immensely respected and equaled the sage Sylvania. On the other side is his daughter Muri, who tragically died believing in his ambiguous talent and took it too far. If he suddenly completed a spell of star magic capable of raising the dead, then which of the 2 Professor Glass would revive? Obel wanted to know. Laurel didn't know what to say upon hearing this madness. A secretary ran into the hall and broke the bad news that a student named McLaurin had let the professor get chased by a student. According to eyewitnesses, the professor kidnapped not only the book, but also 2 students. He called Ayla and Ed's names, and Laurel, who had been listening calmly until then, turned around anxiously. The cunning fox instantly began to figure out in her mind that Principal Obel had promised to take over and could save Ed in a flash. Of course, the prudent thing to do would have been to just wait in place until it was over. but she heard a strange noise and grabbed her binoculars. Putting it to her eyes, she looked in the direction of the source of the noise, toward the sewer entrance. The huge dragon Tarkin carried the lady mistress on his back and spewed torrents of her wrath in the form of flames. Jane hurried at all speed to save Ed, and Laurel resolutely declared that she was off to save the book. He stated that since the headmaster was so indifferent, she should go get the sage's seal herself, and threw her hood over her head to hide her eyes. The cunning fox firmly ordered everyone to follow her, leaving only a couple people to negotiate. A martial alchemist that had gained recognition, Dorothy, the head girl of the third faculty, her martial skills were top-notch. But when she first started, Glast was the one who recognized her talent first and helped nurture it, which is why she idolized the professor. So she figured since the professor had gone to extreme measures, it made some sense, even though she knew nothing of his intentions. All J decided to fulfill Gust's security assignment, but what she encountered was not what she had hoped for at all. A fierce fire spirit of the highest rank appeared in front of the unfortunate girl. But even scarier was his landlady, who demanded to know where Ed was. But by then, Dorothy had simply lost her senses from fear of death. Jane didn't realize if they were going the right way, for it was Tarkin who had directed them here. He ran through in his head all the twists and turns and forks of the tangled water system beneath the academy. And then it came to her that she might have something to do with the present condition of the Dorothy she recognized. Jane decided to cover the unfortunate girl to keep her warm. When footsteps were heard in the hallway and more people showed up, Laurel reflected, what about Jane? She was the best student at the academy, with impressive combat power if you didn't count Lucy. Whatever Jane undertakes, whether it's destroying all the channels or fighting, she can keep Ed safe on her own. In that case, it is she who will receive the laurels of the victor and savior. Laurel immediately painted herself a worse picture of what would happen afterward, and what it could lead to in the long run. The red fox began to wave her hands furiously, chasing away the intrusive thoughts. Usually she could analyze everything, but not now. Laurel tells Jane that Ed has actually already been rescued and that he was badly hurt when he was kidnapped, but is already lying in a bed at the hospital. But Jane did not believe such a blatant lie and asked why the younger one was telling her this. As soon as she located Ed, immediately rushed there and waited at the entrance. So how did they manage to save him, wondered Jane. While Laurel's brains were failing at the mention of a guy, Jane's were starting to come around, so now they were equal in ability. The cunning fox realized she was being played out. Suddenly, the trusting and naive girl had a grip. First, Jane asked the lazy cat for help, but she went for a walk, yawning. But Lucy never listens and does things her own way. Because now she, too, had now decided to act alone, and a fire of rivalry flared up between the girls. Words were no longer needed. There was no point in arguing for them now. Each of their rivals had simply chosen their side of the maze. The important thing was to save Ed from danger, Laurel decided. And she raced down the hall to be the first. Jane did the same. And the homeless forester is now in real trouble. Just as suddenly, the earthquake came again and collapsed the ceiling right on top of the ghost. Ed thought it would be better if it really was an earthquake. But in the rays of light that penetrated the dungeon through the shaft she had made, a lazy cat sat and stretched. The reason for the bad ending got bored out of her mind and came after him, thus ending the rivalry, the two sorceresses, without even realizing. The headmaster stood on the roof of the academy and watched the sunset. Obel decided not to interfere. Even though it was a risky move, it was a great opportunity for the students to practice. Though it was worth doing within reasonable limits, his interlocutor objected. The current generation of students is not even golden, but diamond. All previous years, there were no such students. In just one school year, many talents have shone through with the highest expectations for the future. But to Obel, it sounded like a warning that the coming trials are so huge that only people like this will be able to overcome them. On the roof of Ed's hut smoldered a light smoke that was left there from a quick start. The same kind was coming from the mountain that was on the path from his home to the academy, and who had the good fortune to meet Lucy. And so she made a straight path where he hadn't been before, ignoring all laws of magic and common sense. Ed clutched his head at the realization of what a disaster he was facing. The lazy cat asked, as if nothing had happened, if he had any more venison jerky. To which the forester replied that it was from where it was, and Lucy frustratedly went to look for a place to sleep. But Ed said you couldn't. The situation was catastrophic. Jane and Laurel had already entered the maze. It was easy enough to stop them. Given Mack's stature, if he defeats all the other bosses, The scenario doesn't get much skewed if one is missed. So for now, everything was fine. The problem was the hungry cat, if it met glassed, everyone was finished. Ed told her not to go anywhere and to be by his side until the very end, and Lucy asked why on earth she would. He had been told earlier that the greatest strength comes from someone who stands silently by your side in times of need. Because she was strong, she didn't have to do anything. Just be there for him, and then he would be safe, Ed said. But she brought up the meat again, that fallen nobleman insisting that she should just stay with him until they got out. Lucy offered to help him get out, but Ed objected that he still had a couple of things to do. In return, he had to carry the snoring cat on his back, thankfully weighing almost nothing. Ed decided to just take only what he needed from the library, find Laurel and Jane, and get out of the maze. In one of the corridors, bats pounced on them. They were easy opponents, so Ed dealt with them with ignition. Only here did he get a real taste of the hunt, experience raining down on him in golden showers. Mentally, he apologized to the main character who would have to work harder on himself. Unlike Jane, Laurel found the right path much faster. She had a talent for magical clairvoyance. But now her thoughts were far from joyful, she realized. Striving to achieve something out of pure and good motives, she felt she had found the key to a new relationship that could not be achieved with money, and her heart gave a loud thump. Same feeling as then in the Ophelis building, the sound coming from close by. But while she was pondering, the wall in front of her exploded. She saw the one she'd been thinking about for so long and wondered. Looking at the girl, Ed told her that he had been kidnapped recently. Though she already knew that, they were very fortunate to meet, Ed said, and asked to carry his things a bit. These were top-notch recipes, noticed Laurel. But more importantly, it was to find out why he wasn't in deep crisis. He said he'd had one, but managed to work things out. And that's when Laurel noticed another of the guy's unusual baggage. She felt a sharp prick of danger for her promise. Jane Failer was a coward who would not dare to act, while Laurel succeeded by her actions. But how could Ed stand in front of her unfazed with another woman in his arms? But the guy loaded her up with errands instead of explanations. Now Laurel had to take a hard stance, pin him down and take the lead, the girl thought. But suddenly his face was so close, and he said he couldn't depend on her anymore. Any way you look at it, Ed crossed the line by even asking Laurel to do so, adding to an already considerable debt. But his words of trust and gratitude completely knocked away her ability to think rationally. Another man appeared in the hallway and turned to Laurel. All this time he had been running after her and was glad he had found her, for they were in trouble. Meanwhile, Mack and the protagonist's entourage entered the maze. Klaus stayed behind everyone as usual and was very nervous. But Elvira quickly brought him to his senses, telling him that they wouldn't leave without Aaliyah. Mack also said he was sorry to stress them out, but he wanted to save his friend. Zix put a hand on Klaus' shoulder and said that even though they didn't get along, she was a good person and needed to be saved. Leading them forward was the prophet Adele, a self-proclaimed romantic. She smelled something and showed them the direction. She had a feeling that the man they would face in the future was a difficult opponent. And in the same instant, the wall she pointed her finger at exploded. A dragon appeared, dragging someone in its teeth, and she begged for mercy. Jane was still not well oriented in this labyrinth, so she just went ahead. Dropping Claire, she turned to the hero's crew and greeted them cordially. Zix greeted the girl as well, unlike the others who immediately remembered the sensations of the past battle. Fear can rob people of their sanity and the ability to soberly evaluate things. There was no guarantee that they would gain the upper hand, but Mack decided to put all his strength into the attack. Jane didn't understand why her friends had such faces. It wasn't like she had done anything wrong. She hadn't even hit Claire, who had just passed out. Zix tried to quiet Mack, who had gotten it all wrong and was rushing to save Aaliyah. When a third party appeared in the hallway and yelled for the hero to cool down, Mack was astonished to see the face of his old enemy and rival in other matters. Jane immediately ran over to Ed. She was glad to see he was okay. Mack and Elvira bristled again. They already knew Ed's fighting style. With only basic skills in shooting and archery, he managed to stop 3 opponents alone who were stronger than him. Now Ed was surrounded by strong allies who were protecting him. In addition, after the Battle of Ophelis, the fallen nobleman's abilities had increased. Through Jane, Mack could still get through, but this wall was insurmountable. His chances of winning were tending towards 0, and Ed headed confidently in his direction. But as they drew up, his opponent clapped him on the shoulder and told him that Aaliyah was waiting for him. Next, Mack had to go and catch Glass, and everyone went their separate ways. Mack should have taken over the script as the main character, Ed thought. And Ed had to deal with the variable that had arisen. From that point on, the hunt for Elta was on, he decided. The report brought by Laurel's employees stated that the common soldiers who had been hired by Elta had arrived on Aiken Island. Elta was utterly defeated and had no chance of returning in the original story, but he was overthrown in another time, giving him a chance to escape. Laurel knew her foster father was planning a counterattack, according to Crad's report. But despite this, the experienced tycoon still found a loophole on how to repay his debt. Since a lot of the staff was in the maze, its exit was not covered. The looted materials could be much more useful than the original. If someone were to ask Ed what his best survival tool is, he would say without a doubt that it's information about the future. The script plan hasn't changed, as in the original story, Elta, the intermediate boss, has to leave at the end of the second act. Ed warned Zix that the road ahead was clear and they could rescue Ayla, and they would ask their questions of her guard. After all, Mack has to deal with the script, because he was the only one who had all the necessary skills he had learned before, thanks to which he would be able to meet that guy. After that, the magic tower summoned by Glast would close the sky and release the terrifying magic. There is much adversity in Mack's future that will be difficult for the human spirit to cope with. No need for long endorsements. Ed just wished him luck. The fallen aristocrat's company headed for the exit. LT had set his sights on Laurel's trading company and needed to let the faculty know about it. Jane wanted to ask something, but Ed said they had to hurry. The girl couldn't stand it, stopped and yelled loudly that he was going to get hurt again. He was on his way there to capture the Golden King. The details Jane didn't know. But before that, he had been kidnapped and barely escaped. And after all, a couple days ago, he was lying down without strength, and this was a trading company case. And this story had nothing to do with Ed. She didn't want him to get hurt. Ed realized Jane was right. It was someone else's story. He couldn't tell her the truth, which eliminates variables in the scenario like Elta. Luckily, Laurel needed her and Jane to catch Elta, so she has to go to tricks to lure them to her side. But Laurel instead agreed with Jane. She said that bringing Ed in was a manifestation of her selfishness, and he should just go somewhere safe. Sure was nice to see an idyll of harmony between two perpetually quarreling girls, Ed thought. But this was not a situation where he could rest. He thanked them for their concern, and said that unfortunately Laurel's case was not a foreign story to him, which dumbfounded Jane. While Laurel was in a rosy reverie from his words, no stranger to the world, Jane demanded an explanation. But Ed just ran on, needing to speed up first. It was always so hard for him to find an adequate reason, he thought. But Jane made it up for him. She remembered that he was bound to Laurel by contract, and if she lost the company, all the benefits would be over, she asked. Ed immediately agreed. It sounded more than plausible. There was a reason Jane was the best sophomore in the class. Ed paused for a second and turned back to the destruction. Mack was really intimidating. He was a hurricane, and at times like this he can be cruel, Ed thought, as he looked at the girl lying there. Jane fixed the towel on the alchemist's face and didn't know what to say, for all the destruction was her doing. The kind-hearted girl immediately started making excuses that she didn't mean to, and that she wasn't cruel at all when they figured it out. Ed decided to put that aside for later. They had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. First and foremost, they needed to warn the teachers. But when they emerged from the maze, Laurel's carriage and her men were completely smashed. Elta had gotten here sooner than they thought. He stood alone knee-deep in the creek from which the academy drew its water. LT told Laurel that he taught her all about data management, so even if he went through all her files, he wouldn't find any evidence there. But she had gaps with personnel management, even with simple threats. She was quickly betrayed, and the old man hid behind Elta's back. Even in this situation, Laurel smiled. The Golden King noticed. It took him a long time to see such a face. The only proof Elta could get was her confession, so he would have to resort to torture, he said. At his flick, the men who were pretending to be killed jumped up and attacked Ed and company. But Laurel quickly intercepted their sword attacks, putting up barriers of spells. Of course, she knew that her father would not come alone, for last time he had also arrived with mercenaries. But Elte asked not to be compared. He was much better prepared now and had brought his archers with him. On the second line stood the best shooters on the continent, but their team's main fighting force hadn't even woken up yet. With the exception of Laurel, Elta didn't care about the lives of the others, so he gave the order. The archers gave a volley, the arrows flying so heaping that they seemed like a shower of steel. But Ed met them indifferently, not even moving. for he had the best defense in the world on his back, whereas Jane and Laurel were capable of defending themselves. Jane told him to be careful. The actions of his opponents were coherent. Ed thanked her, but realized that Elta was ready for that too, since he'd run into Jane before. He took out a magic scroll, a legendary level engineering item, from his pocket. It suppressed the magical power around him for 10 minutes. This joke was disposable, but worth tens of gold coins. The mana limiter was similar to the night butterfly flower reagent Elvira used, only this one suppressed high-level magic as well. It had a drawback. It took time to trigger and preparations to activate, but it was a dangerous item. They were outnumbered. There was no way to get through a group of experienced mercenaries. And what was worse, their team consisted entirely of mages. Laurel became nervous. As expected, her father had not come empty-handed. He knew the makeup of her group, and once the scroll worked, they would be finished. She asked him how he would answer to the academy for the incident, to which the madman laughed and said it was still better than losing his life. He sounded like some third-rate villain, shaking up the world with limiting magic, Ed thought. If LT survives, it will be a major factor in the world. He had to leave the scene after being stabbed in the back by Laurel, the evil in the flesh that had killed her parents and used her herself to accomplish his goals. But Ed didn't dislike him. After all, the reason Elta is so desperate to get in their way is because he's trying to survive, just like Ed himself. But even so, he wasn't going to give in. All of this wasn't an attempt to honestly eliminate variables in the script. It was just his selfishness, Ed thought, and said to the lazy cat, "Stop snoozing," the girl stretched sweetly, climbing off his back. "Too noisy," the miniature sorceress said, and everyone was blinded by a flash of magic. Magical discharges boomed around her as Lazy Lucy awakened. The last book the great magician Glock wrote in seclusion, in a hut unknown to anyone but one girl. He already had talent and the blessing of the stars. But Glock thought that was no reason to stop learning, he told Lucy. Use the power for good and be prepared for the loneliness that will overtake you. For the power of superiority accompanies loneliness. Glock asked, promising him 3 things: not to kill, to avoid having little hands stained with blood, even if it was an accident. Also, at least while she was studying and living in Sylvania, to live like the rest of the students. The girl remembered her promise. The mercenaries LT brought were the best, already because they were all veterans. All their lives they had walked on a knife edge avoiding death, and managed to survive. And now their evolved instincts were telling them to stop immediately. Elta shouted to them that they were crazy for standing still. But those who were younger, this instinct was not so strongly developed. They did not know this magic and went into battle. Being a mage, Lucy wasn't very good at using magic. It was just the physical forces that appeared. Under the pressure of the magical forces, the mercenary was thrown back by the impact. Elta became nervous. There was still a little time left before the scroll was activated. Lucy realized that he was the leader, which meant that only he needed to be eliminated and prepared to snap. But Ed put a hand on her shoulder and stopped her. Elt was already broken as it was, and shamed. And in that instant, he felt an earthquake, and at once he realized what had caused it. 7 great stars have created a lineage, Professor Glass star magic, that by its level makes the laws of nature shudder. Finally awakened as if the devil's coming to earth had happened. The final scene of the 2nd act, the magical tower that covered the sky. Mack should have already destroyed all the monsters in the sewers and gotten the mandatory skills. Even though it took a long time for him to get his team together, he was able to hold off Glass. Glass magic was different than usual, so everyone except Ed was shocked. Even Jane and Laurel didn't realize what was going on. Each of the 10 towers was absorbing stellar energy, Lucy said after barely glancing at them. She immediately understood Glass' intent and knew it was possible. Raising the dead, the girl whispered, and was stunned by her discovery. Epilogue: after the end of the 2nd act, Lucy talked like this, waking up after everything that happened. The scenario was for her to sleep on the roof as usual. But if you wake her up and take her on the team, Professor Glass will get in trouble, and then he'll propose to her. To bring back to life not Sylvania, but another star mage, her apprentice. The great magician Glockta, Lucy's teacher, after which she becomes an enemy. The player's team is immediately destroyed, and a bad ending ensues. All that's left to do is watch Lucy walk lonely away from the sewers. Though she's not the enemy, there's no way to defeat her. Since the divergence from the original story happened suddenly, Ed was able to make his changes by intervening personally. Sometimes it seemed to him that these changes could prevent a bad ending, he thought as the scroll activated. A vase appeared, drawing in all the magical power. Elta directed her action at Lucy, who was staring at the magical towers of glass as if mesmerized. Elta gave orders to the remaining men. The students were now unprotected. But turning around on the mercenary, Ed effortlessly used the wind blade, easily throwing it away. Scroll couldn't contain even him, Elta's face frozen with a mask of amazement. Even legendary-level suppression items had their own limitations. Everything has its exceptions. Lucy said she's in a hurry. There's a place she wants to go. LT looked at the sorceress with a crazed look. He was on the verge of life and death and seemed tiny in front of Lucy. He sensed his imminent doom, and the lazy cat charged its flick. Ed told her that if she couldn't kill him, she'd better stop. And the sorceress wondered if he was worried about the life of a rogue. She immediately remembered the promise she had made to her teacher. Ed looked at Lucy silently, as if he'd already accepted either outcome. But the girl abandoned her intentions and turned to leave. Ed asked her where she was going, and the lazy cat replied that she was on business. Conversations with Ed always ended that way. She thought he wouldn't answer, but Ed asked if she was sure she wouldn't regret her decision later. And Lucy reflected, loss is inevitable. One who has experienced it becomes resilient, though it is sad, Glock wrote, and wished his student to be stronger in the pages of his book. She became the point in his life, because the last sentence he entrusted to her, the old man died with a smile on his face. Lucy replied briefly that she wouldn't regret it and beamed. All the mercenaries to the number of 50 made their way off the island in their boats. Ed put aside thoughts of how to deal with the defeated Elta and climbed the hill, breathing heavily. First, we need to lure his recruits into the organization. Laurel took it upon herself to execute the sentence. Ed gave it his best shot. Getting to the top quickly was not easy. The Tricks building's the starting point of this episode, a lone tower on a hill. Glass took the seal of the sage. During the ritual of the transfer, Mack chased him, and that's where the story begins. There was something ironic that this was where it all started, and this was where it was going to end. Ed opened the doors to the roof. Glock lived poorly. All his possessions he betrayed to the academy. Traces were left in every corner of the academy. So it wasn't hard to find Lucy in a place from which the whole academy was visible. For her, this whole academy is a memory of the teacher who raised her. Sitting on the roof and observing the apocalyptic scene, Lucy asked again if he had any jerky. But Ed had to remind him that he'd already spoken, and Lucy tisked disappointedly. This conversation was something Ed was used to by now. He asked her what she was doing, and Lucy said she was reminiscing about the past, and patted the one next to her, inviting her to sit down next to him. Ed glanced over the edge of the railing. If he fell from here, instant death awaited him. It had been hard on Lucy in the past. She had cried a lot, but that was why she had been released. She thought for a long time about the reason for her relief, but then realized it was simple. Too much time had passed. It had been so long, and she kept trying to heal her wounds like a fool. She just needed to save her grandfather with her ancestral magic and not let him get away. Glock finished all his business before he died, so for the Archmage, resurrection would be the strongest poison, and she would have to kill him again. Lucy knew from the beginning that the rescue, or whatever it was a manifestation of her greed. Ed asked her if she was really all right now. For his part, he could not dissuade her and tell her not to go. But at the same time, he couldn't help but ask her why. Lucy, who wanted to resurrect her teacher, changed her mind. If she goes back on her wish, something terrible could happen. For a second, Ed thought she was going to talk about meat again, but Lucy asked to borrow his shoulder and pressed herself against him. Ed wondered why it was necessary to sit on the very edge, but looking at the dazzling display in front of them, realized what it was all about. In the future, it will be extremely difficult to find those who will study star magic as passionately as Glassed. The magic of rebirth. It is the end. Dead is dead, and you can only reverse the loss with what is given for the moment. And Lucy realized that. So they sat together, watching the magical tower soar upward, and the stars seemed to grow taller than usual. A steel giant rose up from the depths to protect the offering. The team of students froze in indecision before him, an ancient weapon created by Glass using star magic, a magical golem. Aaliyah was encased in his core, and Glass had control of the machine. He aimed full force at the pesky Mack and his friends. They were saved by Zix, who possessed power as good as a golem. Turning around, he shouted to Mack to move forward. As the golem froze unmoving, Mack tore upward on his arm. He was able to attack Glass, and the professor cursed his short-sightedness. From some point, he could no longer see anything without his glasses. Mack's sword reached its target and wounded him. A teacher's life is a static law. He lived in his office, studying the Sage Seal, analyzing star magic. It was only in passing that he saw that it had snowed outside his window. A freshman girl from the Elements faculty coming into his office all the time. She keeps saying she wants to study star magic. It's raining outside, and the assistant in the office that caused trouble always comes in and tearfully apologizes. Blowing in the spring wind, the academy's best dean stopped by. Even after he became rector, nothing had changed, still dropped by for a cup of tea. That's how he lived his life, sitting in one place, all bogged down in his work. He wanted the painful memories to disappear one day. Even a wounded Glass was able to knock Mack back with a shockwave. He applied a small-time reversal, and the star magic reversed his wounds. But the pain of the memories didn't go away. With a wave of his hand, Glass caused a huge flash. Six, who had been holding the golem the entire time, began to slump down. A huge flash of magic covered the entire battlefield. Glass applied a multi-layered time prison, and the whole troop froze, caught in a trap from which there was no escape. Zix grabbed Mack and pushed him away from Glass' attack, but got caught in a wave of stoppage himself. Mack hooked the wreckage of his sword into the wall of the magic tower. Sometimes his vision becomes blurry, and then he sees something behind the darkness of his eyelids. And that's his main loss, thought Glass. Closing his eyes, he had almost reached his goal, when the poppy climbed out onto the roof of the magic tower, holding a splintered sword. Glass shouted at him to give up and didn't try to stop him. He was going hard against reality. The golem that was supposed to take down Mack exploded after many cuts when he applied his skills. The flames of the explosion nearly knocked the professor to the ground, but he steadied himself. Mack used the holy sword technique, his hair turning white as snow. But even a full resolution golem could be reversed. Time was moving backwards, even for the guys he slowed down. Glass shouted that all was useless, even if his remaining lifeline was cut off. But then he was pierced by the barrier's ice magic, followed by being lowered by an ice spear. Six, who had thawed out from the magic of time, came to help Mack again. The entire squad acted cohesively to neutralize the professor's forces. It was then that Glass realized he had reached his limit. There was a monstrous explosion, and the golem that was no longer protected by magic was destroyed. And Mack managed to pull Aaliyah out of the core at the last second. The professor admitted defeat and fell from the roof of the main tower itself. He missed Muri so much, the professor thought as he fell into the abyss. But then he activated the pre-prepared magical transfer circle. With the power of star magic, he moved under a tree near the academy. He had prepared it in case he escaped, but activated it too late, already useless to stop the bleeding with magic. Even in the original script, there was no follow-up from the professor. One look was enough to realize, the professor is going to die here, Ed thought. An hour earlier, when the battle in the magic tower had just begun, Jane kicked the mercenaries off the island, and LT was imprisoned in a trading company, all problems fixed. Laurel was in a hurry to get to the meeting they had arranged. She just needed to check that Ed was okay. And she caught him down by the Trix Tower, along with Lucy, who was clinging to his sleeve. And it didn't escape the gaze of the sharp-eyed Laurel. She experienced the feeling again. All her instincts were screaming and kicking in alarm at the danger. At this time, student Dorothy and Professor Claire's assistant showed up, which means the situation in the reservoir has been resolved. Both girls were crying, Ed wondered. He didn't know why. And then their cries changed to screams of terror, but they looked past him. As Jane landed behind Ed, their squad was back together. Earlier, when he told her that the magic tower was powered by star magic, she wanted to check something out. Even though her actions lately resembled total surveillance of Ed, she originally wanted to protect the northern forest. However, a few days ago, Tarkin had detected a magical energy similar to the one now emanating from the tower. However, there were no magical towers in the northern forest, and they wondered what Glass was doing there. In the novel, nothing happened after the main events. Ed thought about leaving it that way, but even Elte being a fake boss had a huge impact on the plot. It's hard to imagine what the professor was capable of if he didn't leave the scene. Then they did go to check. Glass was lying under a tree and asked him why he wasn't home at curfew. Jane came to dread being more sensitive to such scenes. Glass told them he was just looking at the moon, even though he looked ridiculous. Jane objected that it wasn't, but the professor laughed to himself. It was because he realized he had failed, Ed said, and the professor praised him as they said he had been defeated by mere students. Even if Glass won, he would be defeated by Principal Opal. Ed was a more talented student than he had originally thought. It wasn't like him to notice him so late. He kidnapped Ed to somehow incorporate him into his plan because of his magnificent talent. But the scheme failed as the young man overworked himself. So he caught him in a hurry, but when he returned, Ed had already escaped. Dying alone was a small price to pay for what he had done. But his 17 years lived with his daughter had not been lonely. 17 years, so much and yet so little. Ed asked the professor if he hadn't been friends with Claire. If their relationship had lasted until his retirement, it would have been exactly 17 years. He told Glass that he met Claire on the way here, and she cried, even though his horrible character and deeds. He was the most stubborn old man Claire had ever met, an arrogant grouch who turned all the work over to her. And yet he was the ultimate scientist, in every sense of the word. Perhaps Claire had guessed his plans. Dorothy too said in a trembling voice that she did not know of his plans, but to her he was a precious teacher that he had discovered her talent. Even so, the professor was the one who arbitrarily took the student's life, and no one will deny the fact that he is a criminal. But now, while he was thinking about his life, there was no one around. That's why he mocked himself for dying alone. But it was a delusion. If you think about it, Claire becoming a teacher at such a young age, and Dorothy, a senior in the alchemy department, were the ones who were considered untalented. But the professor, even though he said they were no good, kept stimulating their development time and again, revealing the talents of each. Just as he said his daughter had value too. He spent too much time in the company of others to die alone because he was a benefactor in the hearts of others. He was extremely nearsighted, and at some point he stopped seeing what was in front of his eyes and even himself. The professor visited the soul's library and praised Ed for his hard work. He picked out all the legendary recipes, but said it didn't make sense. Since Ed had made a mess of things himself, he should put things in order, the professor told him and handed him the key. That private library is his now, the professor whispered. Ed asked why the key was being given to him, and the professor told him off for his displeasure. At the bottom of the desk that Rain's ghost was guarding was a safe. After completing his investigations, he should head there, the professor warned. He turned the last words to Lucy, who was beside him. He wished she would look around her sometimes and not repeat his mistakes. Ed wanted to see Lucy's face at that moment, but the only thing he saw was Professor Glass closing his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. He was lying serenely under a tree in the soft moonlight, and you'd think he was just sleeping. So for a while they just stared at him, not believing he was gone. The dean reprimanded Ed for getting into a bind again, as he had done with the capture of Ophelis, so now also the seal of the sage. Moreover, he had been in the thick of it as a completely unlucky person. All night long Ed had listened to the rector's lectures, which was the main bad luck. According to him, the dean realized that Ed didn't know why he was kidnapped and then ran off on his own, after which he confronted Mack. Ed said it was like that. Jane and Laurel quickly came to his rescue. Then Dean asked why he had left Ayla alone. Ed replied that the girl was unable to move and completely distrusted him. That's why he went alone for backup, Ed replied, but the dean interrupted him sharply. He strongly suspected the fallen nobleman and did not hide it, no wonder. For Ed's words, though logical, his story was full of coincidences. Even though he was pretending to be a third party, the dean thought he still knew a lot, but the guy just brushed it off. It was worth recognizing, however, that in the incident with the dormitory, that with the professor, he had suffered damage due to the negligence of the management. Ed was surprised that the dean held up his report card and the teacher noted his diligence in his studies. Therefore, the academy should reward him for his labors and endeavors, surprised his dean. Silently, he left the office, all in his musings, but he was already expected. Ed apologized to Jane for making her worry and asked if she was all right since she had to join the fight, but the girl waved her off. But after the sparrow's advice, said she didn't have full confidence in her health, so she suffered a little but saving him. Ed showed genuine concern and asked what was wrong with her, and Jane said her back hurt a little. Ed said he thought a lot of her, since she had shown so much diligence in helping him, that she even got hurt, whereas he took it all for granted, and asked if she felt anything after Glass' death. Having lost something, it was too late to regret. Ed said he's definitely ashamed, he feels like a burden, he's grateful to her, but she always suffers at the end. Ed took everything so seriously, not guessing at all about her game, and suggested to stop their connection because Jane immediately apologized for her lie. And Ed decided to change the awkward subject, remembering that she was living in Dex's dorm now. And he too, starting next semester, would be back in this building, which made Jane very happy. A lot of things happened, but it all went away in a flash. It was now safe to say the second act was flawlessly cleaned up. The dean suggested he end his life as a hermit and return to the normal life of a student. Ed was entitled to that. He let him go back to his dormitory, and the lad looked wistfully at his woodsman's cabin. He was filled with greed, built a fence, sowed annual plants, strengthened the dwelling, but it was all to no avail. Which means his life in this hermit camp is over. But as he walked into the house, Lucy fell out of the sky, and she was wearing only her sleep pajamas. It was starting to rain. The little girl was walking through the forest. This place was not an academy, but a mountain range in the north. After so many years, she had a dream about her childhood. Lucy realized when she saw the familiar house. And she thought that maybe through the shroud of sleep, she could see the old man again. But a very different picture appeared before her, instead of the expected dusty, cobwebby stench. It was a nightmare in which a dead man turned to her, screamed, and asked why she hadn't saved him. Lucy woke up in a bad mood after a nightmare. The maid that came by to wake her up said it was time to get ready for class. But Lucy used a high-ranking teleportation spell and disappeared in a purple flash. She didn't know for what reason herself, but she felt like traveling to the northern part of the forest. The young man who lived in the house he built himself was coming back. For no particular reason, she felt calmer in her soul when she saw him. But when she heard the words that he would leave, she lost her balance and fell. Like all feline representatives, she was very unpredictable. If you want to touch a cat, they avoid it and stuff themselves. But if you're busy, they start tailing you. It's worth noting that all cats are just that, and making them obedient is not easy. To get what you want, you need to immediately refuse any show of interest in them. If they want to get a feline familiar, they just need to get attention and take a neutral stance, the teacher said. Then the cat will reach out to you on its own. Although it's more difficult than building a loving relationship, the monstrosity professor said. The lecturer Flavian was very experienced. The course was very popular. Ed's grades were low, but that's why things got better. His progress became so high that even by outline, he outperformed many. The class was over, and the instructor asked him to stay late and stop by his lab. Professor Flavian asked him if he knew of an undergraduate scholarship that gives a discount for tuition. It was a good opportunity for Ed, and he asked about the specifics of the job. Most of the professors had done their job, but Claire needed help. She had quite a backlog of things to do. His student Annis had amazing abilities to handle everything, make syllabi, administer freshman exams. Flavian asked not to get into too strict a pose at the first-year meeting. Ed wondered if among the newcomers to the academy would be the same man. Laurel's magical sense was going crazy, and she didn't know what was going on. He wondered about something else. Could he really sell it to Crade? Ed had originally approached her because he didn't want the thing to go to the Duke. But immediately she pulled herself together. She had to think about the proceeds. After all, she had bought the book for resale. Should be more sneaky, Laurel convinced herself, and decided not to put things off. Of course, she didn't think he would grant any of her requests when she reread Ed's letter. Only if she has the certificate, the sly fox smiled at her thoughts. She had a special winter break announcement on her desk, but Professor Glass was gone, and there was the question of who would replace him. No longer would she have to waste her nerves over camp. It was the end of the semester now, so Laurel wasn't the only one busy. Jane and Ed were all laboring like crazy. There's a high probability that nothing will change in Lucy either, Laurel thought as she flexed her quill. Suddenly she felt a strange uneasiness, and she couldn't understand from where. Lucy tells Ed that he is running out of firewood. With the cold weather coming, he won't have enough of his supply. And he hadn't gone hunting lately, the girl said. And Ed was surprised at her unusual participation. He looked at her and thought he looked negligent in her eyes, but soon they would see each other less often, and that way the scenario could be stabilized. Jane came running into camp. Her classes were over for the day, afternoon lectures canceled. With the vacations coming, she won't be able to visit the camp, so she should come here as often as possible, the girl said. She was having fun here, so much so that she even felt upset that it was over, she said under Lucy's gaze. Though it was a shame to part with the camp, a healthy environment was more important to Ed, and Jane said to visit her when he decided to move. While Jane chirped merrily, Ed thought it was time to visit the secret library of which Glass had left him the key. And Jane put a letter in his palm with the key. It was an application for a room in Dex. It had to be submitted soon so as not to miss the chance. Ed thanked the girl for taking care of even for such little things. She offered to help compose it. This was the important part. Therefore, Jane wanted to solve it at once, but a shadow flashed before her. Lucy covered Ed as if he were being threatened by a pack of hyenas. Lucy didn't know what to say or even how to explain her impulsive behavior, so she just told her to stop. Turning to Ed, she said in a shaky voice not to take it. That was the day it all started, Ed thought, staring at the sorceress in surprise. Jane was still helping him practice his spirit magic. Ed was making progress, but something was troubling Jane. She felt an intrusive presence. Unable to bear it, the girl asked Lucy what she had done wrong. Normally, Lucy's outward, tidy appearance was overseen by Ophelus maids, but today the enchantress had run away from them since morning. Ed's mana had also increased. At this rate, he would be able to master mid-level magic. He was quietly reading a book when a lone cat landed in his lap. She kept up with him even at lunch at the academy, and Ed, who usually ignored her, didn't know what had gotten into her. For some reason, it was Jane that the lazy cat regarded with particular hostility, though the latter offered her apologies, though she looked more like a guardian than an aggressor. Anyway, learning mid-level magic was harder than he thought. Even in a full day, Ed hadn't mastered the basics. Lucy asked him what he was going to do when she left, and Ed replied that he was just going to visit a place. He also had to check the fireplace and the fire. The temperature was dropping below freezing at night. If anything was wrong, you could freeze to death. Though if he moved into the dorms, he wouldn't have to think about such a thing anymore. There were things to do before going to Glass Library anyway. But Lucy kept up and came closer, seeking his gaze demandingly. Without realizing why, she offered to go together. Ed was coming down the rope he had tied to the tree, through the passage Lucy had made last time, and asked why she was coming with him. The enchantress replied that he could have come down simply by using her magic. Ed decided to drop the subject anyway. He had to see if he could get down or up here on his own. He wasn't able to take all the goodies at once, which meant he'd have to come here more than once. Ed pushed back the broken table. Who would have thought Glast would set up his stash in a place like this? He didn't know why the professor kept the key with him until the end. But when he stuck it in the lock and turned it, a flood of magic hit them in the face. The items ordered from Laurel would arrive soon, but Ed was contemplating ordering a ladder from her. He could barely climb with the load. He offered her a break, and Lucy asked what kind of item he'd taken from the stash. Ed showed her the Phoenix ring that distorted the timeline, transferring power from the future to the present. It gave the use of the powers of the future self in the present, so he could already use high-rank magic right now. But if you use it, you'll be incapable of combat for a long time, equal to the amount of effort expended. If one used such power hastily, the toll would be enormous. If he wanted to use it in battle, he could only do so while pinned down. But if it wasn't about fighting, such as a spirit contract, Jane could control strong spirits because of her huge mana reserve. Beginning spellcasters had little experience, and mana, even just to talk to a spirit, took practice. But if one increased the maximum magic power even temporarily, then a contract with a high-ranked spirit would be in his pocket. There were risks here too. Lucy said that if she had the time, she would have created something else. But Ed objected that it was all a relic of the past and not worth thinking about. After all, even if he went back to the library, he wouldn't find anything more valuable than this, Ed said and returned the ring to his pocket. The professor wouldn't waste time on useless things. Ed had something in his hands that could break the limit of magical power. It was for this reason that the professor started studying magical engineering. He hid it from everyone until the very end. It was all a gift for his daughter. As they walked up, Lucy started from afar, with a story about a lost button that she hadn't paid attention to before until it was gone. She was exhausted about it because it often happens that what you think is important disappears at some point, the girl said. Maybe it was about nothing, but then it turns out to have weight. She wanted to ask him something. That's why she went after Ed. It was about him moving back into the dormitory, albeit for commoners. With trepidation, Lucy asked him not to move if at all possible. It was a phrase that couldn't be pulled out of a taciturn cat with a pincer. In his heart of hearts, Ed held neutrality. Both options had their advantages. If he moves to Dex, his life will be more comfortable. And living in the woods in this weather is crazy, Ed said. Lucy covered her face with the wide brim of her witch hat and agreed with him. She noticed that it was about to start raining. Usually Lucy was always accurate in predicting the arrival of bad weather. But her predictions weren't always accurate, Ed thought, looking at the crimson clouds in the sky from which white flakes sprinkled. After all, rain was not the only state of water that fell from the sky. The prolonged period of rain had long since passed, but still reminding them of themselves, they stared silently into the sky. Ed said, as if offhand, that he'd been busy lately, that he hadn't had time to make firewood for the winter, and asked her to help with that. After all, he couldn't do it alone, and she'd said so herself. Hearing his words, the girl immediately grabbed him into her arms. Even though she was lighter than a feather, Ed still fell to the ground from her onslaught. She didn't believe he would stay, and Ed said he was already used to camp life, and with a little more work on the conditions, camp life would offer more perks. Lucy clung to him again, dropping him to the ground, tacitly ending the second act. When I close my eyes, a whole bunch of thoughts pop into my head about the upcoming confrontation, the battle for the post of student council president, until the new enemies that join as rookie students to the academy, and the final boss of the third act, Lucy Merrill. Even though the case is not simple, Ed decided to leave the worries for a while, because after the next episode, everything will be fine. He had such confidence because, after all the scenes and trials, it was the first time he had seen such an expression on Lucy Merrill's face. It was winter, the time of year when the cold weather comes, although it snowed but the weather was quiet. Ed made it a rule not to overwork, even if there was a lot to do, but tomorrow there was a lot of things to do at the academy, so today was the day to solve all the issues at the camp. We had to deal with firewood, provisions. The cold weather had extended the shelf life, and he was able to stockpile the right amount of provisions quickly. Ed gave up his dormitory in exchange for a tuition discount, and so was able to work out the payment issue, no longer having to work as hard as he did in the beginning. He looked unhappily at Lucy, who was all but asleep, but stopped kicking the cat out of the house. She wouldn't have frozen anyway, as she was surrounded by protective magi. But it was more a matter of mood, a sense of relaxation that one would never know when else to experience. And as far as the lowest point of risk was concerned, now was the perfect moment to summon the Lord of the Forest, Marie, and Ed clenched the ring. Winter dressed the academy in white clothes. The snow covered all available surfaces with a thin layer, and as if immersed everyone in a fairy tale world. On such a frosty and sunny day, there is nothing better than delicious desserts from the former pastry chef of the emperor himself, on the atmospheric terrace where the smell of flowers and fresh pastries wafts. These top-notch Leipol's desserts are hard to grab because of the huge line. Such extreme measures were necessary to lure Janica Filova to the tea party, which made the girl embarrassed. The subject of their conversation was Ed Taylor, from whom Janica had completely lost her head, which caused her friend Clara to become very excited. An altercation immediately broke out between the two. The girl with pink hair immediately began to deny everything vigorously. Clara had noticed a long time ago that her friend was reacting very differently to the guy than other people, but decided to leave it at that for the time being. Gazing intently into Janica's eyes, she asked if her heart was beating more often, so much so that she couldn't even look at it. Janica wanted to turn away, but Clara insisted, and eventually the girl gave in, but objected that her feelings were more like comfort and warmth. "This is it," shouted Clara. "One of the worst endings in a relationship awaits her. Bad ending 13, nice friend." Janica immediately shuddered at those words. "Their relationship is one-sided. He should think more about her," shouted a heated Clara. "Is it possible to call a normal relationship where only one party confesses feelings and goes everywhere on the heels?" Spirits were also in agreement with the perky friend. It was already winter vacation. Clara hurried to think of a plan, because soon she would go to her parents, and during this time things could get even worse. Because Ed had a rather attractive face, so women to him and reach for it. Instead of running after him, she should have made him feel cared for and protected. Their third friend had been listening silently to the conversation all this time. Clara knew a lot about relationships from talking to her friends about love affairs, so her words made sense. However, Clara initially misjudged Ed Taylor. The whole point is that Janica already liked this guy, and the academy staff, common friends, speak well of him. Now everyone trusts this guy. The girl returned the mug to the saucer in a sedate manner without a cluck. A thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Still, she too thought very differently about this guy. Professor Claire was acting confused as usual, the librarian reprimanding her for not returning a book on time. Looking at her, one couldn't help but wonder how such a person became a professor in the first place. But anyway, the other professors recognized that Claire has a special ability She's lucky for people. That's how Claire managed to finish her training under the great minds of Glast and Flavern. She got the best assistant everywhere and in everything, faithfully helping her. That's how Claire, that was good only in studies, coped with different tasks. And this assistant's name was Anise Halane, a sophomore in the magic department. Even though she was only a sophomore, she could give anyone a head start, a first-class assistant. And the fact that Claire's lab is always crystal clear is due to Anise. All day long, this student gathers information in the student library in the Tricks building, reaching even to the dorm room on duty. And if a critical moment comes, Anise can always put on a nice smile and avoid suspicion. Few people saw this girl's true face except for Janika and Clara. It was normal for her to wear a mask when it came to human interactions. Only 20 minutes remained until the docent arrived with the food from the bakery. And until then, Anise needed to analyze the information about Ed Taylor's identity. His family was one of the most influential in the empire. One son, two daughters. Anise read his dossier, which was too superficial to deem it useful. Crepin Taylor was already recognized as an heir at the age of 2, baptized in church at 5, taught etiquette at 8, other disciplines at 12, and in his first year was not distinguished by any special talents. Anise's family got into trouble as soon as the girl became a student, so she survived as best she could in the academy, became an assistant, and got a scholarship. The girl had a special ability to survive, and Laurel was a role model for her, even though she was a year younger. Of course, Anise wasn't as good with money, but she had her talents. So she started looking at Ed's file again. He grew up in a strict authoritarian family and never had a problem with money. He hasn't shown any academic success for a whole year, is most likely not confident in himself, and prefers a soft, gentle image in girls. He takes the initiative, but avoids responsibility, does not enter into discussions, does not want to stand out, appearance is important to him, likes expensive things, is especially obsessed with the topic of profit. Anise's analysis was very long and could not fit into one sentence. When she had finished it, a cheerful Professor Claire entered the room and announced that she had brought cakes from Mont Blanc Bakery, suggesting a proper snack. She was surprised as usual to find the tea already brewed, as if Anise had known the professor would be coming from the bakery. Claire carelessly picked up the cup and, in her usual clumsiness, and spilled the contents on the floor. The professor was immediately afraid that she was about to get a scolding from her assistant for her sloppiness. But the girl was surprisingly courteous and only worriedly asked if the professor had burned herself. Claire was very surprised to see such an unusual scene, for usually her assistant was reserved and cold. The culprit of so many events that he didn't even know about was walking along the corridors of the academy and adjusting his uniform, glad that during the vacation it could be worn without thinking about washing. The uniform wouldn't make much difference to her workload, and he is often with the one she serves, Belle replied. As usual, she carried herself with the dignity of the best maid. Tidying up Lucy's uniform, she found a lot of golden hair. And when she washes his clothes, she smells the scent of scented candles and finds Lucy's blonde hair. Ed thought about it. The talented sorceress had gotten picky lately. The boy looked at the maid and wondered who she would be if she hadn't been here, with such keen powers of observation. Belle asked thoughtfully why he was so respectful of her. Ed replied that it was just more comfortable for him and didn't even listen to the objection of the maid, who wasn't used to being addressed that way. There was a subtle calculation behind it. Belle could soon become head maid, the highest status among the academic staff, and since he was no longer a nobleman, he could not afford to speak without respect. And this woman always acted strangely, so it could be considered a special precaution. They stared at each other for a while. Then Ed brought his reasoning to Belle. Since she is the head maid and in charge of a lot of things, he is obliged to address her formally. To this, the maid reminded him that a guy has to take care of a lot more things than she does, and therefore should talk to her as usual. Too much anxiety can be a problem. However, one chooses to choose young ladies, she added humbly with a glance out the window. Ed didn't hesitate to talk to her about the laundry. The work stabilized. Ophelis restored now. Everything was fine, the maid told him. Ed also stood at the window. The building had been restored in just one semester, and new students would be moving in soon. Among them will be the very one he has already applied and will be coming soon, warned the enigmatically Belle. Tanya Taylor, Ed finished for her. He already knew everything, which surprised the maid. These vacations will be problematic, thought the guy, and sighed heavily, and his sister will arrive soon. Zix performed complicated tricks that he had seen in a graphic novel about a leaf village. He was planning to go on vacation because his girlfriend Elka was also leaving, and the guy followed her everywhere like a faithful dog. Ed was planning to stay at the camp. He was going to transfer to the 3rd year, and he was only at an intermediate level of magic, which wasn't a bad result, since he'd only been at the elementary level a short time before. It wouldn't take long to overdo it, Zix worried, especially since it had happened before. Right now, his comrade was sitting by the fire without a single trace of magic, which meant he was once again practicing to the point of exhaustion.
The barbarian's hand quickly rested on his friend's forehead. Despite the frost, he immediately realized that he had a fever.
It was a strange scene that would have excited the imagination of many girls. Luckily, there were none around, Ed thought, and replied that he wouldn't be able to use magic for a while. Zix was characterized by impeccable composure. Since there was nothing life-threatening, he didn't worry about anything else and let the situation go. While the noble barbarian was getting dressed, he remembered that Aaliyah had asked about him and would like to apologize for the past misunderstanding. Zix didn't give away the location of the camp, for that was Ed's own business. The boy slammed his book down and replied indifferently that none of it mattered. He held no grudges and asked him to tell him that everything was fine and he didn't need to apologize. Zix realized that his friend was just indifferent to everyone, not angry. Ed took the opportunity to ask Zix to help him clean up Glass's former library, since he was good at keeping secrets, and promised a generous reward by throwing in a heavy coin purse. The barbarian wasn't used to money, but decided to treat the cleaning as a workout, asking why his friend needed the library. The workshop, the mage answered briefly and began to draw something on the paper. Zix was surprised. The boy was already practicing magic, learning to survive in the camp, archery, and from tomorrow the academy classes would begin, so it wouldn't take long to exhaust himself. And the one who was closest to it was Professor Claire. She had been given the task of putting together a syllabus and schedule on a deadline, so since then she had been awake for 44 hours, if that was what you could call her zombie mode. Therefore, her assistant volunteered to give the opening speech instead, which was announced to the students in front of them. They all had to prepare for the freshman entrance exam, which was needed to determine their abilities. Every year, Professor Glass conducted this test, but this year the task fell on the shoulders of Claire and her assistant. Of course, Ed knew all the results in advance. The only thing that surprised him was that Clevius decided to join them. Last year's exam was held in the northeast of Aiken Island in the forest. This time the place was chosen to be the northwest slope of the mountain. Clevius was assigned to pick up the supplies Anise had requested from Trix. Onyx will have to help her, Anise told the simple-minded boy who blushed at those words and smiled incredulously. Ed was last. Anise paused and turned around in a circle, as if so he could admire her from all sides. Claire and Janica had overlooked something. Ed Taylor is surrounded by many beautiful women. He's a ladies' man. And since they would be working together, Anise hoped to take advantage of this chance. She had carefully studied all the materials to realize his perfect type, because this guy was surely the kind of guy who couldn't resist such a temptation. Honest smiled radiantly and said that he would go with her. This girl was determined to separate him from Janica. Mount Orenson was scratching the crystal-clear winter sky with its lonely snowy peak. The weather was frosty but windless, so Anise didn't even change her shoes to winter shoes as they walked. She admonished Ed that young entrants could slip and get hurt here. The girl was out of breath from the long, though not very steep climb, so Ed suggested she take a break. Anise fixed her hair and with a slightly confused breath thanked him for his attentiveness. And also he is so strong. Before she had a different opinion because there were so many rumors, the girl admitted. Ed wondered what the other rumors were, and then Anise told him that she was a close friend of Janica's. Because she was worried, suddenly she would be socializing with a bad person. All this time she was acting too cold towards him. The guy replied with his indifferent, "It's okay," and went back to checking the long list of things to finish. After a little thought, the guy canceled that she must be tired of carrying everything on her own as the professor's assistant. And immediately he felt a soft touch on his arm. "It's okay because he's with her," said the girl's gentle voice. Those two were helping, but he was a great help, and his hand felt as if it had been placed in a soft trap from which there was no escape. Then Anise suddenly spoke of his excommunication from the Taylor family. Something similar happened to Annis when she first entered the academy. Her family got into trouble, and she had to deal with everything on her own. That winter seemed endless, the girl said, and let the wind play with her hair, leaving a pink blush on her cheeks from its cold touch. Ed immediately sensed that this girl gave off the impression of a strong person who was used to solving many problems alone. The guy cheered the girl up. She was handling everything just fine, but her image was alarming. Anise was so emotional now and openly smiled sweetly with words of gratitude, though she is usually a calculating realist. Anise took a step and stumbled against the rock, leaning on his broad chest to keep from falling. Ed held her light body with his hands. He did not see a single stone on the snow-covered ground that he could trip over. The girl immediately pulled away to calm herself and complained of heat in her chest. She asked the boy to stay here and promised to come back soon. Ed just waited with a nonchalant face to see how it would turn out. Anise moved deeper into the woods so she couldn't be seen and crouched down on a fallen tree trunk. Ed looked overly wary, as if he was afraid of her. She showed him the image of a comrade in misfortune, a sense of empathy for his troubles, strong, but in its own way, and weak girl who needs to protect. Anise did not know exactly what type he liked more, so she combined several traits at once. She also set up an accident with a fall at the end. Body contact is very important. It was all played out like a play-by-play, but now she wondered if it was too much all at once. Anise was not unaware of the fact that underneath the dense material of the uniform, hidden strong male body, it excited the girl. She did not think that to keep cool would be more difficult than thought at first. At first it seemed that this guy was just a superficial scion of a rich family, but he was smart, and his looks through Anise's eyes, Ed looked like a real hottie. So she no longer wondered why Janica had chosen this guy. And the more she thought about it, the heavier her heart beat. This is it, Anise suddenly realized. This is how this guy seduces women. However, this one won't work on her, Ed Taylor, the girl said to herself. Meanwhile, the boy was admiring the beautiful view that opened before him, so stunning that he forgot for a moment all his worries. But he still had a lot of things to do that Ed didn't know how to solve, and they hung heavy over him. Problems related to dear little sister, mean miss is a phrase that perfectly describes her. The daughter of a duke, she became the ultimate political genius and quickly entangled the entire academy thanks to her skills. Her goal is to become head of the council for the first time in the academy's history as a first year, and the first part of that plan is to win over all the influential people to her side. Belle had told him that she would be arriving at the academy before anyone else, obviously to grab as much power and influence as possible before the semester began. This girl is not some minor character, but a real villain. The knowledge of the future was still fresh in his mind, so Ed expected to be able to prepare for her arrival. The main issue, however, was how his sister would treat him. Tanya knew everything about him. She knew the real Ed Taylor for what he was, unlike him. Since he is given the role of a minor character who disappears shortly after the story begins and is never heard from again, his story is not revealed here at all. And Ed unfortunately didn't have any leads. It was a question that could not be solved, no matter how much you thought about it, and the mage only breathed deeper into the clean air of the mountains. Garbage is what he is, said the girl who rode in the carriage straight to the academy building, as a noblewoman should. Sylvania Academy is full of bright stars, like Princess Cloel of the Empire, a responsible representative of the Elty Guild, and a girl who can summon spirits as a teenager. The Master of Alchemy studied here, along with the swordsman who commanded the Northern Zone, the one who mastered the Sword of Nortondale, and the most prominent of them all, a rare and brilliant sorceress, perhaps blessed by the mage Glock himself. The mere thought of meeting them made the girl's heart sink. She couldn't wait to join their ranks and live the full life of a student. Belle, the head maid, met her at the entrance to the dormitory and told her that her rooms on the 3rd floor were ready. The girl replied in a haughty tone for the maids to take care of the luggage. The first thing she was going to do was to deal with the shame of their family's recent removal from the family census. Tanya Taylor looked like a little kitten, but it was clear from her cold stare that the kitten had already grown fangs and claws. The second daughter of the Taylor family showed up to dispose of the trash. Before sending her off, her father gave her a letter stating that he was ready to support her in everything, so now she could get down to business. Clutching the letter to her chest, the girl was determined to fulfill all his expectations. Before sending her to the academy, her father gave her 2 instructions. He said that everyone would treat her with proper respect. According to her status, this land belongs to the scholars. It's a place where even a princess has to be respectful to the professors. And you can't be rude to anyone because of her noble status. Anyone who studies there longer than her is a senior fellow. So the first thing she did was to turn to the elders and started a conversation about the man who needed no introduction. For Tanya had known him since childhood and understood better than anyone else his bad character, which was the cause of the family's disgrace. Of course, the hardships of her childhood were no comparison, Tanya added immediately and smiled sweetly, the conversation flowing quite easily. There's no better way to build a relationship with someone than by showing that you have a common enemy and gossiping about it. That's what this determined little beast thought. Her brother is rude, has a weak character, and is so proud of himself that he never admits his mistakes, though he surprised them when he slightly improved his abilities after entering the academy. And even so, apparently he thought he was no less than an archmage. Tanya set the cup down gracefully with her pinky finger. Her brother's bad reputation was doing her good now. Tanya was sure that everything was going smoothly. It was a great opportunity for them. She began, and then suddenly stopped. It was hard to call it a conversation. She had been talking alone all this time. She was told to show respect to this man when meeting him, and to never treat him lightly, especially during a negotiation or transaction. Brother was involved with this upper-class woman in the Sage Seal Grimoire case. He wanted to add something else and change his mind. Just hang in there, Tanya. That was his older brother's admonition, and now the young schemer was gripped by a fear never seen before. What's the matter? The interlocutor asked and told her to continue, from which Tanya felt that she was in a vice and forgot how to breathe. She hesitantly asked the older one if it was possible that she was angry now. Laurel found this question amusing, so she grinned carnivorously, looking at the small girl in front of her. Ed bought a couple new skill books, Intermediate Summoning and Source Wind Magic. It had been a while since he'd picked up a book from Glass Library. Their main advantage was that there were no due dates, like at the academy. They had the incoming students sorted out. Anise seemed to be working even harder than he was, Ed thought, and stretched out his hand toward the fire, casting a spell. It was only then that he realized that he was still deprived of even the simplest magic, which made his life in the forest much easier. Unable to practice, the guy focused on theory, and in the meantime went back to the house for backup. The girl used to sleep anywhere, but now he was used to it. Pulling off the blanket, the mage found the girl in her bed sleeping peacefully and asked her to start a fire. Fortunately, it was easy to carry. Even for a little girl, it was very light. Barely moving a finger, Lucy effortlessly rekindled the extinguished fire. The lazy cat declared she wanted to be outside too. The boy sat her down on a log and stared into a book, but her sensitive nose caught the faint scent of perfume. Ed nodded. He had spent all day with Anise, and her floral scent soaked everywhere. And he also had a fever, said Lucy, from whom nothing could be hidden. She said in a sad voice, these thoughts always reminded her of her teacher. Lucy reached out, and he was touched by the soft, healing light of the spell. Since his mana was stagnant, she decided to help him. Ed had almost no mana left, and the sorceress called that experiment stupid. But it wasn't that bad. He'll be stronger by the end of winter, Lucy suddenly agreed with him. Leaving this conversation, the sorceress suddenly asked to stroke her head, realizing that this request sounded strange. Ed didn't refuse such a petty request, and soon the sorceress was nestled in his lap like a kitten. If she were really a cat, she'd be purring with pleasure right now. Their measured idyll was broken by someone's intrusion, and Ed turned around at the sound of footsteps. Laurel herself appeared to him in person, though if she had told him in advance, he would have appeared in her company. The girl replied thoughtfully that she was going to say something to him anyway, and that was why she had come herself. The odd position she caught the two students in didn't escape her attention, but the sly fox decided not to roll up the scenes just yet. Tanya wasted no time, however, and approached the other student with a request. The gist of it was simple money in exchange for help in eliminating her brother. In addition, since the Elin family was known for a large number of archaeologists, Tanya had promised to donate a few antique items from the Taylor family's vault. It sounded like a very lucrative offer. But then their conspiratorial speeches reached the ears of one stern barbarian. He was more than a head taller, his uniform barely concealed his hardened body, and the magical power was beating in a powerful stream in his chest as he loomed menacingly over the girl. He menacingly asked her if she was Tanya Taylor, Ed's sister. Under his heavy gaze, the girl didn't look the least bit embarrassed and nodded back. Zix suddenly grinned and shouted over his shoulder that this girl was indeed Ed's sister. He placed an unusual round-shaped object in her childishly small hand and informed that it was a magical engineering item for new students, and she would be more comfortable with it. Zix also asked Elka for her class notes for the stoichology department, after which other supplies came into play. From their enthusiasm, Zix and Elka were even out of breath. Tanya, who was holding a whole box of presents, anxiously asked them if they had understood her suggestion correctly. Zix sighed understandingly. It was common for family members to fight like cat and dog, and with Ed's temper, there could be misunderstandings. In any case, they were glad to meet her, though they were in a hurry to get to their steamer that was waiting at the wharf. Zix told the girl that they are Ed's friends and owe a lot to each other. They have a special relationship, and noted that she is very similar to her brother, and her perseverance will definitely succeed. Lucky she was born into a good family, added the unaware noble barbarian, touching her shoulder. With a fervent wish of good luck, the freshman girl flopped right onto the sidewalk. It took her a few moments to realize what had just happened. Professor Claire, meanwhile, had nearly given her soul to God after days of nonstop work. Annis kept cheering her up. All they had to do was to deal with the placement tests, and they could rest for the rest of the vacation. The professor was amazed at the resilience of her assistant, who worked with her but looked much better. Maybe it was the power of youth, Claire thought, although she was still young. Annis was going through the papers that Onyx and Clevius were doing. They had to redo everything for them. One should not even expect them to be smart, because these students were paid by the family. Although Ed Taylor handled the paperwork flawlessly and had a good understanding of where incoming students might stumble or get lost on the mountainside, he handled the issues better than anyone else. It was hard to believe, as if this guy had gained experience outside of the academy. Claire pulled her assistant away from her musings and asked her how she'd been working with that guy. She whispered quietly in her ear that she had followed him once and found out that he had a camp in the woods. And it was quite large in size, and all the buildings in it, house, warehouse, smokehouse, were homemade. It was obvious how hard this man had worked, and his grades had even improved. So Professor Glass had taken a closer look at this student. In fact, he even made a contract with the spirit. That made them similar, the professor noted, for a niece, despite her background, could also handle many things. The girl thought about it. It was flattering to be held in such high esteem, and it seemed like Ed was a really nice guy. It was hard to wish them a happy love affair with Janica just based on public opinion, but facing them face to face, and after careful scrutiny, it became obvious what he was really like. But can he be called an ordinary guy? Noble appearance, no aristocratic arrogance. He even got a good grade from Professor Claire. Nice looks and a strong body, which she recognized by accident, while he smelled good and looked neat. Anise was so deep in her musings that the professor had to distract her again. The normally poised girl jumped up from her seat and opened the window sharply, letting in the rebellious wind, which immediately made its own arrangements on the desk with papers. This is a tragedy, Anise thought. Things have gone too far. Now she didn't know what to do with her heart, which was pounding frantically in her chest and burning like a furnace. But then the professor's recent words came to mind, that Ed had made a contract with the spirit by overcoming his barrier, which meant someone had obviously helped him. Most likely Janica helped the guy with his search, and the spirit he got was capable and reliable. Ed could rely on Janica for everything, Anise thought, and realized that her past strategy of being a soft and weak girl may have been wrong. Seeing the inexplicable worry on the assistant's face, Claire offered to go outside for a snack. But when I looked in the direction where the girl was standing, she was no longer there, as if she had flown out the window. Janica sat under a tree with a white crown. Her family's motto has always been harmony and coexistence, and her charm in caring and loving her loved ones. This is what always made the girl happy. Forgetting about loneliness, she was able to find loyal friends. But then the spirit told her about Anise and that guy. At the same time, another individual found the spellcaster in this sacred place and said hello to her. It was Laurel who advised Tanya to go to the spirit caster, who was considered one of the strongest in the academy and needed such an ally for her plan. But she clearly didn't show up at the best time, for Janica was burning with rage. The dragon's flames raged around her, and Laurel had said that this girl had a gentle and kind disposition, and therefore able to believe anything in the world. When Janica turned around, her eyes glowed with glowing embers and threatened to set the whole forest on fire. Sitting by the fire in the quiet weather, under the clear moon, a sense of peace and comfort enveloped them. Laurel finished finding all the rare ingredients Ed had asked her for. Some especially legendary ones were hard to find, especially in winter, so the mage thanked her for the trouble. for the young heiress of a major guild had plenty of things of her own to do as well. Ed handed her a cup of hot drink and asked the real purpose of the visit, for she wouldn't have come here just to say all this. Laurel pressed the hot mug to her chest and told her not to worry about it, for this time could be considered a vacation. A blissful smile did appear on her face. The moon was smiling at them too. Not long ago it had looked full face, but now it was almost hidden in the shadows. With their hectic lives, time flowed fast like a mountain stream. Everyone experienced this cold winter differently. For Ed, it became a struggle with nature. But those who liked to dream and fantasize felt winter peaceful, as if it had magical powers. Gaining her courage, Laurel finally asked why the third member of their revelers was sleeping there, and glanced down at his lap. Ed seemed surprised at the triviality of the question. The answer was obvious. It was winter, it was cold. Laurel couldn't be satisfied with that answer, but Ed didn't say anything else, and then she said she wouldn't have come just for their business. At his surprised look, she pulled something out of her pocket and an image of a book appeared in her hand. And then the letter appeared there. Laurel squinted slyly and told him not to pretend he didn't know what it was. He had once asked her to ransom the grimoire for him and promised to grant her any wish. Now, as a merchant, the girl expected to get something equal to her investment. Ed immediately realized that Laurel had a request. The sly fox nuzzled against his ear and whispered that she couldn't ask for something that might embarrass him. He should take her side, Laurel said. That was the third act of this story. The confrontation between Princess Fiona and Laurel had already begun, and the merchant had made the first move in this battle. Princess of Justice, Fiona Elias Clole, is her nemesis. If everything goes according to the script, she will become the representative of the students and increase her power, and with these powers, she will become the main character of the fourth scene, when the darkness covers Laurel's family. The alternative of choosing between the two might soon come up, and Laurel wanted her boyfriend to support her then. Fiona or Laurel, the outcome of this battle is usually up to the protagonist. Ed couldn't make a difference here. The girl nodded, realizing this, but gradually his reputation began to improve. Truthfully, little could change from the involvement of an ordinary student. She added the pure and bitter truth. However, Laurel was not concerned with political influence. His involvement mattered to her personally. Of course, he agreed. There was no reason for her to refuse. When they had all decided, Laurel released the envelope so dear to her heart into the fire and immediately disappeared. She smiled stunningly, revealing her straight white teeth. Not the first time Ed had noticed that there were many different personalities lurking inside this girl. But today she looked truly sincere and joyful. The morning greeted him with dazzling sunshine. Even though there were no classes on vacation, he had a lot of work to do with his scholarships. The mage wanted to sleep longer, but still woke up early out of habit. Following him out into the frosty morning was Lucy. Ed immediately asked her to light the fire. They had talked with Laurel all last night, but something had been on the boy's mind ever since the sly fox had informed him of the arrival of his sister, who was already plotting against him, though it was unclear whether it was a serious feud or a simple grudge. This girl seemed nice to Laurel, so she told her about some of the personalities that inhabited the walls of the academy. Tanya planned to go around looking for support and then show up to meet her brother. In this world, they were biological relatives, so it wasn't at all clear what their relationship would be. And no matter how much Ed thought about it, he knew nothing. He couldn't do anything either, so he just waited for the young duchess to come to him with a whole retinue of servants. Tanya said she had brought a present, but the girl herself looked tense and avoided his direct gaze. Ed interpreted this in his own way, thinking that in the past the owner of this body had behaved well with his family. He even apologized mentally to him for such prejudice and jumped up abruptly from his seat. His reaction only made Tanya shudder and squeeze harder. It was a learned reaction that she had little control over. The girl still remembered the eerie sound of the plate of food shattering. The brother decided to mess with the maid. He enjoyed the nonchalant face of his sister, who continued to eat no matter what. He behaved in a cruel and arrogant manner, simply throwing the food on the floor and scolding the unfortunate servants relentlessly. The arrogant aristocrat's boot trampled the defenseless maid's cheek. Such abuse sympathetic Tanya couldn't stand it and demanded it stop. She jumped up sharply from her seat, and her brother stared at her silently. He was enjoying this game. "Does she feel sympathy for these talking implements, Riley?" he asked, and his voice made his sister's heart clench. "In that case, she can't be called an aristocrat," Ed said, and laughed evilly. And now this man accepted her gift and thanked her with a soft smile on his face. The neat box contained a cufflink, and Ed promised to wear it from next year. He modestly noted that he was on the verge of an exception and had not expected a gift from her, but he was grateful for it. The mage turned around, went into the house, and asked to sit down to wait by the fire. There were almost no herbs left, the boy muttered, but immediately dismissed his doubts. There was nothing to save now, and with the speed of a bullet went into the house. He then brewed his tea and handed the mug to his sister, asking, since she had already looked around the academy, if she had met anyone. It turned out that Tanya had already heard something about him, and Ed was surprised because he didn't know much about him, unless it was Zix or Janika. These names made the young girl and her servants wince and stand in a line. Ed realized they'd seen each other before and smiled because Janika was the kindest person he knew. Tanya nodded nervously in response. Very friendly, also very strong, especially her fiery spirit with the help of which Janika threw her subordinates. Tanya remembered and quickly faltered, realizing that she had said too much. Ed wondered what Janika would be calling spirits with, and Tanya began to make excuses that she had just imagined it. In his recollection, his sister wasn't so soft. Something was wrong. Everyone who meets Ed Taylor has negative feelings about him. Gaining courage, Ed asked not to judge him harshly. For all his bad deeds, he had already been punished by exclusion. He had done a lot of bad things. Even if his apology was late, he was sorry for it. He wished her good luck in the upcoming elections, although he couldn't help her much. But he was sure that she would do her best. Even though Ed had said all this, he himself realized that Tanya would not be able to take the position he wanted. Originally, this now frightened girl was supposed to be an antagonist for Fiona, but since they were meeting for the first time, he felt he had to hold her up. The sisters' bewildered face still didn't clarify what their relationship would be. After their meeting, Tanya could barely stand on her feet from exhaustion. Of course, she knew this rascal, but still he was able to stun her. Even in the moment when she was almost burned alive by Tarkin's flames, Talk to Janika Tanya felt a genuine anger. It seemed that this senior girl really believed and followed her big brother. But it was so amazing to have so many outstanding students within the walls of the academy. Chief among them was considered Lucy Merrill, worthy of the title of natural disaster. And all of these people would reveal Ed Taylor's identity, no matter how skillful a liar he was. Tanya reached the door of her room on the 3rd floor. She didn't immediately realize that she and Lucy were floor mates. Even a place like Ophelis could have careless people studying there, so her brother had just been lucky so far. Tanya sighed heavily. Her goal wasn't going to be that easy. Lucy walked confidently over to her and clapped her on the shoulder with a weightless hand, even having to stand on tiptoe to do so, and asked the younger girl to ask for help if needed. And then, without waiting for an answer, she slipped into her room. Tanya already knew that in Ophelis, the gilded plaques above the entrance to the private chambers were used only by the most prominent people. Room 302, Lucy Merrill read the inscription to the stunned freshman. In front of her was the room of the very genius of geniuses. Today, the Rose Garden was noisy, since the morning Annis demanded from the maid Belle to introduce her to some young man, necessarily with good looks and high stature. Since she had been working in Ophelis for a long time, she should be aware of such a thing. The maid met this request with surprise, for the young maid had never before noticed a preoccupation with the opposite sex, but first asked if she had any experience of dating. The question stumped the hitherto determined Annis, and she looked down. Belle immediately apologized politely and explained that the girl had always seemed preoccupied with her future, and therefore no one thought she would want a relationship. Exactly like young Mr. Ed from 3rd year. They have a lot in common, by the way, Belle told her, which only made Anise shake harder. It was only when the maid looked at Claire's assistant that she realized that this guy was the target of the conversation. Annis immediately gave up. It was impossible to fool the experienced maid's penetrating gaze. Then the girl told in details how everything was, that initially she wanted to check different rumors, but then she realized that they really have a lot in common, and communication went smoothly, and the guy himself behaves nobly. Belle listened attentively, already realizing the scale of the problem. The assistant professor didn't deny it either. As a man, Ed had charm, and since he was sincere enough for her to recognize it, it meant her friend Janika had found a worthy mate. One way or another, she needed to get her senses in order quickly. After all, it was good that she had learned about the malignant tumor early on, Anise blurted out. After all, this guy isn't the only man in the world. We just need to find a replacement for him and spread the rumor that they're in a relationship. Anis's eyes ran over the profiles of all the promising candidates spread out on the table. But Belle quickly cooled this ardor. Jenica could already notice Anis's feelings for Ed, and the intention to find a substitute is a disrespect to the person involved in the case. For the first time, the girl was ready to go to such measures, although the maid had known her for a long time. She and Jenica had met in the hallway yesterday, but they had parted without even saying hello, and there was an awkwardness between them, and the caster's face was grim. Anis was getting desperate because she would have to follow this guy for the next week. Plus, she was embarrassed in front of her friend and didn't know how to look her in the eye. Belle tried to reassure her, and in a steady voice replied that maybe it was all for the best. Miss Jenica is always friendly to everyone, and she and Clara have always protected her from those around her. But Janica's main problem is that she is always too idealistic about other people, and this attitude is not always a good one. Though Anis's current appearance puzzled the maid, she approached the girl and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, thanking her for the trust she had shown her. Sometimes flaws only added to the charm. Perhaps that was what would allow something like a sense of protection and care to emerge. Those words made Anis think. Exactly the same thing Clara had told them the last time they'd gotten together. Thanks to Belle's words, Anis was able to calm the storm in her thoughts and not feel guilty, especially since it's immediately clear where Jenica will go when she feels overwhelmed and disconnected. Ed met her at the fire, though he wasn't expecting her at all, and said hello to the spellcaster. The guy was still mulling over his plans: gather materials to build a storage unit, expand the pantry and make the living room a bit bigger, plan vacations and such. As he looked closer, he realized that the girl's usually silent demeanor was too quiet, but said nothing. Sometimes words are meaningless. Then he just made her a cup of hot tea. White flakes began to fall from the sky, heralding more snowdrifts. Ed quietly suggested she share her problems if something was wrong, but Jenica timidly replied that she couldn't do that. The guy nodded, no need to say anything at all if he didn't feel like it. To keep her warm, he covered her with a woolen plaid and got very close. This girl is always so chipper that it's easy to forget about her difficult college life, but when she's in trouble, she's like a little animal, and it's pretty hard to leave her just like that. It was cold. Winter had not yet set in, and the frost was splitting the trees. They had one blanket for two and a small fire. But as they sat there so simply, it felt like spring was coming. The head of the Taylor family was often away on business at the royal palace, and the house was quiet. But after the death of his eldest daughter and successor Arwen, everything changed. The mood of the house changed completely when Ed became the main successor. To understand what a person is really like, you just need to give him power. And barely having received a fraction of that power, that person showed himself to be a pathetic scum. He always acted like the whole world was at his feet. Ed always lost his temper under her gaze and immediately snapped. Grabbing a knife from the table, Ed put it in his sister's hands and pointed it at his heart. Arwen was dead, and if he died too, the path to the inheritance was open to her, he shouted. He kept demanding that she strike him, but the frail girl collapsed to the floor without strength, unable to commit. That's how crazy her daily life was in this house. Tanya was constantly suffocating, all because he looked at her with that creepy look, and she lived half her life like that. Although her brother had never once raised a hand against her, she found herself in a position where neither her family nor the inhabitants of the palace could save her from the mad despot. But then she got the chance to end this life of a dead man, her brother removed from the family registry. And to make a name for herself, the girl wanted to show her abilities. And for that, she decided to take the position of president of the studio council. That was her first plan. The test for incoming students was divided by class, and groups Claire and Anis determined all night. The next day, the professor's assistant was walking ahead of everyone and carrying a bag in her hands. Turning around, she told him not to come any closer. The smell, the look, the aura, it didn't suit her anyway, so stay away, she told the young mage, who was walking indifferently behind her. Her behavior seemed strange, but Ed thought she had her reasons. Claire finished her briefing and told everyone that they could now go up the mountain to finalize their exam preparations. The class placement test this year was in the mountains, unlike last year's forest. Professor Claire was in charge of the event due to the absence of her predecessor Glast, so there were some possible changes. Last time the students were looking for magic beads and it was hard to find them. This time, they will hunt for magic stones. These stones are scattered in plain sight, and there is no point distinction for them. This first grade test will be passed by whoever gets the stones to the altar at the top. But don't forget that this assignment was designed by Glass student. The level of difficulty for the best students is prohibitive. Only those who manage to survive countless battles with monsters will reach the top. The truest game of King of Hell Mountain. At the end of this test, no student will be eligible to be in a better class this year. Everything has to go according to a preconceived scenario, Ed pondered. No one should pass first grade because this episode is important in the future. Ed did not comment on the level of difficulty set by Professor Claire, although he would write a review later. What reassured him was that despite the hellish difficulty and lack of a winner, there would be no casualties. Students will battle fantastic monsters that are created by a magic disc, these illusion devices they will set up in advance. The most important is the purple welcome disc. It was the reason why no one could get into the first class. It summoned the illusion of a strong monster. It was commendable that Anise had volunteered to take care of everything. But watching her struggle to haul the heavy chuck up the mountain worried Ed. He offered to help her so they wouldn't slow down the whole process, and Anise, thinking it was onyx, agreed. The discs were indeed heavy, but instead of onyx, the very guy she had decided to avoid at all costs was nearby. He was smiling and reaching out, so much so that Anise nearly lost her head and jerked her hand away in embarrassment. She stumbled and nearly fell, but luckily Ed managed to pick her up before she did. Except he didn't catch the bag in time, and the disc that escaped from it rolled noisily down the slope, ringing with trouble. Purple, most important discs. Clevius caught them with deft hand movements and looked up reproachfully. Ed breathed a sigh of relief, which was to be expected from one of the best students he had just saved them. The scenario had almost gone wrong again. But it was too early to rejoice, because exactly what he had feared had happened. The disc in the swordsman's hands had fallen apart. Clevius glanced uncertainly at Anise and asked if they had a spare. Ed immediately unclenched his hands. That's why the uneasy feeling never left him. Everything was going too smoothly for his crazy life. There was an event last year, the whole point of which was that at joint combat practice, the underdog student defeated Lucy. However, the script was skewed, resulting in the premature release of Janica's powers. This year's joint combat practice is also an important event. Gifted freshmen will challenge the famous generation of protagonists on the practice field. As soon as the confrontation began, the freshmen who didn't adhere to the framework of the training battle had a power surge. It was an unequal fight, but all the freshmen were defeated by one student, Mack. This guy became strong enough to get his name into the memory of every rookie. And also among the crowd of freshmen, there was St. Clarissa, who hid her identity but watched Mack closely, and that's where the event ends. Ed was proud to watch Mack grow up, but he didn't forget that the relationship between the Saint and the chief swordsman was very important. They would need her help in the battle to subdue Lucy in Act 3 and in other episodes as well. And since this is an extremely important character, the whole event must be strictly scripted. That's why we need to get that freshman power surge. And it happened because none of them passed the placement test, which in turn happened because Professor Claire used purple discs for the test. The disc circuit was completely ruined, so that their indignation was unbounded, for all their efforts were in vain. Anise was the most upset, feeling guilty for making such a stupid mistake. She apologized to everyone, unable to look up. But instead of scolding her, Ed began to reason. There was nothing to be done now. The circuitry couldn't be fixed, and without it, too many students would pass for a better class. They would have to manage on their own, and there was enough strength for that, the lad thought. "Let's get started," he said, and grabbed Clevius before the cowardly swordsman could make a run for it. The examination began, before which no incoming student had a clear sense that he had arrived in the land of knowledge. For Tanya, such a moment would come when she would be recognized by an older and respected student at the academy. Regardless of status or background, students wore the same uniform, but there were exceptions to this rule. The spiritual pillar of all the faithful of Talos, who was easily recognized by her butterfly brooch, Saint Clarissa walked past the students bowing before her and modestly asked them not to bow in greeting. If they continued to be so formal, her student life would become too difficult, Clarissa chided them. Tanya Taylor was the first to address the saint and introduced herself, saying she was honored. The saint admitted to having been baptized by the head of the Crepin family, but was too young to remember anything. Tanya bowed courteously again, and she said that as soon as she comes of age, she wants to be baptized too. Clarissa replied with the same courtesy. Their conversation was a complete formality from beginning to end. This whole accidental encounter with the saint had been played out by Tanya, and would serve her well in her future struggle for the head of the council. but now she had to concentrate on the test, and a flare flashed, signaling its beginning. Every student from every department wanted to get into the best class. It was a huge privilege for everyone. Exemption from tuition fees, the right to live in Ophelis, and free use of other places. Therefore, the students were tearing their hearts out to grab the magic stones and drag them to the top of the mountain before anyone else. But there were also those who acted prudently, focusing on the task at hand rather than the chatter. So began their first challenge on the mountain. Even a normal run up the snowy slope was no easy task. Tanya thoughtfully weighed the magic stone in her hand. It shimmered like a ruby in the sun. She was sure that just putting it on the altar wasn't everything. Too easy, she decided, and proceeded slowly with apprehension. When she saw a female student fall in the snow in front of her, and by a strange coincidence, she was barefoot, Tanya asked if she was okay and offered to call the watcher. But the girl replied that she didn't need any help. She just wanted to feel the snow, and it turned out to be terribly cold, but she was only happy about it. She was enjoying the moment like a carefree child and had just fulfilled one of the items on her long list of desires. So she didn't care where or when to do it. Earlier, the weirdo had only imagined the sensations, but in reality, the snow was softer than she thought. Tanya thought that this girl must have bruised herself as soon as the ordeal started or earlier, and immediately lost interest in her. Hearing her last name, the weirdo conversely became interested in her. She had heard that all members of the Taylor family were outstanding people. But Tanya replied coldly and reservedly, no matter how great a family was, if it existed through time, it too could have scum and ridiculous fools. What the girl saw then in the forest camp was a complete reversal. Now she didn't know at all what the true face of her despot brother was like, but her fear went nowhere. But she's certainly not like that, chirped the weirdo, and said that she came from the suburbs, so she didn't know much yet. But if it's the Taylor family, she should stick to strict etiquette, she thought. The heiress of the Taylor family only shrugged her shoulders and replied that they could dispense with the formalities, for they were now in Sylvania, and the stranger smiled softly as if she had just remembered it. She introduced herself as Kylie Ackner, hailing from the Duchy of East Terran, a small land on the fringes of the empire. So she immediately asked to be corrected if she made any mistakes. As students of the same age, they could communicate without unnecessary formalities. Tanya answered her and suggested to hurry up with the assignment. Tanya wanted to get rid of the annoying weirdo with one-word answers, but she persistently followed her and kept saying that she was not going to the best class at all because it would only attract more attention. But then resolutely dragged the girl behind her, saying she would help her pass the exam and then maybe they could be friends. For the first time, she had a friend her own age, Kylie said, and suddenly pressed her cheek against Tanya's. She tried to reason with the weirdo, for such a manner would not be appropriate for a saint or Princess Fiona. Half an hour later, one of the freshmen had taken a big lead, ahead of his friend Joseph. His stamina was much better. On the other hand, running at full speed might have been a mistake, he thought when a shadow appeared beside him. Die, shouted the unexpected opponent, and delivered a heavy blow right to the poor man's jaw. Clevius was very nervous. He did not think that the freshman would run to his position so quickly, and with fear he put more force into the blow than perhaps he should have, and now the poor fellow lay unconscious in the snow. He felt a certain remorse for ambushing him, but as Ed had told him, the plan had worked, the cowardly swordsman noted with surprise. They will all do it, the creepy mage told them then, confidently. There was the rumble and crackle of several lightning discharges over the forest. Anise wasn't going to hold back either. If anyone could break through their barrier on the mountain, he definitely deserved to be in the top class. She felt responsible for what had happened, so she gave it her best shot. Senior student Onyx was in charge of general security, using the magic of flight to keep an eye on everything from above. Professor Claire had the hardest time. They sent her off to write a long report on the test condition changes without putting things off, and she was facing another sleepless night. Each of their team had a different role. Onyx watched the sky, Clevius covered the northern passages, Annis the southern. Turning to Ed, the girl asked him what he was going to do. The mage intended to stay at the very top himself, to protect the main goal of all freshmen, the sacred altar at the top. Professor Claire expressed concern at his condition, for she could barely feel the mana in the lad. The mage nodded and answered them that he had an idea about that. While things were going smoothly, Onyx helped move the already eliminated participants to safety. It was difficult to repair a completely damaged magic engineering disc, and besides, Ed's powers hadn't returned to him yet. But the mountain was full of magic stones, each one filled to the top with mana. They were incredibly expensive, for Sylvania didn't skimp on study aids for students. If you bring the stone to the altar, its power will be temporarily granted to the user. With the help of this altar, Ed was able to gradually regain his power and saw his devoted spirit again, though he could not yet hear what it was telling him. Annis and Clevius should buy him enough time, and in the meantime he had a whole bag of magic stones. The main goal of not allowing anyone to enter the altar, the mage concentrated letting the flow of mana fill himself. All preparations were now complete, and he grinned contentedly. "Run, fools," moaned the incoming students who had dropped out of the test. Tanya and Weirdo Kylie were still on their feet and stared in horror at the evil shadow in front of them. Clevius was already tired himself, but he looked like a uniformed circle demon. He seemed to the frightened girls like a real evil giant. But then another powerful explosion sounded behind him, from the side where Anise was standing. However, the magic he felt clearly did not belong to the professor's assistant. Taking advantage of the swordsman's distraction, the girls began to run away. Anise had extensive theoretical knowledge of magie, but her practical and combat skills were at an average level. But even that level was clearly not something a newly enrolled student could handle. Joseph Whitefels was different, however, and under his pressure, the assistant professor had a hard time. His sister had to spend a lot of effort to get better in her alchemy course. Unlike her, Joseph was granted researcher status in the magic community at a young age and can already use intermediate-level magic. In a word, genius, the strongest candidate for a place in the best class. Joseph condescendingly asked Anise not to be angry, for surely there were areas in which she was superior to him. Anise waved him off. Of course she was angry, but not at all because of the lost battle, and told the guy to go on his way. Not thinking long, Joseph hurried down the loose path to the altar. She had prepared everything without a single mistake, Anise thought regretfully. And yet she was the one who had ruined the magic tool, thus putting everyone in this predicament. Moreover, she was not the one who had found a way out of this situation. And for some reason, this particular person was in control of everything. He didn't even get angry. He immediately brought things back to a constructive direction. Even the feelings of resentment from losing to a freshman were sidelined. Above all, she was angry with herself because when she thought about who could solve all of this, it was his face that appeared before my eyes. Ed Taylor greeting his first guest. He asked the incoming freshman if he remembered the conditions. The magic stone must be placed in the altar. However, it would not be easy to do so. Joseph didn't seem to be listening to him. He walked forward with a sidelong glance at Ed and asked him who would defend the altar next if he defeated him. But the mage advised him not to think about things that were not his concern. Joseph agreed. The examiners had their alternatives. He wasn't really interested at all. He was using this time to properly assess the situation. A welcome disc lay at the side of the altar, but it didn't escape Joseph's notice that it was a different color. The senior student in front of him was most likely from the magic department, but Joseph didn't feel any great power, but he saw signs of magic stones being used. Since the opponent had used these stones against him, it meant that his power was low level. It was a bit disappointing for the genius, because he thought he could learn something in Sylvania. The flames that descended from his hands began to shrink into a dense charge. The battle was not going to be anything interesting, so Joseph was already thinking about what sandwiches he would eat when he came down from the mountain. He used Magic Explosion. The magic power of this spell is not great, but those who don't know the essence will encounter a brutal power. If the opponent tried to dodge without following the movement of his hand, he would still not be able to stand. However, Ed was still able to avoid being hit, which meant he had combat experience, the young genius immediately realized. Ed himself had prepared a fire spell, ignite or incandescent, Joseph figured by concentration. The ignition has a radial shape and the flame is directed downward. Everything happened quickly, just as the freshman had hoped. Except the size of the flames was larger than he thought. This maneuver was performed by a well-trained person. Perhaps he was even able to use medium-level magic. The flames enveloped the valley whole and loaded to swallow the genius. But he remained standing there completely indifferent to this attack, for it was unable to penetrate his hexagonal barrier. Wizard battles are often reduced to a simple depletion of magical powers, with equal consumption the advantage of the one who has a larger reserve. That means the enemy was inexperienced because when his mana ran out, He wouldn't be able to attack or defend, Joseph decided, a smug expression on his face. Reality, however, anticipated all his expectations. Strong hands gripped his cloak, flames surrounded the man, but it was as if he couldn't feel them. The magic barrier only protects against magic, Ed reminded him. And with all his speed, he needed the young genius. Having a weak body, he could not resist and received a hard blow to the jaw. Didn't he think he would only fight mages all the time? His opponent asked him sternly. Joseph still retained consciousness, so he quickly bounced away. Although he was stunned, he was more concerned with how the magic veil had been pierced. The guy wasn't going to give up and change his approach. Now he had mid-level freezing magic in his hands. Ed responded with ignition again, to the cold magic. He's trying to block the view again, Joseph thought. But he could control different elements. A fireball immediately gathered in his hands. The incandescent spell collided with Ed's fire flash. The flames enveloped the whole circle and hid them both from sight. Thanks to Peace's blessing, Ed gained resistance to fire and once again broke through the veil of flame with dagger in hand. Joseph quickly reacted by putting up a shield against physical attacks. Crazy, thought the freshman. He hadn't expected such moves from a mage at all, but he was still confident in his spell-casting speed. But then Ed bounced aside, leaving the dagger behind and calling on his spirit for help. The explosion spell he had cast on the dagger activated. Joseph's shield missed this attack, and he was knocked back by the blast. Then he almost passed out, hitting the rock. No one could be faster than him at using spells, the young genius thought. But it wasn't about magic. It was about using the spirit art. The reason why, without equipment, the mage could resist his fire. In the protection the spirit gave, he was hiding intentionally in a whirlwind of flames. Joseph sighed. Mages, spirit arts, and magical items that the enemy hadn't even launched yet. Who the hell is he? The question flashed through his mind as the young genius looked at his enemy with a different gaze. There was nothing left for him but to admit defeat, so the guy threw his rock. Ed gave the ruby a glance, and Joseph used this ploy to attack again. In battle, all means are good. He aimed an ice spear at his opponent and aimed it straight at his head. But Ed easily dodged simply by ducking down. Joseph did not relent in his onslaught and swung his fist as hard as he could. This attack reached its target. Ed only softened the blow slightly by ducking his head back. However, Joseph, who had only used magic all his life, could hardly inflict heavy damage with his frail body. A magical power surrounded the stunned genius. It was wind defense, a skill that threw back the opponent at an unexpected blow. The turbulent torrent again threw the scrawny mage back into the rocks like a geyser jet. There was a terrible rumbling and cracking of rocks, splinters whistling through the air. The impact broke the trunk of the thick fir tree the genius had hit. It was still struggling, but his body couldn't take it, and the guy collapsed to the ground, using up the last of his strength that was inside the stone. That last lunge was a good one, Ed praised him. It was a great decision. Already on his last breath, Joseph asked in a weak voice his name. Ed Taylor, the mage introduced himself coldly, satisfied that he had accomplished his task, but it was too early to relax. The young genius was handed over to Onyx, who quickly evacuated him from the battlefield. The carriage of the young gentleman was returning home from the academy. Elka asked her faithful companion why he had chosen the Faculty of Magic. Had he chosen the military or the alchemy department, he would have been a top student, but as it was, he gave up many benefits. But the noble barbarian was not very interested in moving up. Maybe at the alchemy faculty he would succeed, but at the military faculty he would definitely be left behind. Probably the best sophomore is Clevius Northindale, he told Elka. And right now, this cowardly but dangerous swordsman has gotten his fill. Kalia worriedly asked him if he was all right, for her magic was proving too strong. Someone nearby told her they would take care of the guy. Onyx shook his partner a little, bringing him to his senses, who still hadn't recovered from the concussion. There was no more than 20 minutes left until the end of the test when Tanya and Kalia climbed up the mountain to the very top and the final obstacle. The sun's rays illuminated the carnage he had left here. No one had ever made it to the altar past one single defender. The man who was the source of her nightmares is a real despot. And right now, looking at them with tired eyes, he told them to surrender. One day, St. Clarissa had two dreams. In the first, a priest told her that holiness comes from strong convictions that are unwaveringly upheld throughout life. She must become a person like a clean white sheet of paper, so Archbishop Verdio admonished her. Another dream told her the exact opposite. It was better to die in the mud than to live like a clean sheet. Even the majestic castle was nothing more than a grain of sand before the mighty gray rocks of the Ramelane Range. The green mists of the Dankin marshes and the golden fields of the sacred city of Cloron, the pastures of the emerald meadows of Valan, the opalescent smoke of the alchemical land of Crete, the song poured forth. She told Clarissa of the red roofs of the trading city of Oldek, of the dazzling wisdom of Sylvania. Imagination carried them across the ochre sand sea of the great desert of Drestea, toward the purple shadows of the lawless region of Kohelton. Pure white where just a little bit of romance amongst nature's colors. So said church torch keeper Adele, strumming the strings. Leaving the church, she called herself a romantic. It is still unknown how he traveled. But at night, when the world slept, this girl sang under Clarissa's windows. The dream that dreams at night is the only window to the outside world her friend whispers to her about, while Clarissa looks up at the stars. Ordinary life when you just study with friends and love can be sublime too, Adele said under the moonlight. The embrace of a loved one may be more precious than the prayers of millions of believers who look up to her. After leaving the church, Adele came to Sylvania and is said to be wandering the world during her vacation. After her friend left, every night in her dreams, Clarissa saw her wanderings. And in the last moments, someone hugs the saint tightly, and together they embark on a journey for only two, a journey full of colors that is so different from the white sheet. To keep her from revealing her identity, Father Verdi gave her an item of magical engineering that the saint must carry with her. She should always be near the magical artifact, and then he would worry less about her, the priest said. Clarissa liked the fact that she looked like a different person. Thus began her usual journey under the cover of the church to the academy. Now she could sit freely on the pew, and no one would pay attention to her. No one bowed or looked at her with awe, definitely not here in Sylvania. The only exception was one man who looked at her as if he knew of her essence and demanded that they surrender. Tanya stood stunned. She hadn't expected the final test to be her brother, and whispered his name. Ed asked them to just leave, but if they didn't want to, then the conversation would be different, he added, and released the force. The wind flow was so strong that the girls had to cover their faces. Tanya frowned. Such a level of skill was beyond even her senior year. Even current spirit masters are considered experts if they deal with 6 mid-ranked spirits. But the huge she-wolf that was raising a storm with her snarl behind Ed was clearly a top-ranking she-wolf. No doubt the brother was a terrifying opponent for them. Kylie offered to give up. She was a common-sense person in such matters. High-ranking spirits were no joke. Tanya's eyes flashed back to a still fresh memory from her encounter with another spellcaster. But all that means is that the brother hasn't changed a bit since then. He's still a terrifying tyrant. Tanya marveled at her new friend. She refused to give up. Every status and rank comes with responsibilities and their burdens.
Tanya clearly remembered what happened 2 years ago. Every achievement has its limits. Not long ago, her brother could barely control basic magic, which means the spirit in front of them is a fake.
Tanya stepped forward determinedly, but a torrent of wind hit her in the face. She refused to believe her eyes, but the spirit whose power just threw her back like a piece of fluff really was real. He didn't even attack, and they still couldn't get close to him. Kylie looked at Tanya's brother with interest. She had always had romantic notions about noblemen. Elegant appearance, affectionate smile, and refined manners. Hearing talk of a man who seemed to represent the complete opposite of Taylor's family, she had a strong belief that the villain in front of her was a villain. Even Kylie, who knew nothing about the outside world, felt it clearly and remembered Tanya's words that no matter how great a family was, there could be rotten roots among them. And Tanya herself felt a deep resentment towards this scoundrel and did not hide it, rethinking everything Kylie told Tanya to aim for the caster as she had planned. She, on the other hand, was going to act as a decoy because she had a special physique and would never get hurt in a fight. Tanya was worried after all. Her ally could have been badly injured, and she wasn't going to participate in the exam at all. But the girls stepped forward resolutely. There was a very bad man in front of them. And Tanya was her first friend within the walls of the academy, so Kalia was determined. Under other circumstances, Tanya would have just brushed those words off, but they'd already been through a lot on the way down the aisle. One of the upperclassmen that had violently attacked them collapsing senseless. It was because of the strange glow, so it looks like it had a special power. But now what struck her most was that cowardly Kylie had stepped forward. Stiff gusts of wind hit Kylie in the face, but she tearfully kept running. Ed didn't move from his seat, supported by the huge she-wolf behind his back. But then Kylie was surrounded by a bright light that stopped the she-wolf's heavy paw. Thanks to the defense skill that sacred magic gave, any hostile entity that tried to harm Kylie was treated with a medium or higher level spell. The wind blew a torrent of rocks at Kylie. The ground shook beneath their feet, but the saint continued to approach step by step. But then was still thrown back, unable to withstand the onslaught. Is this the end or not yet? Ed wondered. But then beside him, Tanya appeared out of the thick veil of smoke and dust, and in her hands was already a charged spell. Basic magic, a normal shot but fired at point-blank range, accurately reached the target. The explosion threw Ed aside, and he disappeared in a cloud of dust. Tanya strained to see where he disappeared to, but then he saw a disc of illusion from which sparks were emanating, and was attacked from 3 sides at once with magical arrows. "Sit still," her brother told her, and the girl froze in amazement. She couldn't believe her eyes again. Ed could barely hold a sword in his hands before, but now he was skillfully handling a bow and using arrows made of magical energy. Is the man she knows in front of her the truth? It's exactly like last time, Tanya thought. She could only sit helplessly in front of him. No matter how much effort she made, remained just as helpless, the girl thought. She closed her eyes and awaited her fate in horror. Ed walked over to her and picked up the stone. She fought well, but he couldn't show leniency just because they were blood relatives, he told her. Especially since he knew her temper. Playing give and take would only make the girl angrier. Ed praised her actions again. Anyone else would have run away, but she was going all the way. It was then that Tanya realized something had changed in her brother. Even though it was an illusion, she fought to the end. For the first time, Tanya heard from her brother that he was proud of her. Those words made her cry from the overwhelming feelings. Ed hesitated and didn't know what to do. He hadn't expected his sister to be so upset about losing. That's when Aaliyah wrapped her arms around Tanya and yelled at him to stay back, and stated that he shouldn't even think about attacking them, because any way you look at it, it's a bad thing. They heard the voices of Anise and the other examiners, telling Ed that the exam was over and to get Kevius out, who was in a lot of trouble. The exam is over, Kayla wondered, and suddenly noticed her voice had changed. The transfiguration spell dispelled, and her hair began to change color as well. The moment she rushed to Ed, she didn't realize she'd lost the artifact the priest had given her. And after all, he hadn't warned her for nothing that he'd wear it all the time. Professor Claire came closer to see how he was doing. Kyle froze with horror, realizing that just a little more, and her life as an ordinary student would be ruined. The fire spirit obligingly handed the caster such a valuable item that was lying nearby. Ed handed the brooch to the owner and quietly told her not to lose her things. At this point, the examination ended safely with almost no distortion, with one slight distortion, 2 bright ruby eyes staring intently into the caster's back. Aaliyah thought in that moment that perhaps this man knew of her true identity. Anise told Ed to rest. He was barely on his feet himself, so they decided to handle the rest without him. Clavius was entrusted to Onychus, who was already flying at the limit, but Annis couldn't refuse. For a second, he thought he saw something that looked like a human when he looked up. Ed lay down tiredly on top of the altar when the spirit asked if he believed that beauty transcends time and space, and the proof was in the sky. Any work of art, even the most expensive, is subject to different interpretations. But no one would ever think that a sunset is not beautiful. People living their short lives don't know how to move in any moment of life, the she-wolf said, leaning over him. A dry and flat life is the worst curse a man can experience, for he has to make sense of the everyday little things. If the life of man is like the 4 seasons, then the life of the spirit is definitely a long winter, dull, without ups and downs. Not for nothing did Janica give Marilda only one characteristic. A chatterbox, Ed thought. People like him who are thorough and judicious in everything are often inattentive to themselves. And the fact that he often passes out from overwork is proof of that, the spirit continued. He just has to start a relationship with his soulmate, because she is just around kind and cheerful, strong enough to lean on her shoulder, because communicating with such a person brings growth and emotional help, convinced Marilda. As more weight to her words, she turned to Mog, and he confirmed that this was the case. Ed remembered that Janica hadn't made a contract with Marilda, but they were good friends. But the first spirit immediately suggested that his master only pretend to believe her words. It was curious to watch them. Despite their lack of direct kinship, as with Tarkin, Mog was still wary of the she-wolf. To keep Mog from saying too much, Ed grabbed him just in case, but still pondered Marilda's words. Jonica looked upset earlier, so he decided to ask if the she-wolf knew what was wrong. She didn't miss the opportunity to tease him, for he was worried about the girl, but she didn't say anything. In any case, there was no strong cause for concern. It would be good for Janika if winter came at least once in her life. Then she would be able to realize and experience a lot of things. The world isn't a collection of pretty stories, so he doesn't have to do anything, Marilda thought. Until spring comes for sure. At this point, the noble spirit suggested we part ways. She felt guilty for wasting Ed's already meager mana reserves so easily. Marilda's true form was wasting a lot of mana. She could have appeared to him as a beautiful girl, but she feared he couldn't handle such a thing. Ed only brushed it off. Does appearance matter in terms of effectiveness? For that, Marilda rewarded him with a couple of slaps, leaping up on him to the top of the altar. Didn't he think he'd managed on his own, the spirit asked? She had contacts with more than one person. The spellcaster didn't immediately realize what she was talking about and hesitated. Marilda disappeared near the very top of the obelisk, as if hinting at something. Obviously, Ed couldn't summon a high-ranking spirit with his power, but if it wasn't him, it was worth finding out who his benefactor was, and the guy started climbing to the top. There was one other person contracted to Marilda besides Ed, and now she was serenely catching the last rays of sunlight. Not the best place for an afternoon nap, the guy told her as he climbed up, and Lucy answered him that she had not come here to sleep. It was much more pleasant to do so in the cabin. But it's not cozy to sleep in an empty house. So I went for a walk, she said. Ed remained silent, their fate ruled by invisible threads. Unfortunately, this episode was the final act of the third act. Clarissa is a godless saint who realizes the darkness of the Holy Way and doubts the religious order. Soon the apostles of Telos appear after her to condemn her. Without knowing all the circumstances, the people of the Academy will follow the Archbishop's decree, Princess Fiona's Imperial Guard, Laurel's Mercenary Guild, the Paladins, the Academy's Faculty Council, the punishment squad of the protagonist generation, and even Rector Oberforcier in this tangled tangle. The point of all swords will eventually point to the same place. On one girl who was just trying to protect the island and followed the will of her teacher. Apostate, godless, whatever they call her, she won't complain. She's an awakened person who looks down on everyone, Lucy Merrill. She will subdue all the main characters of Aiken Island and single-handedly destroy more than half of those who come after her. But at the end, even she will run out of stamina and be defeated. Mack, who has learned the latest sword technique, will defeat her. It is only after this episode that it will be revealed why Lucy tried to kill the messengers of the Holy See. Painfully, they realize that she wasn't a bad person and she had her reasons. Maybe it's her character, or maybe she herself finds any explanation pointless. But Lucy ends up taking everything in stride. Ed wasn't going to stop this girl, but he didn't want to sacrifice them to save the script. Looking at the scarlet beautiful sunset and the way the frosty wind played with her silver hair, he realized that there was no way he could become so heartless. Just leaving things as they are means a bad ending. Before he died, the teacher asked the girl to help the academy when the going got tough. Only Lucy could know what weight those words held. Her teacher and the archmage who was dying. She should have shrugged off those lingering feelings. It's going to be a long battle and there will be dangerous moments in it, but these are the kind of events they're going to experience within the script. That didn't mean Ed wouldn't do anything, of course. Lucy settled into his lap and said suddenly that she found herself much more alone. Ed thought next time he should tell her in advance if he was going to be away from the cabin for a long time. Clara returned from her noble home and went straight to Belle with gifts. Many people thought that Anis was a noblewoman, but it was not so. Clara was the daughter of a famous baronial family. The maid politely thanked and accepted the gift, and Clara stretched with feeling as if throwing off her shackles. Only at the academy did she feel free. She was also in a hurry to meet her friends for whom she had bought a lot of sweets, and immediately headed straight for them, wanting to have a blueberry pie tea party. But at those words, Belle suddenly clutched the treat box, not caring a bit about the contents. For some reason, she thought this pie would have a sandy flavor, and her premonition had not deceived her. Clara sat as if on pins and needles between Janica and Anis, who only exchanged angry glances. There had been fights between them before, more like jokes, but Clara had never seen tension like this before. Maybe she should tell a joke to lighten the mood, she thought. The girl hesitantly raised her voice first, but didn't have time to say anything meaningful, as Janica turned coldly to Anis, which made her shiver as if from guilt. As usual, the spellcaster didn't drop any hints, but immediately asked what it was like to be in Ed's arms. Ed, meanwhile, was working on a windproof wall, the usual wooden shield, tightly bound with ropes and the gaps covered with mud. But such objects were no longer enhancing his production skills. It was time to look for another source of experience. "You have to be prepared for high winds," Ed's voice said. Turning around, he saw his companion greeting him courteously. Belle was dressed in her usual austere clothes, a black bonnet and a neat floor-length dress. An order had come from the academy that during snowstorms it was forbidden to leave the dormitory unless absolutely necessary. And if Lucy wanted to escape, she would now be watched more carefully, alternating between those in charge. Lucy responded with a mute call for help. Ed just nodded, as much as it didn't concern him. Still, Belle was concerned about him spending a whole week here, though she was not comfortable meddling in his affairs. But one wall was definitely not enough, the maid said. This wall was actually meant to protect supplies. He also tied ropes around the roof and secured them to the ground. All the tools and hunting supplies the guy had stowed away in the cabin. For a week while the storm raged outside, Ed planned to take refuge in Glass Library and study the tools of magical engineering. But all he told the maid was that he had a place to go, and she shouldn't worry about him so much. Seeing the maid's nervousness, Ed realized that this was the first time she had faced such inclement weather in her new position. But Belle answered him that she had other things to worry about. She couldn't embarrass him with her speculations right now, though, so she decided not to say anything. Anyway, she wished him luck, for there was no way without it. The tea party with the fire and the battle of glances continued. There were dark circles under Yannika's beautiful eyes. It was obvious that she hadn't been sleeping well lately. Clara shifted her gaze worriedly from one friend to the other. Anise was horrified and didn't know what to say to that, only frantically looked away. Clara wanted to lighten the mood no matter what the spirits were saying, but Anise admitted it all. She really was trying to seduce that guy. Anise clenched her fist to give herself resolve. She didn't think she was guilty. At first, she just wanted to run a background check to allay her suspicions about him. This guy wasn't her type to begin with, so she had nothing to worry about, Anise blurted out. He chose to lie for the greater good, not to make his friend nervous. The whole look of this guy speaks of his arrogance. And what good is it to follow a guy with that kind of attitude, she asked. Jannika was in tears and said that you can't say that because she doesn't know him at all. They were silent for a second, staring at each other and catching their breath. And then Anis admitted her guilt, saying she regretted her decision to seduce the guy without consulting her friend and apologized. Jannika sobbed. All this time she felt betrayed. On the other hand, she was angry with herself. After all, she wasn't really that important to Ed, and maybe she was the one who crossed the line. Anise put her hand on her shoulder and assured her friend in a soothing voice that she was actually important to that man. And from her observations, she is definitely more than a friend, but a little less than a lover. There can be no doubt about that, her friend stated emphatically. Now that Jannika realized it was all done for her, she couldn't be angry anymore, though she disagreed with Anise's assessment. Since Anise didn't like Ed, she could accept her as a dear friend again, and thanked her for it. Clara sighed with relief too, for she thought for a moment that they were both enchanted by Ed. But when she looked at Anise again, she hesitated. The girl's face was red, and she avoided a direct look. Now they could assume it was all a misunderstanding, and Clara wondered if Jannika had gone to the North Woods while she was away. To avoid answering that question, the spellcaster slipped out of the meeting with lightning speed. When Clara turned to Anise, she said she had a plan, and she asked me to introduce her to some man in a voice like she was going to the scaffold. No, more was needed. Stereotypes needed to be broken, and Anise suggested that Clara start a relationship. Figuring out what was on her friend's mind and what had happened during her absence was beyond Clara's strength, so she just went into a knockout. Unable to contain her feelings, Anise admitted that she had lied and desperately hoped that the distance would lessen her feelings. And once the vacation was over, she could stay away from this guy. However, these hopes were not destined to come true. At that moment, Professor Claire burst into the room and happily announced that from now on, all students responsible for the exam would work with her reliable assistant. Clevius and Onyx had performed well, and Claire didn't want to give them to another lab. Ed was particularly good at his work, and for his contribution to helping them pass the exam, she got them extra scholarship points so they could enjoy the comfort of her lab while working during the vacations. All this made Anise turn white, as if death itself had appeared to her. In the evening, Janica showed up at his camp. She had already sensed that his powers had increased, and the guy was supposed to slowly contract mid-rank spirits. She was depressed about something last time, but now she seems to be perking up. Janica embarrassedly stated that she didn't remember any of that, and blushed sweetly as usual. Ed himself was pleased to be with her, perhaps because this girl was a completely off-script character, and among people of the same age as him, she was the only one he could call a friend. What surprised the girl was that the guy was able to make a contract with the higher spirit Marilda. She hadn't expected that. Then the caster showed her glass golden phoenix ring and told about its magical properties, as well as his plans for the future. Since Ed couldn't use his mana to its fullest now, it would be difficult for him to make another contract. Janica realized it was necessary to wait until the start of the next semester. Among spirit summoners, the day of contracting a higher spirit is considered a second birthday, so the girl happily congratulated him on the occasion. The election for the next president of the Academy's Student Council was coming up soon. Janica was the top student and could have competed for the spot, but the girl embarrassingly explained that she would stick to neutrality. The scenario was just like the best student. She didn't have a clear position. She respected all candidates equally. And the conversation itself turned to Ed's sister, who was preparing to run for office with big ambitions. Janica worriedly asked him how close he was to his sister, but Ed wondered if they could even be called close. Even though they're blood relatives, he's off the family registry, but like it or not, they'll clash for the rest of their lives. In a way, his sister was dear to him, and he would like to have a good relationship with her. Then Janica asked if there was anything Tanya liked that could be given to her as a gift. The guy reacted in his own way and asked if something had happened between them, but Janica immediately started denying everything. Unfortunately for the lovely spellcaster, she was not at all good at lying. Feeling guilty, she confessed to everything. Hearing her out, Ed smiled. It wasn't that serious. A storm was due soon. It was expected by dawn. Exit was only allowed for special reasons, and for anything else, the students should consult the economists. St. Clarissa thoughtfully held her enchanted brooch in her hands and couldn't get what she had seen at the exam out of her mind. The appearance of this third-year student inspired fear and dread in them. But what worried her even more was that she had almost been exposed. It was too early to relax, however, because Ed had switched to formal speech for a second, which meant he could guess her real identity himself. She had put so much effort into living a normal student life, and now this was threatened by one man. The thoughts of these made Clarissa unable to sleep. If others found out, the efforts of all those who helped her would be wasted, and she would have to leave student life altogether. With the ease Kalaya managed to get the information, she overheard Joseph and his friend talking as she sat in the hallway. They were busily discussing the identity of that unusual senior who was quite famous among the students and lived in a cabin in the forest. A cabin in the woods, a place Kalaya needed to get to before the blizzard hit, or she couldn't convince that guy to keep quiet before the semester started. So opening the window, the saint gained the determination to embark on a very dangerous journey. As it seemed to her, she was scared. If you live in white walls all the time, your eyesight will deteriorate naturally, so a friend told her. The world is full of colors and romance, but she won't feel it unless she tries. Remembering these words, the saint jumped out the window. Thanks to the power of the magic tool, she changed her appearance when she landed. Kalia couldn't let her hard-won freedom simply be taken away. And to find out for sure, she decided to meet that guy. His eyes had long since gotten used to the darkness, because his whole life had been shrouded in it from the beginning. And his most vivid memories are of someone who stuck by his side even when the entire Northendale family turned their backs on him. The older brother whose heart Clavius pierced with his sword. Perhaps it was the fault of the curse. The last words spoken by his brother made his blood boil with anger. Professor Claire asked why he suddenly changed his mind. Did he really get an invitation from another lab? Clavius was in no hurry to answer. No matter how much he thought about the assistant job, he doubted his abilities, and it seemed to him that all he was doing was causing trouble. He was treated well here, and this place was to his liking, the guy said. That calmed Claire down a bit. She thought she'd mistreated this student, but maybe he'd just gotten a love call from another department. So she let him go, saying he was free to do as he pleased. Claire smiled encouragingly, since they had made up their minds. Clavius didn't look pleased, however. He bit his lips to keep from saying too much. Meanwhile, Ed Taylor, a man who was born without much physical talent, seemed to be straining his muscles to the limit. The time when he could pay attention to training was almost over. Magical engineering and infusing spirits with magic were at a level that could be considered a specialization and could become very useful if he tightened them up some more. Six removed all the wreckage of the cabinets with magic for a small fee, but the noble barbarian also arranged the books and shelves, and even carefully shelved them by topic and title. Even though Ed had asked to keep it a secret, Zix worked in tandem with Elke, treating everything as a special workout. I'll have to pay them back later, he thought, and got to work. Reading hundreds of recipes would be inefficient, so he decided to focus on a fraction of them. His target was the Eye of Glokta, a magical instrument of legendary rank that gave a temporary boost to all sensory abilities, some protection from curses, and immunity to elemental magic. Another item, the Delhayan Hourglass, which could restore physical damage in seconds but could only be used once. Ed wanted to create at least one legendary rank item, but first he needed to practice creating simpler things to get his hand on it. He'd moved the materials here beforehand, as well as the tools. Ed rummaged around in his bag a few times before realizing he'd left them in the cabin. It was a grave mistake, so the lad hurriedly climbed back up to camp before the storm swept the trail. It was the turn of physical suffering. Clarissa walked in light shoes, sinking into the deep snow and shivering from the cold. She was so looking forward to a world of colors and romance, but it was all the more ironic to see a white world all around. After looking around the area, the girl noticed a river. Those guys said that the camp was at its headwaters, if the map was to be believed. In part, all these events, despite the disturbing occasion, were really an adventure, Clarissa thought. She was protected by the power of holy law. Any hostile object, beast, or man could do nothing to her. It was safe to say she wouldn't get hurt for anything. Nevertheless, Ed caused her fear, for as the successor of the Taylor family, he could have been baptized in the Church of Telos. The protection of the law of holiness did not extend to believers who had received baptism from a monastic order. You cannot point a knife at a brother that has accepted the same doctrine. Of course, a devout believer would never dare raise a hand against a saint, and she had come here in the first place because Ed might have known of her identity. Clarissa pushed the door, which didn't want to budge, and when it opened, something fell to the floor of the cabin with a clatter and spilled onto the floor. Blood, the saint thought with horror as she saw the red stain spreading. And then her eyes caught the carcass of a dead boar out of the darkness. And then the girl was absolutely terrified. She looked at her hands and thought that she must have accidentally gone to hell, because only the devil could live in this place. Just as suddenly, Clarissa heard the crunch of snow. Outside, someone was approaching quickly. He quickly looked around for cover and saw a wide table. There was no time to remove the traces of his presence when a tall figure, wrapped head to toe in warm clothes, appeared on the doorstep. He entered the hut, flashing cold eyes. The saint clamped her mouth shut so the unknown man wouldn't hear her intermittent breathing, but he could easily hear her heart pounding frantically in her chest. Ed walked right up to the table and threw off the snare that was lying there to make room. He began, with the look of a creepy butcher, to examine the tools he needed to take with him. Clarissa was already panting, only a few centimeters away from him, and tears were streaming from her eyes. And then the creepy guy looked under the table and asked who was here, holding a rusty cleaver in his hand. Looking closer in the darkness, he recognized Kylie Anchor and took off his mask, greatly surprised by her presence. Only the girl realized that the creepy murderer had discovered her and immediately fired her magic at point-blank range. The beam of holy power nullified any defensive magic and inflicted tangible physical damage. So Ed was cast aside like a feather, and I hit him so hard that even the books flew off the shelves. A column of dust rose up in the little hut and covered everything. Ed lay on the floor, not without signs of life. A heavy shelf came down on him and smashed his head to a bloody pulp, and the saint's legs gave out as she realized she had just killed a man through carelessness. So Clarissa began to pray for her sins before the goddess Telos without leaving her seat. How could she, having lived a life as pure as a white sheet, fall into this great sin that cannot be erased? For this sin she must burn in hell. The saint was broken. But then strong fingers clawed at her shoulders like claws, and Ed, with a bloody face, asked her what kind of joke she was playing on him. At this, Clarissa's last vestiges of courage left her, and she gave up her breath. The girl collapsed senseless right at Ed's feet. He barely restrained himself from screaming with rage, for he was the one who needed help now. The Ophelis building was in turmoil despite the late evening. A student was missing, and they needed to urgently allocate forces to find her. Belle knew of Kylie's true identity. Higher-ups should have known this fact according to the church. So if a saint were to die in a blizzard, it would be a great calamity. Of course, there was no reason to panic, for Clarissa was protected by the holy law. So they decided to settle the issue without too much fuss. Dressed warmly, Belle headed towards the blizzard. According to eyewitnesses, the girl was last seen walking in the direction of the North Woods. In that instant, Belle thought she already knew where the missing thing could have gone. After all, the northern forest was the territory of the man whose men are strangely surrounded by women. In the midst of a raging storm, a man and a woman alone in a hut. In harsh conditions, they rely on each other and wait for help. Her imagination painted Belle amazing pictures, made her cheeks blush even more red than from the cold. She would have frozen in place, but another maid distracted Belle from her musings. And then the head housekeeper hurried into the forest. She had to find the saint as soon as possible, for she was in danger. In the northern forest lives a strange young man. Without too much emotion, he drags on himself the carcasses of animals killed on the hunt. Such was he in the view of other students. Of course, Belle knew the truth better than anyone else, and had no such preconceptions. She advanced through the snow and blizzard, treading in deep drifts and lighting her way with a small fire. Despite his cold appearance, Ed was considerate and caring towards others. And although many of the Academy's talented female students sought to get close to him, he performed his duties faithfully. He was someone you could trust. But when Belle thought about the complexity of human relationships, she got a headache because Ed hardly knew about Kylie's real personality, in her opinion. When she entered the hut without knocking, she found a very strange picture. But the guy in bandages was not surprised by her appearance. The embarrassed maid asked him to explain what was actually going on, and the guy said that Belle had to get the girl before the blizzard made the road impassable. If the blizzard got worse, there would be trouble. Ed agreed. The head housekeeper shouldn't have left Ophelis for long, both of them ignoring the saint who was serving a punishment for her prejudice in haste. In part, of course, he understood her reasons for coming here. The identity of the saint was not to be revealed until the second half of the third act. But the horror was that Clarissa had caught on so quickly and suspected him as well. A madhouse, Ed thought. He apologized and said the saint could put the chair down. The girl thanked him and lowered her arms in relief, not immediately realizing what she had just heard. It wasn't until then that it came to both of them that Ed called Kylie a saint. Ed said that he too had been baptized in the Church of Telos. Naturally, when the concealment magic fell, he immediately recognized the figure of the saint, especially from so close a distance. Kylie was completely taken aback. Her worst suspicions had come true. Ed stuck to the same old strategy. If someone was part of the script, you should have stayed as far away from them as possible. However, if left to her own devices, Clarissa might have performed something else unexpected. So it was better to remove all suspicions at once and reveal everything as it was. That way her worries would be negated. He understood the girl's motives for hiding her identity after being disappointed with her life as a slave. He was very familiar with the feeling of suffocation. Hearing those words, the saint became hopeful. But then Ed asked her what she thought of a man who lived in the woods like that. If she understood him. This guy's life could hardly be called free. He was more like a survivor here. There is both light and darkness everywhere, and freedom is no exception. So her best friend sang to her. Adele was a bard who sang the light of adventure. Whereas Ed epitomized the other side of them, he was the darkness that lurked behind freedom. Unfortunately, there was no one in her entourage who could tell, so Ed let herself be out of line. At this, he politely asked the saint to return to his room. When they came out, Aaliyah said she was sorry for the inconvenience, and Belle replied that it was no big deal. The saint took one last look at the hut. When she returned to Ophelis, she could warm herself by eating delicious soup in a cozy room, and this hut in the middle of a snowy storm would remind her of a story from a faraway land. However, inside her will remain the odor of blood and hard reality. Kylie couldn't imagine that something like this could be behind the way Ed had fought in the exam. It saddened her to realize how her illusions of freedom were crumbling. But the girl was still convinced that her choice to leave the capital and come to Sylvania was the right one, because she had met an older man worthy of respect. Despite the prickly snowstorm that scratched her face with snowflakes, the saint looked thoughtfully at the lonely hut in the forest. And Belle, meanwhile, was straining to watch the expression on the saint's face, fearful lest she might see there the same expression she noticed too often on the faces of the young maidens around the hermit. Everything was too ambiguous, so that the thoughts of it gave the governess a real heartburn. Spring comes when you've forgotten all about it, which is why it's always a joy to see. Ed met Laurel at Laplace's bakery, a fancy place. The tables had to be reserved in advance, and the sly fox used the excuse that she had other things to do. The chief himself served her and held himself extremely respectful, much to the delight of this dangerous girl. Laurel was enjoying her monopoly, which gave her special rights, but she was the only one having fun, Ed thought, looking at the cook's nervous face. Laurel got a little embarrassed and replied that she wasn't forcing anyone or intimidating unilaterally. Due to a snowstorm, there were difficulties in getting supplies to Aiken Island. Laplace Bakery ordered more items than they needed, but when the delivery date arrived, they canceled the order. In this way, the bakery wanted to deprive its competitors of products, but it was hurting Laurel's business badly, for she wanted to sell as much as possible. Just then, the chief ran up to her and begged her to stop the employees of the commercial association, for Laurel had ordered him to limit all future orders, and this would hit the bakery hard. However, the cunning fox simply ignored the man. They have a class together in the evening, and she suggested that the guy walk together. The snowstorm had caused the roads to snowball, and the company's branch was cut off from the mainland. No matter how much Laurel wanted to, she had to do it because their funds were running out. Ed nodded. Everyone has a hard time if finances are tight. Laurel just waved it off. Money management was her main thing, so as long as no additional expenses were expected, she would be fine. After all, she was the head of the guild. But then the girl noticed that the guy didn't take any books with him, and Ed explained to her that going to the library was a kind of sport for him. It was more convenient to just buy one copy at the academy, Laurel thought, and then realized that the cost of the books was not small. She immediately looked into her purse, though she was having trouble with money herself right now. Ed thanked her for her kind heart, but refused to help. Then Laurel changed the subject. There was to be a presidential election soon, but Ed knew she wouldn't run. The Chamber of Commerce job was a priority for her, but Laurel wouldn't mind someone loyal to her taking the position, and had even suggested Ed run, promising him support. But the guy wasn't going to do that, especially since there was no guarantee that her support would work. Then Laurel switched to his sister. Even if she was facing hell, there was no way she would support Fiona. Ed couldn't go into much detail about their relationship, but Laurel herself realized that this freshman had little chance, even if she had the support of all the outstanding students. Laurel clearly saw how things were going. According to the current scenario, the president of the council should be Fiona. And Tanya Taylor will spend all her resources in a pathetic attempt to get at least one more vote on top, but the margin between them will never narrow. Tanya is just a statistic in this story, and her role ends in crushing defeat. Laurel glared at the guy and wondered if he was supporting Fiona, but Ed would rather support his sister as a relative. The sly fox's face was suddenly covered with a scarlet blush, and her voice became softer. She said, and then she could exhale, for the other students were looking at Fiona with admiration, and the girl was afraid that Ed would be among them. She rested her face against his broad chest and reminded herself again that she was looking at him as a man. Jealousy almost possessed her, Laurel said, and her face became like the face of a man in the desert thirsty when he saw the oasis in front of him. Hoping that this heartwarming speech had some effect, the cunning fox unashamedly put her ear to his chest to check his heartbeat. But as before, she was firmly rejected, and the guy acted like an impregnable wall despite her hurt look. Ed sighed meekly. There was no crime in what she was doing, but he was in a very precarious position before graduating from the academy. But the cunning fox had heard what could be considered a ray of hope before graduation from the academy, which meant she would have a chance afterward. Ed said nothing but stroked the fox's head and remained silent. Laurel grinned as if she could snatch a piece of important information. Whatever importance he placed on graduation, it would happen next year. On the other hand, there's no guarantee he'll last that long under her charms, she added with a sidelong glance at him. Graduating from the academy is not an easy task, because at the end of this story, you will definitely have to face the final boss. In the end, only when the protagonist defeats him will there be peace and tranquility that everyone loves so much, and Ed will be able to finish his degree like everyone else. In particular, when Mack gets the support of St. Clarissa, who symbolizes the church, and Fiona, who has the imperial family behind her, he will be able to defeat the dragon. Mack needs to grow in the scenario and fuse strong people around him into a team. The freshman enrollment went as planned, as expected. Clarissa enjoyed her student life and kept her identity carefully hidden from now on. As much as Ed felt sorry for Tanya, the election would soon be held and she would lose. At that moment, he was sure that all last year's scenarios that had gone wrong because of him would finally get straightened out this year. But the reality was already very different from his expectations. Princess Fiona had woken up long ago, but did not find the strength to get up. Her heart shook and she wasn't even burning to run for student council president, and Ed's plans shattered. At the same time, Clavius was going through similar doubts. Clutching his head, he sat in his curtained room and lamented his fate. Why did the choice fall on him? He asked, cursing his life, looking at the letter in front of him, the text of which meant a request for a duel. Zix received a similar challenge from another student and asked him why without taking a break from his books. He was a tall student with silver hair neatly slicked back. At first, he stated that he wanted to learn a lot from him, but then added that he just wanted to prove his worth. Zix grinned. This guy had already taken first place this year among the freshmen, but obviously this guy wasn't having enough of that. Jonica was first in the entire course in all subjects. Drake was first in the military department. He was going to deal with everyone right down to Ed's older comrade, who was the subject of so many rumors in the magic department. Every case had to have its own order, this freshman recognized. Clavius was the first to whom he sent his request, for he was considered the first of the second year, but he avoided the fight. Anyway, this cocky young student came to warn him that after he had dealt with Clavius and the best alchemist Elvira, he would come after him. Zix immediately reminded him of Lucy, who was the best sophomore, but she wasn't worth talking about, so this upstart thought Zix was the strongest. Zix grinned. He even liked this guy's boldness, but he was sorely mistaken about him. Clapping him on the shoulder, he told him that Janik and Ed were out of the question. Since he couldn't even beat him, all those challenges would end up on Clavius. The guy frowned and looked at Zix angrily. He didn't like that kind of disregard. Outside, someone called out to the noble barbarian, and he looked up. It was Ed who thanked him for his help in the library, and then Zix told him about his recent encounter with Wade. That was the name of the upstart freshman. Ed reflected, the conquest of Wade Callamore continues from Chapter 3 through Chapter 5 of the third act. This guy was the son of a legion commander in the northern border and had an innate talent for wielding a sword. In the first year, this guy showed overwhelming power to everyone. He wasn't satisfied with beating all the freshmen one by one and defeated even Zix, who at that moment was at a disadvantage, after which he was completely exhausted. Even though they were kept on equal footing, Wade won. That winning streak was snapped by Mack, who had grown tremendously over the year, in a moment when there seemed to be no one else to beat Wade. Zix informed Ed that there was a reception for new students tonight and offered to take a look at the guy's face, but the caster declined. He still had other things to do. Ed already knew what an upstart freshman looked like anyway. He used to think he wasn't the kind of person to worry about such things, but seeing the active life of the academy, he felt a great surge of energy. The fresh air that marked the beginning of a new semester made him feel light in his steps. When Ed left, Zix suddenly thought he had forgotten to mention something else. Since he and Princess Fiona are on the same course and often attend the same lectures, he noticed that lately she looks extremely depressed. But as soon as anyone mentioned the spellcaster from the cabin in the woods in conversation, she immediately turned to listen, and staring worriedly in that direction. Zix watched her and saw such morbid interest not for the first time. This increased attention to his person was extremely strange. However, this was not the first time, so the noble barbarian decided that nothing would happen if he told about it next time. The intense cold of winter, to which everyone had grown accustomed, was suddenly a thing of the past, and the views of the northern forest deserved to be called spring. One lazy cat returned to his favorite post, on the roof of a lonely cabin in the woods, where he could warm his sides in the gentle sunshine. And downstairs, Janica was tutoring Ed in spirit magic. His sensitivity to them had increased after his contract with Marilda, which meant he was able to make a pact with a mid-rank spirit as well. If someone had told her that he had made such progress in just a year, Janica wouldn't have believed it. In teacher mode, she was unusually serious. The girl looked cute, but thought she had a stern look, so Ed obediently played along since she was trying so hard. Usually, to contract a spirit, you have to wander the fields and forests looking for a spirit that matches his aura. Even just because he has enough mana doesn't mean you can contract with any random spirit. You need one that resonates with his mana. However, nothing of the sort happened when he signed the contract with Marilda. The whole point was that he was naturally compatible with the elements of fire and wind, and it was best for the new spirit to avoid those attributes. By contracting with the spirit of the innate attribute, it will be easier to deal with, but at the same time it will become more difficult in other situations. According to Janica, it is better to possess as much variety of elements as possible, and Ed thought finding the right one was not easy. Thinking about it brought to mind the romance of wandering through mountains and forests and communicating with spirits whose meeting is like fate. The first thing to start with was sensitivity. The caster closed his eyes and concentrated mana in his eyes, obeying Janica's instructions. And then a clearing full of carefully selected mid-rank spirits appeared before his eyes. Ed was amazed at the number of them. It would be hard to get his thoughts together if he had that many friends with him. Janica happily chirped that you shouldn't push away those who follow you just because they like you, especially since she had already talked to everyone. The only thing left to do was to introduce the candidates, and the spirits, like soldiers, lined up in a row in front of them. The first was the blue pelican Beloa, the spirit of water. As soon as his name was called, he began to flap his wings. Ed glanced over at Mog, who was assessing his future neighbors with a look of importance that was too much for a spirit of low rank. However, because of the whole scene, Ed felt strange. From having the spirit standing in front of him like that, Janica, realizing his nervousness, offered to postpone everything for later. But the guy refused. He had already accepted that, to some extent, this was his fateful meeting. For many freshmen, this meeting was a welcome reception. After all the trials and cold winter, it was a great way to make new acquaintances and relax. However, the faculty was extremely disappointed by the absence of top students, Lucy Merrill and Janica Follower, which could have made the event a failure altogether. However, thanks to one of the most senior figures in the academy, the event was a success. Princess Fiona was playing chess with one of the students, and it got a lot of attention. Even though equality was promoted in Sylvania, no one even dared to speak to the princess. The nobles were also cautious. Only one student dared to strike up a conversation with her at this welcome party. A loyal servant of the imperial family, an heir to one of the 3 great Calamore swordsmanship families, as well as the best first-year student, Wade. He had just finished their game by giving the princess checkmate. After she lost a few pieces, she became too cautious, and because of that loss, Fiona only waved those words away. There was no point in applying monarchy theory to chess. Their reality was very different from the board in front of the players. Fiona had been more confident in the past, but now she was becoming objective. She didn't have the same confidence she had before in understanding people. The recent events of Ed Taylor's expulsion from the dormitory floated before her mind's eye, like an eyesore constantly in her way. Despite everything that happened, this guy saved Janica and built a house in the woods. And over time, his reputation and prestige have only grown. It was rumored that many freshmen paid tribute to him. This guy lived an exemplary life. And the more it was talked about, the more Fiona felt the weight of her mistake made in the past. It was foolish to deny what had happened, or she would never have grown up. Regardless of whether your status is high or low in Sylvania Academy, you need to learn. Having clarified her thoughts thanks to this game, Fiona cheerfully offered to play again. She couldn't run from her mistakes forever. It was too stupid. The princess needed 4 more days to sort out her entire schedule, and after that, she would be able to head to the northern forest. It would be nice to go into the north woods and just sit by the fire, setting aside all the formalities for conversation. It was the very explanation she'd been waiting for, as if late spring had finally come to Fiona. That's the way it was supposed to be until the disturbing news came to her. News of Ed Taylor's passing. To her father, whom I cannot disrespect, with these words her letter home began. Being away from home for the first time, Tanya faced many different nuances, but still considered it an honor to be a member of their family. In places, it wasn't easy for her to adjust to the horizontal attitudes at the academy and the rather tight schedule. Despite this, she managed to make a friend of sorts. According to her plan, the girl moved towards her goal step by step. She did not leave the excitement because in the presidential election will participate in the people's favorite Princess Fiona. But despite this, Tanya was determined to fight to the end. She also told of her meeting with Laurel, who, despite the slight difference in their ages, was an experienced merchant. Their negotiations to purchase the Seal of the Sage would take place soon, and Tanya was worried about whether she would be able to continue as the family representative. She couldn't help but mention who was no longer a member of their family, and from her observations, Ed was living a healthier and more studious life than before. It felt like he was a different person. Now, Tanya wondered if she had interpreted her childhood memories of her brother correctly. She had recently had a dream from her childhood, a small hill that was behind their mansion, a place where lilacs and daffodils bloomed in abundance. Tanya remembered walking down a mountain path filled with the smell of flowers, and both her hands were raised, for she was being held by two people, one hand clearly belonging to Arwen. The second one was supposed to be my father's. But when Arwen was still alive, Brother Ed wasn't so crazy. Maybe he hasn't changed, he's just back to his old self. That night had set her thinking complicated in many ways. A daughter that would never stop loving her father, so she signed her letter. Crepin read it held a seal of deadly poison, a terrible dagger with a wavy blade, the mere touch of which would bring death agony. He handed it to the servant who was nearby and carelessly tossed Tanya's letter aside. Tanya will have to go through a lot of difficulties in important deals. She can't do it alone. So he sent her two servants and loyal vassals to help her, who could be relied upon, and gave them the seal of hell. Normally, the academy prescribed not to take servants and vassals with them, but since they had special circumstances this time, they allowed it. The servants departed, leaving the master of the house, no one seeing their hooded faces. Crepin removed the snow-white glove from his hand. "I can't get used to it," he grumbled, looking at his hand, which was disfigured by wrinkled and red skin that had been boiled, with two demonic eyes on the back of it. Thanks to this mutation, he could apply high-level magic that determined cause and effect. This absolute power consumed a huge amount of mana, so it was often impossible to use it. If you have an important task in front of you, you can use your actions as a source, and thus confirming the inevitable outcome. It was like seeing the future. Crepin clearly saw the dagger reach its target, the seal of hell deeply embedded in his belly. There was a girl nearby that rushed to him, but it was too late. Wounded, he fell into the abyss with no hope of getting any help. The girl fell to the very edge of the abyss and could only watch his body fall down. When she turned around, her face was contorted with anger and pain, so much so that it looked like the gates of hell were about to open. Crepin took little pleasure in the picture he saw, but when it comes to the necessary sacrifice, conscience has to be silenced. 3 days before Ed's death, Tanya was thinking intensely in her chambers about the race that lay ahead of her. No matter how you look at it, her winning the election doesn't look possible yet, with preliminary poll results showing a complete rout. It's hard to compete in popularity with the princess of the empire, whose name was known by every citizen of Clole. Unless something unforeseen happens, Fiona wins. Tanya leaned back in her chair tiredly in a somber mood. Of course, the girl was well aware of the difference between romance and reality, and was already ready to give up on her dreams. She was torn from her gloomy thoughts by the voice of senior student Ziggs. Their last meeting had been very strange, and now this barbarian was asking if she was going to take stoicheology. He offered her a cup of tea with Elka. Behind Tanya's back, the other freshmen began to whisper, surprised at the attention of the best student in the combat department. And afterward, Laurel approached her, reminding her of the upcoming deal, and offered to set things up for negotiations, causing a new wave of admiring whispers behind her back. As if that wasn't enough, they exchanged greetings with Lucy Merrill, who was always on her own mind and ignored everyone usually. Compared to the usual freshman girls, Tanya's connections now seemed prohibitive, for they didn't really know the background. However, their praise and admiration greatly cheered the young Duchess. Turning around, she glowing with happiness, she wished her friends Terry and Kylie to get some rest, and to try hard tomorrow, and one day they would be outstanding students. But as soon as Tanya returned to her chambers, she froze with horror. In the last couple of days, her status and grade in the academy had risen to an incredible level, but she herself did nothing for it, which caused even more excitement, as if she had been swept up and carried by a mountain stream. If someone actually asked her what was wrong, Tanya would no doubt say that she was treated that way because she was Ed's little sister. She thought he was trash and wanted to destroy him, and it made her feel like pathetic trash herself. Pressing her hands tightly against her face, the girl herself didn't know why this was happening. That same day, Caddick and Knox came to pay their respects, the faithful servants smiling at the young mistress. They came to help her when they heard the girl was having difficulties. Caddick promised to take over the negotiations, gathering all the information about the Sage Seal and the budget of the Elt Trading Company. Knox, on the other hand, was to take care of her campaign schedule while the mistress was studying, gathering all the rumors about Princess Fiona. Tanya thought about it. News had come this afternoon that Mrs. Fiona would not be taking part in the election. This news surprised Knox and Caddick, so they waited silently for clarification. The Imperial Secretary made an announcement in front of the Academy dormitory. This news reached Ed, who heard it from Janica. He still hoped it was only an announcement and things could still change. The final boss of the fourth act was Crepin Taylor. Due to his impeccable work and reputation, everyone knew him as the magnanimous head of the Taylor family. But only Princess Fiona knows of his dark side, imperial power and influence in the Academy. The heir to the throne held both forces in her hands, so she became a trusted ally in the fight against the forces of evil. After all, Crepin is targeting the Academy soon. That was supposed to be the storyline, but Fiona suddenly withdrew. Janica thought long and hard and made her misgivings known as well. First of all, because Ed would definitely do something reckless. She couldn't stand the fact that he would be somewhere writhing in pain and hurt, and she wouldn't even know about it. He was already suffering a lot, so he shouldn't make things even harder for himself. No matter what this guy planned, Janica intended to help him everywhere. Ed confessed that he wished Fiona to win the election for student council president. Such a decision was unexpected for her, because earlier the princess treated Ed badly. Besides, she thought that the guy would support his sister. Besides, they did not even know the reasons for Fiona's refusal. But then Zix intervened and asked if they were being too fervent in broad daylight. Hearing their conversation, the noble barbarian decided to join in, for he had information about Fiona's circumstances. Janica was greatly embarrassed by his words and began to deny everything, that there was no ardent encounter here. From the barbarian's point of view, Fiona was like a wolf leader who had lost the pack. Her pack was driven to death due to a poor choice, and now this wolf shows no reaction, even when aimed at with a bow. That was what Princess Fiona's eyes looked like. It seemed to Zkex that perhaps she had lost her confidence. At this, he said goodbye, warning them that from tomorrow it was expected to rain heavily. The beastly intuition of the noble barbarian was clearly beyond the five senses of man. His guess was safe, the worst-case scenario for Ed, the one in which Fiona lost her hostility to the Taylor family. So now the caster was in a gloomy reverie. Rain is good, said the cheerful spellcaster, because it's the perfect environment for making a contract with a water spirit. Better to do it near the sea, of course. But in the end, they agreed to deal with it tomorrow on the northern slope of the mountain after the lecture on stoicheology. Ed smiled. He was pleased with her support and cheerful attitude. First, he had to deal with the immediate problems and what he could do. Lucy sniffed like a cat. It was going to rain soon. She could smell the weather as well as a barometer. Hearing someone approaching the cabin, Lucy quickly jumped down from the cozy roof, and with a snap of her fingers, she lit the fire just in time for him to arrive. When Ed looked out from behind the trees, the fire was already licking the logs greedily. Spring had fully taken hold. The weather was warm and disposed to sleep. But the rain will make it difficult to get outside, Ed thought, as he walked into the house. Rain makes Lucy Merrill depressed, so one could only hope it wouldn't go on for too long. The first drops extinguished the campfire. The flames made an indignant hissing sound and gave up. Ed walked to the edge of the precipice, holding a sturdy bow that wasn't afraid of moisture. Mog, that warmed him under his waterproof cloak, chirped cheerfully that it was the first time he had come to this coast. The area of the cliff was deserted, and not a soul was to be found here. There's no better place to meet a water spirit, Mog even advised, taking the mid-level spirit Miss Ladia. He could even use it with his magic arrows, the fire spirit chirped. But Ed told him to be quiet. They weren't alone in this abandoned place. Ed drew the bowstring and aimed the arrow at the two hooded men. The fact that they had come for him was clear when they said hello to the young lord. The middle bosses of the third phase of the last chapter of the fourth act. In the battle to conquer Crepin, Caddick and Knox, the dark vassals of the Crepin family, appeared before him. They were Crepin's best henchmen, having been through fire and water, faces that Ed was not at all happy to see on Aiken Island. They kept calling him young master and approaching him. Ed reminded that he was no longer a member of the family. Caddick answered him that he had heard news of the lad from Mr. Crepin, and made no secret of the fact that their purpose was to kill him. But they immediately fell to their knees, recognizing their deep affection for him. Ed, however, did not remove his bow. Caddick even showed the dagger they were commanded to kill Ed with. And after all, the young lord was a different person before he ruled the mansion compared to his childhood years. And the more they learned about him at the academy, the better they realized that Ed had found the wisdom he'd possessed as a child and was now back as a true successor. They promised to tell the gentleman everything in detail and asked him once more to be the heir of the family and to raise the honor of the House of Taylor before the world. Ed didn't bat an ear and indifferently brushed all subterfuge aside. A wicked smirk appeared on the faces of the vassals. The boy had grown a lot since their last meeting. The last Ed would have fallen for such a trick of pride and vanity. Caddick attacked first. He snatched a second dagger with a wind blade snapping off its blade. Ed knew this servant's fighting style well, so he dodged the sharp swings. Knox immediately attacked him with his fire mace, with a reducing blow. They were both experienced and skillful knights. But Ed dodged this blow as well, the mace going into the ground an inch and showering them with clods of earth and shards of stone. The magical arrow snapped off the bow right on the move. Both Knox and Caddick were able to repel these single attacks with their blades. They were ruthless and cold-blooded killers and knew their business well. Knox asked Ed if he remembered Meliana, the poor girl who was blind in one eye because of his antics. She was Knox's daughter, so his thirst for revenge fueled his power from within as he attacked again. The flames from Knox's fist completely engulfed Ed, and he disappeared from sight for a second. Ed didn't deny what had happened, but their revenge was futile, he said when the flames died down, and they could see that the guy wasn't hurt at all. The end of vengeance is nothing but emptiness, Ed said, but Knox didn't listen to him and swung the flaming mace again. The crushing blow broke through the flimsy magical barrier, though the boy was able to deftly dodge. He may have grown a lot, but you can't block the strike of a heavy mace, said Caddick, who was watching the battle from the side. If he misses a single blow, he's dead. The bow in the guy's hand was more of a hindrance, too. Caddick waited a moment and suddenly attacked. The knights were acting very coherently, but Ed managed to dodge everything so far. But here he found himself driven to the edge of the precipice, no longer able to dodge sideways. Without further ado, Knox swung his mace again. However, in the same instant, he received a dagger in his back, which Ed threw at him using telekinesis. Caddick cried out at this surprise. Suddenly, the enemy was stronger than they had anticipated. The guy combined telekinesis and spirit magic on the dagger, and the first attack Ed blocked with a special shield that works against fire, thus luring the enemy closer. At the caster's signal, Mog blasted his magic onto the dagger, and Knox was engulfed in flames. Caddick was left alone for the time being, and that made the experienced knight nervous. Barely had the smoke of the explosion cleared as magical arrows erupted from it, one of which pierced the knight's thigh. It's amazing that the boy could attack him in the midst of such an explosion. All thanks to Peace's favor, which gave a temporary increase in fire resistance, so Ed wasn't hit by the fire. But Caddick was hardly ready to admit defeat, should have attacked the critical points, not the lower body, he told the guy. And then the knight unleashed a series of sharp blows that rained down on the mage. It's hard to imagine that anyone could have survived a veritable storm of wind blades. But Ed was able to avoid the damage by covering himself with Knox as a shield. Then Caddick leapt forward to complete his mission. But he himself was attacked from the rear. The water spirit, taking the form of a panther, attacked him from the back. The instant Ed fired his bow, he hit his spirit in a puddle. Her name was Aaliyah, a mid-level water spirit, and she was a force to be reckoned with. The panther grabbed the knight in a suffocating water bubble, and he immediately dropped his weapon, losing the will to resist. The water passed through his fingers. He couldn't get it away from his face to take a breath. The more he floundered, the faster he lost strength. Just when Ed thought it was all over, a shadow grew behind him and picked up the seal of hell. He'd gotten plenty of burns and cuts to make the average person unconscious. But Knox had seen more than that on the battlefield and was proud of it. Ed Taylor didn't see it coming. He didn't have the speed to react. Knox struck, holding the dagger in a reverse grip for more amplification, but ran into Marilda's stormy defense, a gust of wind that threw the enemy back. The lightning strike pierced through him and left a streak in the stone behind him. For a moment, it seemed to Ed that even the rain had stopped falling. Ada's seal froze a hair's breadth from his face, never reaching its target. All of Knox's internal organs must have been damaged from the impact. Unable to stand any longer, he collapsed to the ground, along with Caddick. Both dangerous opponents were incapacitated by an academy student. Ed wiped his face and took a breath. The battle had been short but quite intense. Knox, who still retained consciousness and the ability to speak, asked to end it all in one blow, knowing full well that in their position, that was a luxury. But instead, Ed put the seal of hell in his hands and said he had a request. If they are here, It means that the father has made a firm decision to kill his son not now, but later he will die. Even if he kills these knights, they will send others after him. So he'd better die now, so that the void would be empty, but it wouldn't be meaningless, and Knox would have more time to take revenge. A small gift left to the loyal servants of the Taylor family, he said. And with those words, a dagger poisoned with a curse pierced his body. The steel kiss wasn't among the most pleasant sensations in the world, so let out a suppressed moan. It was at that very moment that Shanika stepped out onto the open cliff bank. She was late because of her academy class. If she had come a minute later, she wouldn't have noticed anything at all. But a minute earlier, Ed probably would have been able to tell her something. But instead, the girl saw her friend fall into the abyss, covered in wounds from the battle. Knox himself didn't realize what was going on. Even though he should have killed Ed himself, he was dumbfounded by his actions. But what they definitely shouldn't have allowed was living witnesses. But for some reason, when he looked at this girl, he couldn't even move, and terrifying waves of power emanated from her. A knight who had fought many battles and was proud of it was completely stunned by what he was seeing for the first time. It was an entity of a higher level than the strongest spirit. The ritual of summoning a spirit of the highest level that could exist in nature unfolded before him. "Does he realize what he has just done?" Yannicka asked him in a chilling voice. Raindrops froze in the air. How many people knew what that magic circle meant? It was a scene of sorrow and anger created by the spellcaster who had already summoned the right hand of Glasscan, a dark spirit of the highest level. In front of Knox, the sun broke out that burned the earth, and in the sky appeared the one whose tail is said to be larger than the imperial castle, and who, according to legend in the mythical era, burned the mountains of Apos. Theurpus, a legendary level fire spirit, covered the entire sky with himself. Invoking just one of his paws could burn the entire northern forest to the ground. It didn't matter if Knox understood the meaning of the huge magic circle in the sky. Anyone in his shoes who encountered such a powerful ghostly energy would immediately realize where this was going. Sure, death is what he saw. The knight fell to his knees and a scream escaped his lips. The heat around him made the water completely evaporate from his skin. Only the intervention of another force saved him from being mottled. A wind hurricane shielded the knight from the flames. The huge she-wolf that appeared here roared a single word: run. Knox had no idea what was going on and just obeyed. Picking up Caddick, he began to walk away. And then Marilda told him to tell all they had seen here. Janika menacingly asked her she-wolf friend what she was doing. The girl was unrecognizable. Her cheerful appearance faded as if she herself had become an evil and vengeful spirit. But the she-wolf did not move. Confidently withstanding her pressure, the callback failed. It was strange. Janika knew as well as anyone why a spirit couldn't be summoned, so his contractor was still alive. All Ed had been doing all vacation was perfecting his magical engineering skills. He skillfully utilized his time in the library and was a complete success. He managed to make a magic item of legendary rank, the Delhamhain clock, a disposable item that allows you to roll back all physical damage. So all the wounds from the fall and the blow from the dagger were completely repaired. But the watch canceled the damage that had been done a few seconds ago. All the wounds he had received in the battle that were now burning with fire because of the salt water reminded him of themselves, and Ed was freezing fast. He had summoned Marilda with his last strength to deal with the strange situation at the top, but now his mind was confused. It was unclear whether he could complete everything or not. This watch should never have appeared in this world before the third act. Ed never thought he'd put it to use so quickly after putting so much effort into creating it, but he survived. The high-ranking magic of Crepin that determines cause and effect is extremely complex. If he just happens to defeat Knox and Caddick, Crepin will just keep tracking him down with magic no matter how much power it takes. And so on until he finds that future in which his plan will be fulfilled. It was hard to understand why Crepin would want to kill him so badly. Perhaps seeing him dead in the future would put him off, Ed thought. Although there was no logic in it, because he would have to continue to attend classes at the academy, and in general it is not clear how he learned about Crepin's plans to kill his son, because in the story of the game, it was not. It had cost Crepin a great deal of effort to attach his vassals to Tanya. Perhaps resolving the issue of the Seal of Sage, they would leave. So Ed hoped to play dead until the student council elections were held, and then the assassins would have to leave the academy, and then he would be relatively safe. The problem was that right now he wasn't even able to move. But then the guy felt warmth, and when he turned around, he saw a salamander that was crawling on the rock. With his last strength, Ed managed to get up and sit up. Good thing she had found him after all. His body ached like he was on the verge of death. Before he could say anything, Janika threw herself on his neck and clung to him. She flung him to the ground and clutched him so that he nearly choked himself. But Ed felt warmth from the embrace. He apologized for making her worry again and patted her shoulder gently, listening to her suppressed sobs. The two men lay there unable to move, washed by jets of prickly rain. To keep from freezing, they crawled into the cave and Ed told them everything. Janika immediately turned on and said she would bring him everything he needed to get through this time. Ed thanked her, of course, but the girl hadn't taken a step away from him the whole time, so he complained about the pain in his wounds and pulled away. The spellcaster was embarrassed and justified herself by saying that holding him in her arms made her feel calmer, and then asked that he pretend he hadn't heard the last words. She was still very self-conscious about her feelings. The rain kept falling, and Ed had a lot of things to do. Lucy was doing nothing as usual, but that's how she looked to those who don't know her at all. In reality, she was now tensely waiting. The difference was that she didn't feel bored, but rather comfortable. She waited for him to return, knowing that he would walk across the grass to check the extinguished fire, kick the wooden support a few times to test its strength, then walks over to the wet clothesline and takes everything off, puts all the tools away so they don't rust, into the tent. So he shakes the water off his clothes and greets Lucy heading towards the cabin. However varied and turbulent his life has been, he ends up here. At the end of the day, he turns on the lamp and reads books on magical engineering, while Lucy sits by the fireplace and falls asleep. The sound of rain outside the window, the crackle of dry logs in the fireplace, and the rustle of paper pages serve as her best lullaby. Now there was an echo of unfamiliar manna and the smell of blood, but Lucy didn't even open her eyes. She was too lazy to look into it. But she remembered Ed's praise for looking after the house, and that made the sorceress take to the air, yawning lazily. Two wounded men appeared in the clearing. They reported serving the Taylor family and asking for help. The one who was on his feet was called Knox, and he told the story that he had hurt his leg in the forest, and his companion had been attacked by a terrible beast and was now dying. Only no one believed this obvious lie, and Knox experienced a familiar feeling of horror at meeting the girls of this academy. They had better tell the whole truth without a secret, and then she would keep them alive, Lucy said menacingly, and her eyes glittered with embers. The professor patrolling the neighborhood came across an ill-fated dagger with a spell of strong poison engraved on the blade. He grumbled about something strange happening on his shift again. There was a trace of a spell on the blade, which meant that someone was definitely dead. There was no body nearby, which meant that the victim had fallen off a cliff. In this weather, it was impossible to find him. After listening to Janika's explanation, he realized that she had arranged to meet Ed Taylor here to practice spirit magic, but when she arrived at the location, he had already been injured. Janika nodded in affirmation. She had told the truth, but she was still afraid that it would be revealed, because she was well aware that everything she said would lead to false speculations. The professor asked her if she remembered the assassins, and Janika admitted that they were Knox and Kadek, vassals of the Taylor family. The professor was surprised, but decided to report everything to the dean in the morning. But then they saw a small figure wearing a witch's cap that was rapidly approaching them. Moreover, it moved jerkily in space and, barely showing itself on the shore, moved straight towards them. Janika, sensing disaster, asked Lucy to return to the camp and listen to her. But Lucy coldly declared that she had caught the two men, and as if she did not notice anything around her, she moved on. She picked up Ed's bow from the ground and immediately used a powerful teleportation spell. A moment later, the entire available space was blinded by a bright purple flash. The professor even had to cover his eyes from the torrent of rain that was blown away by Lucy's magic. He had no idea what was going on. Turning back to Janika for clarification, he heard her say that he needed to hurry before things took a terrible turn. Knox and Kadek, held tightly by magical fetters, followed their captor. Lucy was filled with anger at the vassals who had come here disguised as common servants, and indeed encroached on what she holds dear. So now Lucy has turned to her worst nightmare for real. A chain of not-so-complex inferences led her through the words of these assassins, straight to another member of the Taylor family that recently enrolled at Sylvania Tanya. So the lazy cat went on a rampage and thought of nothing better than to just smash the freshman girl's bedroom windows. Clutching Ed's bow in her hand, Lucy immediately flew through the window like an evil fairy with a bazooka. "Where are you?" came her chilling voice. At this noise, all of Ophelis' maids came running at once. A containment cube specially stocked for such occasions appeared in Belle's hands. Magic circles immediately appeared around Lucy. Belle asked her ward as calmly as she could what was wrong. But the usually lazy and unconcerned cat was not in the mood for negotiation right now. Just by releasing her power, she was able to break all restraining seals and demanded that Tanya be brought to her. Meanwhile, on the training ground, the bout has come to an end. The red-haired alchemist girl bristled resentfully at the one she had lost the fight to. Wade returned the sword to its sheath and indulgently praised her for this fight. Though it was too early for him to relax, the challenge list was long. He glanced obliquely at Zix, who stood indifferently against the wall as if he didn't care about the fights. But the other students were excited about the event, for Elvira was the best student in the faculty. Uyed Calamore has already proven himself quite capable of defeating the noblest of barbarians. But then their battle of glances was broken by a mini-earthquake, so that plaster sprinkled from the ceiling. Zix didn't know what was going on, reacted quickly. It was too late to look for the head housekeeper. When they looked outside, they saw neat statues of maids, their exact replicas. Lucy caught them in the prison of time. There were geniuses in the world who could roughly copy star magic after seeing it only once, while others spend a lifetime on this research. The infuriated sorceress stood her ground, demanding that Tanya Taylor be brought to her. Another maid saw Zix and Wade and called them over to her. She briefly explained to them that the head housekeeper had been hit by Lucy Merrill. Everyone was confused now, but from the words of the terrifyingly powerful sorceress, the third-year student was dead. The killers were servants of the Taylor family, the maid said. And at those words, Zix was suddenly stunned. I mean, if the killers are from this family, Tanya's the first candidate to order the hit. The noble barbarian told them to go forward despite all objections. Wade shouted to him that it was best to avoid amateurishness. Revenge was definitely not the way to go right now. At this, Zix asked them to leave, while he himself tore off in the other direction. Upon reaching the correct floor, the barbarian knocked politely on the door. As he had thought after the first explosion in the long-suffering dormitory, Tanya was never seen again. All the furniture in her room had been overturned. Just in case, Zix decided to check the closet that was on the floor. When he opened the door, he saw a girl in it that hugged her knees, trembling with fear, and did not understand why she all these horrors. All evidence pointed to this wee one, but the noble barbarian refused to believe it. Ed had worked hard to make her reputation at the academy grow. Sure, it was noticeable that she held some grudges against her brother, but it wasn't enough to kill her. So Zix decided to ask directly and told the girl to answer honestly if she had ordered her brother's murder. And then Tanya waved her head resolutely from side to side. It was hard to confirm her words, but this way this girl would definitely die, Zix realized, pondering in front of the closet. At the thought of his friend Ed being dead on his soul was sad, but there were too many things he didn't understand at the moment. Zix threw his wool cloak over the shivering freshman. Details could be found out later, but for now she was better off staying in the building. He had warned her that if she went outside she would die. One thing was clear, Ed certainly didn't want his sister dead and Lucy's hands stained with blood, which meant blocking Lucy Merrill first, and the barbarian was determined. However, Wade's voice from behind made him stop. There was no need to do the impossible, the swordsman said. Just agree to the angry witch's demands, or there was no telling how things would turn out if she found out that Zix was covering up for a possible murderer. We just need to send Tanya there, Wade repeated. But Zix replied briefly that he would do as he chose. It is not known what considerations Wade was guided by at this moment. Maybe it was just the spirit of competition that forced him to make this move. But he drew his sword and declared that he would take Tanya by force. Lucy used Ed's bow to load a fire arrow into it. It came off the bowstring in a shower of arrows at those below. The long-suffering Ophelis house suffered again, absorbing all the damage from the impact. Several freshly created statues in the garden fell from the shockwave. One of them nearly disinherited the Cluius family. He barely managed to dodge. Just now, the best student in the faculty had been defeated, so he himself was horrified. Lucy Merrill was still hovering above them, as if she had taken the entire academy hostage. Cluius thought she looked at him, so without thinking long, he rushed away in terror with all the speed he could muster. Along the way, he couldn't stop cursing his fate for bringing him to an academy full of troubled and aggressive students. Unfortunately for him, Clevius tripped over a rock and stretched out on the paving stones. He felt not a shred of remorse, only anger at his constant bad luck. Even here, he managed to screw up. Elvira told him as she leaned over the swordsman, surprising him no small amount. She used up all the reagents during the fight, so she needs to go to the lab. Who else but the best students of the academy can stop this monster, she asked. They needed to hold out for about 30 minutes before the professors arrived, Elvira added, and grinned unhappily, not liking the punching bag role herself. Seeing Clevius completely despairing, the girl told him to run to the professor's quarters as soon as he came to his senses. And if she met any of the students, she would ask for help and wave goodbye. The cowardly swordsman lowered his gaze. Still, he had his pride. And now he felt like a complete nobody. Because right in front of him was a girl who was not afraid at all. Jonica ran to the fire where Ed was waiting for her, resting after the battle, and told her what had happened. Lucy found out about everything before Jonica had a chance to tell her anything. Hearing that Lucia was now looking for his sister, Ed jumped up from his seat, realizing that his cunning plan had somehow gone awry. So he had to go and figure things out for himself. Despite all the wounds he had received, he headed straight towards the academy. Getting wet in the rain can make you sick, her teacher had told her when Lucy had a fever. But with a smile on his face, he asked her to remember the feeling. If her body remembers the fever, it will become more resistant to pain and injury. One day she will meet a lot of people who have spent their whole lives doing what she has achieved easily and simply. Therefore, they will seek to hurt her in every way possible. A downpour of magical arrows and spells rained down on Lucy from all sides. But she was completely unharmed, remaining invulnerable behind her barrier. Since no one was leading Tanya to her, she decided to go after her herself. A huge magic circle of unusual shape appeared in front of the witch. It grew bigger and bigger, filling the entire sky above the academy, casting a purple glow over everything. All the students who opposed her were imprisoned by time and petrified. One day she would become bored with her innate abilities. Everything would become meaningless, and the feeling of pain would become a distant memory, the teacher said. Old cheat, Lucy thought, and disappeared in a flash of explosion and smoke. Naturally, the flames didn't hurt her in the slightest, and Lucy glared glumly at her attacker. Elvira ticked unhappily. This was her strongest magic. She hadn't even noticed Lucy using magic. The speed of her cast was prohibitive. Away, said the lazy witch and waved her hand with purple smoke. Elvira was thrown back like a fly flicked, and the girl let out a strangled scream. Now Elvira realized what the principle was. It wasn't a spell, it was just a mana release. Wizards had superior sensitivity to magic, said the girl alchemist. But alchemists also understood something about magic, such as being able to transform it into items of magical engineering, or made combat reagents. With these words, Elvira poured the contents of the vial onto the ground. This thing absorbed a large amount of magical power and allowed it to move smoothly through the channels. The items around Lucy connected into a chain. From now on, she could use the witch's magical power as fuel to control the engineering items. Crack mana, separator, noise generator, elemental, regression stimulator, extraction clause, wave ball, illusory magic disc, mana purifier. If you activate them all at once, the magic power nearby will simply evaporate. Despite all of her precious creations being destroyed, Elvira was extremely pleased with herself and grinned gloatingly. She had to buy time while the rest of the students evacuated. In the alchemist girl's hands, a red magic circle lit up. And then the entire trap was activated, the air filled with a loud crackling sound. But the magic tools were immediately overloaded because the amount of mana that flowed through them exceeded their capabilities. In one fell swoop, all of Elvira's precious toys were destroyed. Calculating the amount of mana needed to overload all the tools was difficult. Theoretically, it could be done, but no one would waste time. The girl alchemist froze in place in surprise. No one thought that there could be someone in the world with so much mana. It didn't take Lucy long to subdue all the senior maids and the best fourth-year students. 3 minutes, that's what they've accomplished by going to the limit. The lazy witch walked indifferently past her defeated rival. Elvira grabbed her leg and tried to convince Lucy with words. Obviously, someone with her magic power could blow up an entire building at once. But that was hardly a good idea, and the witch herself should have realized that. As Ed himself hardly wanted it, she said. But Lucy didn't react in any way. She was determined to make up her mind after she met Tanya and lit a spell, the purple light bringing out a figure from the shadows that was quickly approaching from the back. The heavy sword struck the translucent dome, never reaching its target. Elvira was even more surprised. The last thing she expected was to see this guy here. He himself thought he was crazy to stand in the way of the most powerful sorceress in the academy. Pointing his sword paddle at the witch, Clevius stood firmly on his feet under the cold jets of the downpour. Lucy just snapped her finger as if giving him a flick, and a magic bullet pierced Clevius' stomach. He was swept away like Elvira before, like a bug. It took the witch exactly 1 second to finish him off. Meanwhile, another very important and dramatic fight had begun, that of the arrogant freshman and the noble barbarian. Wade attacked first, holding his sword to his side as if he were bayoneting. His quick straight lunge didn't reach Zix, who dodged with a single body movement. And with his light sword, he struck several blows at once, in response to Wade's blow, and he had to immediately go on the defensive. It was the island family's swordsmanship art, but the technique was even more complex and unconventional. It was like a symbiosis of the wild beasts that roamed the northern meadows, and the noble swordsmanship that Zix had mastered when he joined civilization. Wade took the blow with the flat of his sword. His opponent's movements were full of freedom, but the basics of swordsmanship went nowhere. It was a true art. But it's not fully honed yet, the freshman realized, and easily slid a straight lunge to the side. Zix's center of gravity was too tilted forward. Seeing the open spot, Wade immediately struck. The noble barbarian responded with wind magic. It was as if he was intentionally baiting him with his openness. Wade fended off the wind blade, but took the nasty blow with his guard with his whole face. If this had been a real fight, Zix would have just stabbed with his blade, and that would have been the end of it for the arrogant freshman. But you had to hand it to him. Despite the heavy blow, Wade got up and was going to continue the fight. A mad grin appeared on his face. He enjoyed fighting strong people as much as anyone else, so he couldn't refuse to fight this time either. So he rushed to the attack again, swinging his longsword wide. Zix only grinned. His opponent was enjoying the victory, not the process at all of Wade's enthusiasm only showing where he thought he could win. The noble barbarian took a wide swipe at the strong side of his blade, closer to his hand, and easily approached Wade. If the upstart wanted to fight with the strongest, he would not have started from the second year, because the best was Lucy Merrill, and all the rest are pathetic excuses. That's just cowardice, Zix shouted to him. Their fight was going on 2 planes at once in weapons and words. Zix moved Wade's blade to the floor and pinned him, thus leaving the guy unprotected. And then the upstart sensed he was in big trouble. Then the noble barbarian showed him how to make a deadly lunge so that a murderous red aura surrounded his body. The cold steel only tickled the freshman's throat, and Wade lifted his hands up, throwing his sword down involuntarily. What would he do against someone stronger? Zix asked, and the upstart called everything that happened delusional. Not at all, the noble barbarian answered him. It's just that this is his limit. There was an explosion behind him that didn't bode well for Zix. Lucy was approaching the hole in the building she'd just made. Arrogance is no less deadly than meanness. One should be careful of those who have confidence in their own abilities and make courage and bravery their virtue. There is no need to respect those who risk their lives over and over again to make their existence known to the world. Clevius stood up again. Fear was his weakness. Fear was his weapon. To make his legs and arms move, Clevius jabbed himself several times with his dagger. As you continue to live under the power of fear, one day there will come a moment when you can't even take a step. Even though you can run away, your feet are unwilling to move even a millimeter. But strangely enough, the hand holding the sword is strong. Even if defeat is inevitable, there is a sense of inertia that keeps the body moving forward. And he should remember that feeling. That's what his father told him. This is his core belief. In a second, Clevius' appearance completely changed. Elvira, who in a year had grown accustomed to the cowardly appearance of her comrade, could not believe her eyes. Lucy used Ed's bow again and loaded a fire arrow. The pillar of flame spell was multiplied 100 times. An entire downpour of fire rained down on the swordsman. Lucy only stopped because she made a promise not to kill people. The only reason to kill can only be because there is no other way to defeat the monster. Suddenly, Clevius was at her back again, so fast that she didn't have time to follow him. How could he speed up so much, Lucy wondered, and directed an amazed look in his direction. Clevius' blow was met by a storm defense, a powerful torrent of wind that answered the unexpected lunge. The swordsman didn't stay on his feet and was thrown backwards. But Clevius clung to the ground like a wild beast and stopped the movement. Somehow his wounds healed, but new ones appeared. With that much blood loss, he should have passed out. But the amount of mana that surrounded him only grew as Clevius took more damage. He fought like a man possessed, moving quickly around Lucy and delivering sharp blows to her protective barrier. Cursed sword, Northendale family ban, bloody swordsmanship. Clivius roared like a hunted lion and repeatedly unleashed powerful attacks on the witch. But then multiple spell seals appeared around him. Lucy clenched her fist and they all exploded at once in a counterattack that couldn't be dodged. But even this blow he withstood, and gathering all his strength, he broke through her protective barrier. Lucy covered herself with her hand, hastily gathering magic in it. Magic and sword collided in the air, and sparks flew in all directions. But the witch was stronger, the purple beam slicing Clivius like a hydrant strike. Bleeding, he was thrown back against the wall and lost all his fervor. His forbidden technique allowed him to use the blood that oozed from his wounds as a new source of strength, and so it was forbidden. In his lineage, Clivius was considered a monster by the devil of the sword. He had killed a man again and earned their scorn. Only his brother consoled him by putting a hand on his shoulder. "He's not a monster at all, just a human," that's what his brother said and smiled at him. But the sword demon had learned the technique himself, and now he had risen to the fight once more. You'd have to be a monster to use that fencing, but Clivius was doing it fighting a real monster. The flashes of magic became brighter. Lucy soared into the sky and created a whole column of destructive spells. Supreme lightning magic. The destruction of the heavens came off her hands. Zix hurriedly led Tanya behind him and told her to stay behind him and keep up. At one of the doors, Laurel was waiting for them. She showed them the way to escape. Zix was not a little surprised to see her here, but the cunning merchant acted as if she knew everything. But the barbarian was not going to take her word for it. Tanya was definitely lucky. There were many obstacles along the way, but Zix managed to get her out, Laurel said. Zix asked her if she'd heard the news about Ed, but Laurel replied that she couldn't answer that question. If Tanya were here alone, what would she do? The barbarian asked her again. "I'd tear it to pieces," followed immediately by a ruthless reply. Zix tried to cool her fervor, but it was a hasty decision, and Laurel agreed. She should start with the fingernails, though she couldn't think of anything to interrogate the suspect about. Tanya immediately fearfully stated that she hadn't done anything. The freshman was horrified. Laurel opened the door, letting Zix through. She couldn't have overpowered him in a fight anyway, but the barbarian's body instinctively paled, something he didn't believe in such success. Everyone at the academy knew not to make Laurel Ketchlin their enemy, and right now this conniving merchant was extremely hostile, so the barbarian couldn't even imagine what was waiting for them behind the next door. He froze in place, tensely wondering what he should do when a real thunderstorm broke outside the window. What he never realized was why they were still safe. Elvira covered her mouth to keep from screaming in horror as a flash of lightning lit up her face. Clivius' body was steaming and sparking. He'd taken more than one hit and was still conscious. He remembered his brother's words telling him not to blame himself too much. It was the fault of those who decided to test his strength. He should hold his head up and look proud. His abilities are not a curse at all. The hero that with unwavering faith rushed into battle in the face of an entire army, rushing mighty as a mountain. Such was the image of their ancestor, Belkus, whose strength protected their kind. And if he has that power, then Clivius could one day become a hero like that man. Brother was wrong, thought the swordsman, rushing into battle like a sword devil. No matter how human he behaves, if he loses control, the world around him immediately turns into a bloodbath. Morality is just an outdated concept that can't be applied to a red-eyed monster. He goes on a rampage and everything around him turns red. A volley of magic lasered through the air, but Clivius leapt up and avoided it. Lucy charged up the killer lightning magic again, in a matter of moments. Somehow the swordsman broke through that veil of fire as well. The heavy blade reached her neck and froze. For the first time, Lucy was on the verge of death. The red-eyed demon almost cut down her head like a young tree. Is it possible to become a hero with that kind of power? Clivius thought. His brother, whose face had gone pale, appeared before his mental gaze. "That's good," his brother told him in a squeezed voice. It's a good thing he killed him, and not the other man, because his brother could have forgiven him. A true hero died that day before his eyes, Clivius remembered. And he died at the hands of a monster, in the body of a little boy. So cursing himself, the swordsman stopped his hand at the last moment. He really couldn't commit murder again. He didn't want to be a hero, nor did he want to become a monster. The cursed sword in his hands crumbled and Clivius fell. He collapsed right at the feet of the lazy witch, who still stood unmoving. At least he managed to buy some time for everyone to leave the building, the swordsman thought, and fell into a blissful sleep. Cold jets of rain drummed mercilessly on his back, but he didn't care anymore. The more wounds on his body, the more magic power he gained from his technique. which meant the closer he got to the border of death, the stronger he was. But even this great power was too small to reach Lucy. Whether it was his weakness or strength, no one will ever know. But in that instant, he really could have killed her. For Lucy, who had lived her entire life with a sense of complete invulnerability, the small cut on her neck was extremely unusual. For the first time, she felt the fear of death, and that fear told her to kill a weak opponent who had already lost the will to resist. Something splayed out beside Lucy, and she turned around nervously. "I knew it," Clevius said, that he had returned from oblivion. A cloaked figure stood in front of them, and in his hands he held a bow. Of course he survived, thought the swordsman. Ed Taylor glanced glumly at the lazy witch. Zix was running out of time, needing to make a decision quickly, and he still didn't know what to do. But then a light burst into the room with a splash of window glass. There was a clinking sound of broken glass, and everyone froze with astonished faces. When Janica burst into the room, who certainly no one expected to see, the girl landed right on top of Laurel, making them present a rather cute picture.
Laurel demanded an explanation, but the spellcaster first rubbed the water droplets off herself like a puppy.
And then she pointed at Tanya and shouted that she'd found her, which made her and Zix flinch. There was an oppressive and awkward silence for a second, everyone waiting to see what would happen next. But seeing Janica's calm face gave Laurel hope that Ed was okay. Either she had completely lost her mind, Janica hesitantly turned to Tanya and Zix and asked them if she had ruined the moment, and then the she-wolf that peered through the broken window answered that everything was just right. Janica had found Ed's sister just in time. The perpetrator of all the events and misunderstandings was thinking how to resolve the situation as quickly as possible. Ed glanced at Clevius, hardly recognizing the swordsman in the wounded pile of scraps. Clevius himself knew what he looked like, and told me that he attacked like crazy with everything he had, but couldn't even reach Lucy with his fingertips. "That's why you have to run," he added, and plopped his face into the dirt. At that moment, the guy thought he was the only one acting crazy. Even if he'd been beaten to a pulp, he wouldn't have gotten anywhere. No one forced him. In an instant, the swordsman destroyed everything he had worked on for years. He could have given up like everyone else, but in the end, he couldn't do it. He just believed that even if he died, he could be a hero. "Never escaped his foolish fate again," wailed the lad as Elvira let him lean on her shoulder. "He never could win, and all his actions were a mistake," she lamented. Ed put a hand on his shoulder and said he was very grateful. Their efforts were not in vain, and they are of great value. Saying this, the mage left them and turned to walk away. Clevius began to engage in self-defeating behavior again. He thought he was a pathetic worm, and when he said that, he collapsed right into Elvira's lap. Ed didn't throw words to the wind. He really thought Clevius was incredible. He knew the fighting ability of every student in the academy, but there wasn't a single person capable of such a fight. It took about 10 minutes to get everyone out of the building, plus the same amount of space for Ed to reach the place. During that time, Clevius held on by himself. Against the boss of the third act, the awakened Lucy Merrill. All this time, the witch just waited silently for what he had to say. Ed went over to her and apologized for not being able to warn her in time and died for a while. Lucy just snuggled against his chest, and the mage realized that all excuses were pointless.
After all, she really thought he was dead, the lazy witch whispered.
Ed pulled her tighter against him to calm the trembling in the little sorceress body. They stood like that, surrounded by petrified and silent maids. Since joining the civilized world, Zix has prided himself on being fearless. But now, looking at the creepy trio in front of them, it was hard for him not to feel fear. Learning of Ed's death, his crazed groupie has definitely lost his mind, thought the barbarian. Janica asked him to take his time. She had something to say about Ed, but Zix wouldn't listen and just stabbed her with a wind blade. Dust and rumbling came up. The barbarian told Tanya to pack up immediately and run into the hole he'd just made. Get to the fork, immediately turn west. If she ran like crazy, she'd make it to the residential neighborhood. And then when she gets away from the chase, she can ask for help. Since she is the heir of the Taylor family, someone from the imperial family or another noble will definitely help her. Zix himself intended to restrain the revenge-seeking maidens from following her with all his might. If she wasn't the younger sister of his friend and battle comrade, Zix wouldn't even move in her direction. When she finally escaped into the cleft, he was fully prepared for the decisive battle. Zix was sure that no matter what he said, he wouldn't be listened to. He fully understood Janica's feelings. After all, he had a loved one too, the barbarian told the astonished girl. At the mere thought of losing someone he loved, Zix was torn with pain. He knew that Janica was going through the same thing right now. After all, Ed was the one she loved more than anyone else in the world, and he knew the bitterness the girl felt. When Janica heard these words, she blushed and was horrified. And Zix, completely missing the atmosphere, continued to appeal to her heart. So without thinking long, the spellcaster unleashed her strongest spell on him, just to keep him quiet. Another hole has appeared in the long-suffering Ophelis dormitory building, and the noble barbarian was eliminated in one single blow. Janica thrust some sort of staff at him and kept saying the same thing, that Ed wasn't dead and therefore he should stop talking nonsense immediately. It was spring rain. It washed away the petals that had accumulated on the roadside and spread the different smells of flowers in the flower beds. The season was presenting itself in a new light, and the same was true of feelings. When you let them go and then regain rational thinking, even those relationships that were stable will enter a new phase. All the while, Lucy thought about her relationship to Glock, her teacher, and realized that she felt something similar about Ed. The feelings overlaid on each other were similar, but at the same time, very different. Lucy didn't understand what that difference was yet, but she pulled away from Ed sharply. Her entire face flushed red like a red-hot iron bar. Even though he called her by her usual name, a bomb definitely went off in his chest. The lazy witch suddenly squeezed herself with all her might, scorched by a new feeling and realization. She finally understood the essence of this unusual phenomenon of the spring of her life. The scent of cut grass has always had a calming effect for her. She often caught a glimpse of him while she lays lazily on the roof of a lonely cabin in the woods. Lucy didn't dislike the smell, but the maids didn't like it, so she often had to change her clothes. Now that Lucy noticed the smell of grass coming from Ed, she couldn't ignore it anymore. The boy didn't seem to notice the witch's flailing and said they had a lot to do because the teachers would be here soon. They would need to explain everything somehow while avoiding details. First of all, he needed to share everything with Zix, Clevius, Elvira, and Laurel, and he had already sent Janica to find Tanya. He handed her his hat and told her to find the others, but it was as if Lucy didn't hear him. Ed sternly reiterated that if they didn't sort things out, she would be facing a disciplinary committee meeting. Besides, she should have apologized to those who were badly hurt. After all, many people had gotten hurt trying to stop her. Ed noticed with a trained eye that Elvira had lost all of her magical tools that she had been collecting for a long time. And Clevius is bleeding like a fountain, even though he started cutting himself. But from Lucy's point of view, she was the one who was attacked, and she fought them so that no one died. Ed sighed heavily. If the lazy witch didn't want to apologize, he would try to explain everything to everyone, because he had a share of responsibility. But for Lucy, that heavy condescending sigh was a blow. Suddenly, the thought that he thought she was pathetic and disappointed in her horrified the witch. She immediately stated that she would apologize to everyone, and Ed praised that wise decision. The smell of fresh cut grass filled her mind again, and to her eyes, Ed looked like the Messiah himself. The girl didn't look hurt, the magician noted, but in her case, that wasn't surprising. But as soon as Lucy smelled the odor, she let her guard down, and a strong shiver ran down her spine. The witch didn't understand at all why this was happening. She had always thought Ed was some sort of man that ran the sleepaway camp. They would just sit together by the fire and eat, or she could twist around all night on the bed she slept so sweetly on, and just shorten the days like that for about a year. They lived side by side, ate together, slept together. Everything the witch hadn't given much thought to before was now piled on top of it. Ed had some kind of supernatural power over her, and with every breath, Lucy wanted to fall through the ground in shame. Ed was thinking about how he could repay Janica for all her hard work when a lazy cat clawed at him and grabbed his cloak. The mage stared at her in surprise, waiting to see what she would say. "Should he go now?" Lucy asked hesitantly, the blush dancing across her face again. Meanwhile, Janica and Zix had finally settled their misunderstanding, and the barbarian apologized to the girl. Clevius and Elvira were resting nearby. They had been hit the hardest. Ed looked around at everyone he wanted to talk to. His gaze fell on Laurel, who for some reason avoided looking him directly in the face. As if putting her thoughts in order, she turned around and smiled to say hello. Even in her simple nightie, she tried to hold herself with the dignity of a lady. The mage apologized for making her worry, but the cunning merchant replied that she wasn't worried at all and believed he couldn't be killed so easily. and she knew from the tools he asked for that he was assembling a Delheim clock. It's important for a merchant to keep her cool. She was just checking the facts, Laurel added, and looked at Zix for confirmation. Zix had already grasped the rules of this game, so dutifully confirmed that there was no excitement on her part. Even though Tanya was acting suspiciously, so for a while the girls just exchanged harsh words. But there was no physical conflict, he said. She certainly wouldn't allow the thought of Ed dying, Laurel reiterated again and gently stroked his collar. Now when she just looked at him, she felt at peace. After all, she was a little worried. And since he made her worry, then it shouldn't go free, the fox slyly stated. Laurel had already intended to take her duty and move closer, but a lazy cat intervened and shoved her sharply to the side, coming between them. Lucy's strawberry-colored face spoke for itself, but Ed was still surprised at her reaction, since she usually didn't care about anything. Ed rewarded her with an encouraging kick to bring her to her senses. Now everyone present was staring in amazement at the lazy witch who had recently threatened to tear everything down. Laurel had a terrible realization, her instinct screaming at the top of her voice that there was a new rival. Ed stroked Lucy's head and explained that Laurel was just worried. There was no need to react so harshly. Once she got her emotions under control, she should apologize to everyone. Janica got nervous too and pulled the witch towards her. Normally, the spellcaster didn't feel uneasy about her, but now the maiden's intuition was saying otherwise. It was an emergency. Too close, she shouted to Ed, pulling Lucy against her. But the lazy witch sharply pushed the friendly Janica away as well. Now things were even more confusing, and they looked at each other like cats ready to fight. Ed, with his dim-wittedness, did not understand what was going on, but Zix watched with interest. Usually he had only read about such scenes in novels. He was already anticipating a real battle, but Elvira interrupted them and reminded them that they didn't have much time, which is what Ed was talking about. Soon the teacher should arrive, who never hurried, as if they lived on another planet, not in the same walls of the academy. Who knows, maybe they were waiting for everything to resolve itself. Ed quickly told everyone why it was important to him to hide the fact of his survival for a while. Lucy apologized to Clevius and Elvira and agreed to search with the others for the escaped Tanya. For some inexplicable reason to Ed, Zix looked extremely disappointed. Before Lucy broke the seal of time, they came up with a one-size-fits-all version of what happened. And the mage himself disappeared before anyone noticed that he had survived. The rain ended and a beautiful full moon rose in the sky. Clevius soon regained consciousness and was surprised to find that there was not a single wound on his body. Looking up, he saw Elvira's face above his head. "Nothing to shake silly," she told him. The guy thought he was dead, and now he was completely confused. He wouldn't have been surprised if he had actually passed away with his skills. To keep him from running away, Elvira grabbed him by the hair and said he was just in time to come to his senses, for he must testify that he had stopped Lucy. Elvira thought about how much the alchemist enjoyed discovering new things, seeing Lucy bow politely and heal Clevius, how Laurel had gotten Ed's guarantee of repayment for her silence. Even Ed's words about them trying their best were an eye-opener for her. "Just rest," she told Clevius, pulling him to her lap. The cowardly swordsman didn't have the strength to resist her in any way. He was still painfully aware of his defeat, as if he was starting all over again. Lucy had been stopped by Ed, and Clevius still hadn't done anything. Of course, he knew she would start nagging and arguing with him now. But Elvira suddenly agreed, and Clevius stared at her in surprise. "Life really is like a pile of dung," said the girl dreamily, looking up at the sky. There was so much more to say, but Elvira simply agreed with the swordsman, and they both just lay there in silence, their eyes reflecting the starlight, completely unaware of how brightly they shone. Tanya ran as fast as she could until she plowed into the rain-slickened ground. Her legs refused to obey her, and with great difficulty the girl rose, fearing a pursuit of herself. Unfortunately, she did not know how futile these efforts were. She had to find out the truth and clear herself of false accusations. No one should catch her, thought the girl. Unfortunately for her, no one ever caught her to explain what had happened, so she spent the whole night on the run. The investigation into Ed Taylor's death was moving towards completion. The professor also applied reading magic to the area. It was not possible to recreate the entire scene exactly, but the gaps were filled in by the story, by student Janica. It was also confirmed that Knox stabbed the victim with a poisoned dagger, who then fell off a cliff. Knox and Caddick, vassals of the Taylor family, were imprisoned in the dungeon of the academy, after which they were to be handed over to the imperial family. But before that, everything had to be checked. Ed's death was no longer in doubt, so Dean said to gather all the information and take the matter to the Emperor. Obel Forrest took over the remaining questions as rector, his hand stroking the crystal all-seeing ball. The consequences of the death of one student turned out to be very serious, because the lazy witch lost her temper and made a real riot, so they had to evacuate the students in the middle of the night. It became apparent to everyone that Ed had a profound impact on many people. According to the investigation, student Lucy Merrill was stopped by swordsman Clevius, a sophomore in the military department, after which the witch was escorted to the Rose Garden and did not cause any more trouble. Ortiz was surprised that the academy had a student of such caliber, and he instructed him to prepare an award worthy of the skill. For the lazy witch, however, it was decided to arrange a disciplinary committee. Deputy Rector Rachel glared menacingly at the shrunken Lucy in front of her. Clevius and Elvira testified as the injured party. On inspection, the Ophelis building had several impressive gaps. The amount of damage was not as large compared to the last uprising, but still impressive. If there had been more destruction, one disciplinary action would not have been enough. Lucy looked unconcerned about everything and just took it as it came. Sylvania Academy was considered the best school, not least because of the brilliant sorceress, so the question of her expulsion was not even considered. Although she didn't want to smear her record with a record of disciplinary action, Rachel couldn't leave things as they were. Without punishment, Lucy would refuse to hold on to the dignity of the best student. So she was stripped of her scholarship for the semester, all benefits, suspended from school for 10 days. Though the punishment looked harsh, it meant little to Lucy, for her tuition was paid for the entire time by Glock himself. But here Belmaya spoke as Ophelis' chief housekeeper and witness, and she asked that these measures be reconsidered. As she knew the lazy witch well, she realized that she would not be deterred by such measures. Until the worst happened, Lucy said she would accept and sign everything. Evicting Lucy from the dormitory was a reward, not a punishment, so she should have been deprived of her freedom of movement. Outside the dormitory, Belle said, and as if to confirm her words, the lazy witch waved her arms frantically. All of the maids were determined to do their daily duty by Lucy's side to prevent her from escaping. Rachel nodded after listening to everything. She agreed and gave Lucy a 30-day probationary period. Plus, it meant that there would be no defamatory records of the best student. To Lucy's loud cries, her sentence was read and approved. Belle took her under her arm and coldly declared that she would see to it that Lucy did not go out for a second before the end of the term. Then they left the room where the hearing was taking place in a sepulchral silence. After hearing the news from Jonica, Ed noted that the punishment had been light. Elvira and Clevius had done everything right, so they had managed to keep it quiet.
The spellcaster took the food off the fire and handed him a plate with a portion of beef stew, a dish she often ate when she was home and was sure it was cooked to perfection.
Jonica insisted on doing his laundry, giving spirit magic lessons, duplicating lectures, and even cooking. That's what it means to be a good person, Ed thought. There were only 3 variables that occupied his mind so far as the student council elections were concerned. The first is that Princess Fiona has completely lost the will to fight for influence. Second, that Tanya, who was supposed to be her rival and supporting villain, went missing. And 2 of her vassals ended up in the academy dungeon. This whole spectacle was played out to inform Crepin of Ed's death, so he wanted to just be forgotten about. But now things were getting a little confusing. But now Caddick and Knox were in custody, and he needed to release them quickly so they could report back to Crepin on a successful mission. Only then can this stifling life of seclusion be put to an end. Ed sighed heavily, never touching his food. He had a lot to do. But then Jonica spoke up and said that she had no idea how he lived, because Ed was the heir of a noble family, and even after his abdication, he was involved in various affairs, while she had lived her whole life as a commoner. So she didn't know how to comfort him. When she didn't know anything, she couldn't say that everything would be fine, and there was no need to be discouraged. It would sound stupid. Ed told the girl that she was already helping him more than he deserved, but Jonica stood her ground. She wanted to solve all his problems, because she wanted him not to have any more hard time. When she said that, the girl gave him a look full of sincere feelings. Even a callous, slow-witted man's heart sank. The atmosphere in the cave had become eerily awkward, so keeping silent was unbearably difficult once they were alone. Not that it was awkwardness. It was just that for reasons unknown to him, he felt strange. Ed thanked her for her help, She really was the only one who supported him so much. Janika quickly changed the subject before it got hotter in the cave, and remembered that it was important to find Tanya now. The mage thought at first he was very surprised to see this girl that was very different from the image he remembered. She had always been strong, fearless, noble. He had seen her confident countenance with his own eyes, so it gave him confidence that she could handle herself, and was definitely standing somewhere right now, making plans for the future, radiating dignity. Except the reality was a bit more prosaic. The girl sat in her bedroom, hugging her knees and trembling with fear. She confessed to Fiona that she really didn't give the order to kill her brother. The princess thought for a moment. Rumors of the exiled nobleman's death had reached her before his sister's arrival. And just when she wanted to make things right with him, settled her affairs, moved up her meeting schedule so she had time to have a heart-to-heart talk, there was only one day left before the visit to his camp when the news of Ed's death came. Had she gathered just a day earlier, and the tragedy could have been avoided, her pathetic pride had done nothing to help her, Fiona lamented. Her goal was to gather materials and begin systematic training immediately upon entering the academy, and to become president of the student council. It's a paltry position by imperial standards, but it would allow her to exercise her will within the borders of Sylvania instead of just being a third princess dependent on others. Fiona wanted to assert her own will as president of the studio board. Rather than use her clan name, she wanted to perform her own efforts to eradicate the Taylor clan. But now it was obvious to Fiona that she was a person unworthy of holding power. And then Tanya Taylor appeared on her doorstep, covered in mud and abrasions. No one knew anything for sure yet, but the rector had informed her of the details of the investigation and that the Taylor family was involved in Ed's murder. And then his own sister appeared before her, so it wasn't hard to assume her involvement. Tanya begged pitifully to believe that she was not involved in the murder. And then Fiona enclosed the freshman in a tight hug. She asked her to tell her everything that happened. From that moment on, the princess decided to learn from her mistakes. She was no longer going to label people and cast suspicion on a person just because of their background and relatives. So Fiona told Tanya she believed her as she shrank into a ball and cried in her bedroom. Until the situation was clearer, she promised to hide her in her chambers. Tanya thanked her profusely for this support and kindness. Fiona couldn't believe she could start a political fight with such a young and fragile girl. Just then, her servant reported that she had a visitor, and the princess left Tanya. She was following her schedule to fight the real enemy. It was Laurel, the cunning and devious owner of Elta's company. Even though Ed is dead, they must continue the training program, said she saw the princess. Fiona greeted her coldly and immediately asked her the reason for her visit. Laurel grinned, clearly enjoying the moment. For once, she had more information than the aspiring princess. Why is she hiding Tanya Taylor at her place? Laurel asked clearly, plotting to play another game. Lucy glared at the ceiling with a frown, and it didn't add to her comfort. There were still 29 days until her probation ended, so she was begging to just kill her. 3 hours before Princess Fiona and Laurel met, Ed was exercising on a rocky shore near his hideout. His newly summoned water spirit quickly attacked in the guise of a panther. With a dagger, the maid shredded the body and interrupted her attack. But not for long. Leisha created several clones and surrounded the caster. After practicing, the caster wiped the sweat from his forehead and the splashing water. Mack, as usual, singing him dithyrambs about his amazing skills. Leisha recognized his skills as well. As a mage, he had achieved good skills in close combat, but today could be rested. Ed thanked her for her help. For him, this spirit was the perfect training partner. Then that Mack was too small. Training with Marilda was even more effective, Leisha noted, but the mage refused. A she-wolf the size of a house would send him to heaven on the first flight. A top-level spirit can change form and move freely around the island, Leisha replied. Ed sighed. He didn't have any reason to feel satisfied. Once his characterization scores reached 15, they didn't increase anymore. He had almost reached his limit after his long-term goal of mastering medium magic would be achieved. Was it worth thinking about special skills, he pondered. In any case, he couldn't be satisfied with the current level and had to keep growing. But then his thoughts were interrupted by Laurel's enthusiastic cry, who seemed to have forgotten why she had come, staring shamelessly at his exposed torso. She wiped his face and told him that even though he was having a hard time in isolation, he should just rest. Ed just waved it off. He was already more relaxed than he had been while in the woods. He already had help with food, clothing, and settling in, and now he was just practicing with the spirits.
So the spirits see everything, Laurel said and smirked slyly. She pressed herself unashamedly against Ed, knowing that this would not go unnoticed by her rival.
Mog immediately started flying in circles and yelling that there was an emergency, while Lacia remained indifferent to everything. Laurel was going to visit Fiona and was thinking about how she could earn a few gold coins from the election, but she came to him first. First of all, she should have no problem freeing Knox and Caddick at his request, but it's not a free favor, which is why she's here to get the down payment. Payment in advance, asked her slightly embarrassed Ed. Just a hug once, the sly fox replied and grinned again, letting her love vibes waft around. Ed sighed heavily, but there was nowhere to go. Laurel scrutinized his every move, and was still equally surprised when he actually did, and pressed her against his broad chest. It nearly made her own heart leap away, and she rested her hands on his chest. Ed asked in surprise what was the matter, for this was exactly what she wanted. Attack and defense are different things, replied the sly fox. Confused. She was very confused. It felt very different from what she had imagined on the way here, because he had hardly any clothes on. She was so upset that she couldn't control her feelings, and reminded him that he should take care of decorum. Ed sighed again. This was exactly what she had asked for after all. He just needed to go a little slower. Laurel rested her head against him and said she'd like to hear his answer. It was a request to take her side at least once. Laurel had something planned and knew she would have many enemies, maybe even turn the entire academy against her. But she sincerely hoped that at least he would stay on her side. And so she came to Princess Fiona, asking why she was hiding Tanya Taylor in her bedroom. After all, Zix had given her a direct tip when he let Tanya escape. By the method of elimination, Laurel came to the conclusion that Tanya was here, since even the academy authorities didn't know where she was. The princess hid her feelings well, so she answered her question and wanted to know why Laurel was looking for this freshman. But for Laurel, Fiona was as good as it got, she replied floridly, saying she had come to share something personal. Laurel made no secret of the fact that she was a petty person, but weak to those she couldn't touch, and extremely harsh to those weaker than her. The Taylor family was powerful enough that even the imperial couple had to act cautiously, so Laurel had to consider whether Tanya Taylor was really weaker than her. The cunning fox stood up from her seat. Controlling the residential area still gave her leverage. Therefore, Tanya was precisely the weak link in her opinion. Of course, if Princess Fiona decided to fully stand up for the freshman, no one would catch her. This outcome was expected, so she prepared in advance, and then told Fiona that she would run for student council president. Perhaps then, in this new role, Miss Tanya would deign to meet her. Fiona listened silently. This lunge she missed. Hiding forever won't work, said Laurel. The Taylor family vassals are captive and all routes off the island have been taken. Fiona put two and two together. Laurel Ketchen had always had a special relationship with Ed, and learning that his sister was a suspect was most likely seeking revenge. When the princess told everything to the freshman, the situation didn't look very happy. Fiona had no choice but to ask bluntly, if Tanya wasn't involved in the murder, then who had organized it? But then Tanya said something that made Fiona marvel even more. It was her. Caddick and Knox arrived in Sylvania under the pretense of helping her with her affairs. And the one who gave the order, of course, was her father, Crepin Taylor, who didn't care about his son, and the reason he changed his mind was because the girl had written about her brother to her father. So everything she wrote caused Ed's death. She blamed it on herself. Although her actions could not be called a crime, Tanya was not going to sit idly by. In this land of knowledge, her older brother had shown how much a person could change if they made the effort and kept their hands up. She had only one way to survive, to find out the truth about her older brother's murder. To do that, Tanya was going to run for president. Thinking of the people who had helped her in her time of need, and her older brother, she couldn't let herself be intimidated, the determined freshman stated. And then Fiona answered her that she would support her in every way possible. The princess herself didn't know why she decided to go for it. To be precise, she also had an unpaid debt to Ed. Laurel's assistant stacked a whole stack of papers in front of her. They were all the necessary paperwork for the application. Lena was thrilled with her employer's decision, even though Tanya was suspected of murder, which meant she wasn't expected to have a high rating, even though Fiona was supporting her. Laurel was already sleeping very little and doing all the work alone. But Laurel only brushed off these worries and told her to ask questions on the matter at hand. With the assistants gone, the saleswoman was able to relax a little. Ed was presumed dead. Preparations for the election were in full swing. There was no point in asking all sorts of questions if everything would be clear soon enough. Meanwhile, Lucy was indulging in a desperate fight against boredom, and a joyful expression appeared on her face. She finally managed to get the pillow upright, she shouted. But the joy didn't last long. The pillow immediately fell. "How long will her confinement last?" the witch asked the maid. And she smiling sweetly replied that it was only 27 days. And immediately reminded that due to problems at the academy, the disciplinary document only came into effect yesterday. Because of this whole routine, she would have to count the days anew, which meant she had another 29 days to stay here. This finally broke the spirit of the imprisoned witch, who was writhing in boredom. The dungeon was damp and musty, as dungeons should be. Caddock sat on the cold floor of his cell and cursed his fate. But no matter how you looked at it, the Duke's judgment was correct. The guy still hadn't honed his abilities, but his fighting sense and improvisation were top-notch. If they had left him alive, he would have become a great threat to the Taylor family. Knox agreed, and it wasn't just about ability, he thought. He had dangerous allies like that spellcaster who with sheer determination was willing to burn her mana for revenge, or an insanely powerful sorceress who was willing to chase killers to the ends of the earth. Ed's potential was unpredictable if he could form such bonds with people who possessed such powers. They used to think Ed was spoiled and slovenly, and yet the Lord ordered his son killed. But what if Ed, with his powers, did it on purpose? He originally had beliefs contrary to his father's will, and when he was appointed successor, he began to behave like a madman and fled to Sylvania. What if he was building up forces here, Knox thought with horror, but none of that made sense now. A guard suddenly spoke to them, suddenly agreeing with Knox. Now was the time to run away and report everything to the head of the family. The guard took off his helmet and put his finger to his lips and told him not to worry, just that there was a man who would benefit from the chaos that would ensue after the escape of the criminals. The guard introduced himself as Dune, a windcatcher from Alte's company, and in his hands gleamed a coveted bunch of keys. Lucy continued to languish in boredom and counted sheep. Barely had she called Belle as she reported that the wait was still 24 days and 3 hours. The lazy witch begged to be killed, but the maid, who didn't even try to hide her pleased expression, replied that she couldn't do it. Meanwhile, a dazzlingly beautiful girl with blue hair was walking through the academy grounds.
Many people were breathless at the sight of her light dress and her light, sparkling skin.
Her hair glistened silver, and everyone turned around when the girl walked by. How suddenly she just disappeared right in front of Callia's eyes. This girl looked like a student, but didn't look like a student. Saint thought there was still a lot she didn't know. It only made her want to live each day to the fullest, because she still had a lot to learn, and there was no telling when else there would be such a time in her life. The Saint unfolded a campaign sheet describing the candidates for president of the Stud Council. Aaliyah thought she could meet Tanya after Ophelus's restoration, but the girl's whereabouts remained unknown. It was surprising to see her on the ballot, but overall, Aaliyah was glad to know that Tanya was okay. The news of the death of a third-year student, whose most likely killers were vassals of the family from whose register he had been struck off, came as a real shock. Aaliyah remembered his creepy, lonely cabin and thoughts of the downside of the freedom she'd been harboring. That image was still deeply imprinted in her memory, as if it had happened a few minutes ago. However, for Saint, Tanya was the first friend she met at the academy, and now she was suspected of murder. Of course, Aaliyah believed her friend, but there was also news of the escape of the murder suspects, so the mood among the electors was not in Tanya's favor. For some reason, after Ed's disappearance, the atmosphere in the academy became gloomy. Professor Claire walked around blacker than a cloud and paid no attention to anyone. She was again dumped on, for someone had to properly formalize what had happened, and the choice fell on the youngest professor. They needed someone who knew a little bit about the dead student and also had contacts with Clevius, as well as someone who had crossed paths with Lucy. And the choice fell on Professor Claire, who was already in a jam because Ed helped her a lot. Now the professor was in utter despair at the sudden twists of fate. Dark bags had formed on her face and her eyes were deeply sunken. Besides, Anise was completely subdued and looked like a wilted flower. They weren't meant to be together anyway, but right now her chest ached. The image of Ed was alive in her mind, but Anise thought she'd get over it somehow. However, it was Janika who testified about the real culprit in Ed's murder. If it's so hard for her, how much harder for her friend, Anise thought, and tears showed in her eyes. Except the reality was very different from her expectations. Janika was literally fountaining with joy. She chirped non-stop, even more than before, and gave herself over to cooking. Annis decided that this way her friend just wanted to forget herself, and she hugged her tightly. "That man is gone. She needs to get over it and come to her senses," the assistant professor said. Janika suddenly realized how ridiculous she looked, but she couldn't say anything. The spirits began to taunt her, and the caster told them to be quiet. The perpetrator of all events himself was making his future plans in a safe haven, endlessly training his body out of boredom. He was closely following the news that unfolded in the academy. It became clear that his sister was actively cooperating with the investigation to prove her innocence. Jenica tells him that the princess has declared her support, but even still, Laurel still has more votes. Even though registration is not yet complete, she has already acquired a campaign team. But then Janika got distracted from the laundry and asked Ed what he and Laurel had been doing in the cave while she was gone. Ed was caught off guard by this question and didn't even know how to answer. "At this rate, Laurel will soon win the presidential race," the charmer added. Their conversation was interrupted by Zix, who had come at Ed's request. He hadn't expected to see Janika here. He didn't care who became president, but the escape of Caddick and Knox cast a shadow over Tanya. At the request of the princess, Zix arrived at her house but was unable to testify in favor of Tanya, for he had promised Ed to remain silent. The younger sister's appearance was not very inspiring. The girl was very nervous. When she first arrived at the academy, she got too much attention from her brother's older friends. But now everyone was suspicious of her, and she was left in isolation. And when she stood before everyone, she would not be in good shape. Ed understood, and he told Zeeks he didn't have to go on. In the third act, no serious battle scenes were foreseen. The events were to reveal the main characters' relationships visually. According to the rules, Mack actively supports the princess forces because she was the one who kicked Ed Taylor out and saved him from expulsion. Of course, in this election campaign, it was not necessary to convince every student in the academy, because the best students have a lot of influence. Everyone will try to influence them. In the end, who can really be persuaded are the top 2 students from each department in their second year, and whoever gets at least 5 will win. By winning the election, Fiona will become president, and Mack will gain the influence of the imperial family. They will be supporters until the end. In the fourth act, the power of the imperial house is especially needed against Crep and Taylor, and the same goes for the final boss battle. Maintaining the underlying momentum of this scenario is critical to survival. It's a weapon for its own sake, and at the same time a way to survive all the trials to come. Even though the small details had already changed a lot, Ed tried to keep an eye on the big picture to prepare for the future, which meant Fiona should become president. If things stay as they are now, public opinion of Tanya won't change, and then Fiona will want to run for office again. Ed was thinking of secretly informing her that he was alive, or shaking things up by convincing all the top students he had connections with. In any case, he still had room to maneuver to make Princess a candidate again before the first registration. But the question remained, what would then happen to Tanya? She had to become a minor villain and disappear from the scene as a murderer. Because of him, she had to go through this ordeal, which was not in the script. Ed was once again faced with a choice, his sister or the script, when Zix tore him away from his dark thoughts and doubts. He offered to postpone tonight's arrangement since his opponent was confused, but Ed refused. It was time to begin, and he reached for the dagger in the scabbard on his hip. He needed to test the results of his training. Letting the mind be loaded isn't a bad thing to stretch the body, Ed said, preparing for battle. Zix removed the sheath from his heavy sword and thanked his opponent for the favor. He too wanted to warm up properly. He hadn't had a worthy opponent in a long time. Suddenly, old memories came flooding back to the girl, and as it happens, they had already faded with time. The 3 went for a walk in the flower garden. They held hands, Arwen, Tanya, and Ed. In a way, it is the last memory. After that, the girl's life was filled with immense pressure and burden of responsibility. But it looks like there were some happy times in her life, she thought as she looked out the window. However, all of that was in the distant past. Right now, a huge crowd of protesters had gathered under the princess's building where she was hiding. To help Tanya or not would be to distort the scenario himself, Ed thought, and so he hesitated. Even among the things that had been distorted, there were still many variables with unknown causation. Zix raised his sword high above his head with cold-blooded determination. At this point, the noble barbarian was a friend of the protagonist and the strongest student of the second year, not counting Lucy. However, in the original scenario, he was supposed to lose to Wade due to fatigue and poor compatibility. Zix started with a single sword strike, and a shockwave rippled off his blade. Ed couldn't miss such an insignificant detail, so he decided to check it out. He covered himself with his short dagger, meeting the barbarian's blow. More important were those who stuck out the most from the script. The mage summoned a protection spell and covered himself with a transparent dome. But the first strike was only cover for the real attack. Zix drew closer in lightning speed and swung again to strike. The mage didn't expect such speed and didn't understand how the barbarian managed it. He moved sharply to the side to avoid getting hit. But the faster Zix moved, the harder it was for him to dodge the trap the caster had set. At Ed's signal, Mog blew his seal on the caster's dagger, and the flash consumed the barbarian whole, except he dodged it in a completely supernatural way. The mage picked up the dagger and went on the attack himself, taking advantage of the moment. But Zix used telekinesis again to avoid that lunge. No matter how well the barbarian felt his body and capabilities, applying telekinesis in battle was not something that was easy to do. It was a skill beyond mere theory, and requiring practical experience, the barbarian applied the spell himself. And a high-powered ice spear flew towards Ed. No leniency felt by the mage. From the start, the barbarian was not going to mess around, and now he had to dodge with all his might. But it's all a series of tricks to pick the right moment. The path for a more powerful spell to hit him when he sees a gap. "I thought it would be an easy fight," Ed told the barbarian, and then he grinned and replied that he'd used the same tactic at first. The barbarian thought to use only a sword, but as it looked, his opponent demanded more attention, and Zix used higher-level magic, advanced weaponry. "Shouldn't practice be like a real fight?" he asked with a chuckle. There was another massive explosion on the beach, and tongues of flame soared to the sky. Not the least bit worried about Ed, Janika continued cooking dinner where no one was in her way. She hoped he liked carrots and didn't mind other vegetables. The guy would be hungry after the fight, so the spellcaster was in a hurry. Zix unleashed another crushing attack on Ed, and green lightning discharges spread across the beach. The sword in the barbarian's hands turned to two axes, which he used to shred Ed's magical barrier. When this flimsy defense was breached, Ed snatched the bow from the vault. With a quick movement, he drew the bowstring with a water arrow. Immediately, 3 shots snapped off the bow and flew in different directions.
Zix managed to put up a shield and took this volley, but was forced to stop.
Mana armor literally turned the wizard's mana into armor, so it wasn't easy to break through the barbarian's defenses. Since wizards don't usually use weapons very often, it is extremely rare for them to use this complex top-level magic. The barbarian was the only mage who could use almost any kind of weapon without restriction. He created unique magic and constantly changed his attack type, making him a dangerous and unpredictable foe. Zix used the power of telekinesis again to hit Ed in the flank. It was a movement impossible to follow and impossible to predict. And in case of such attacks, the storm defense was triggered, which blew away all the enemies with a stream of wind. Zix gritted his teeth at this blow. There was no way he could block the unexpected attack. So now he was badly shaken up, but the barbarian was still on his feet. However, as soon as he stopped, he realized he had fallen into another trap. The puddles on the ground were filled with spirit magic. With a torrent of water, the entire space around Zix turned as if into a minefield. The jets of water began to move quickly and erratically, seeking to entangle him. Aaliyah took the form of a panther and jumped on the barbarian from the back. But with his beastly reflexes, the barbarian repelled this attack with a sharp sweep of his arm. But Ed wouldn't let him rest. When the barbarian opened up, the mage was already closing in on him with a fire spell. It was mid-level magic, a point blast like detonating a grenade at close range. As expected, Zix was the strongest. Once it got to the point of arming with mana, it was enough growth for the scenario. In that case, Mack and the others shouldn't have any problems in the future, Ed thought and faltered. Even after such an attack, the barbarian was on his feet and full of strength. He gathered all the mana into a narrow area around his fists, and it was as if he had lost control, like in a real battle where lives were at stake. "From now on, he will fight for real," the noble barbarian declared with a mad grin on his face, and used Convergence, an advanced mana weapon. Ed had already realized what the madman was up to and ordered Aaliyah to attack immediately. But the mid-level water spirit was repelled by the raging torrents of raging mana. Zix was showing him abilities as much as possible for this period of the scenario, so he didn't expect to see this form so soon. Zix's final battle scheme that will be shown in the 4th act. The moment he infiltrated Gregor's cathedral, the barbarian soared into the sky surrounded by sharp blades. Awakening Spear, When dealing with Ed, Zix decided to pitch him superior firepower than get into psychological warfare. He approached quickly, wanting to end it all with one decisive blow. Ed gathered the rest of his mana for a fire spell and aimed it towards Zix. He shot several times trying to hold back the barbarian. But mana and time were rapidly running out. Point blast was not a method with good efficiency, but he had to resort to it. The problem was that the second attack of Zix's new form was much more powerful. Ed slammed his fist into the sand and created a barrier. He had no choice but to go into a dumb defense, magic blades clinking. In the mage's hands, a magical object glittered, a shock-proof wave sphere. Zix grinned. Since the enemy was using magical items, it meant his own mana was running low, and the next strike promised to be his last. The spear was rapidly approaching its target, threatening to belittle the mage. But even then, Ed had the strength to stop the wind magic from hitting him. Since the opponent was attacking hard, he had no choice but to lay it on full as well, Ed said, and a ring sparkled on his finger. The Phoenix ring, now Ed couldn't use it as long as last time. He only wanted to survive a minimum of mana to slightly manifest the power of the ring. He squirmed with tension as he heard the voice say finally. Without Lucy, and without Janika's magical powers he summoned her, the silver-haired girl spoke. "This is a huge step forward," Marilda stated and smiled charmingly at him. The Academy was in the process of presenting candidates for the presidency. Someone had just finished their fiery speech, and there was an enthusiastic cheer from the crowd. The support was great. But there were also a lot of doubters. There were 4 candidates running. Despite this, Laurel had the edge so far. Under loud shouts, the head of the trading company stepped forward. She held herself easily and confidently, as befits those who are accustomed to leading people. A cordial and sincere smile never left her face. What will happen if she actually wins was the question students wondered. After all, then no one will be able to match her in influence and fame, and at least something to oppose Laurel, who has both power and money. But as soon as the peddler had gone backstage, a look of contempt appeared on her face as she bestowed upon the next candidate. "Are her legs all right?" Laurel asked coldly. But Tanya didn't answer her anything. She was nervous enough as it was. The girls missed each other, but Laurel didn't miss the opportunity to hurt Tanya more, seeing how worried she was. But there were no more tears on the freshman's face as she strode firmly onto the stage, declaring that she had not killed her brother. Tanya remained silent for a moment, waiting for everyone to pay attention to her and for her to gather her thoughts, and then began her speech by introducing herself. The students greeted her without much enthusiasm, so the girl felt a lot of pressure. Their faces said that they all took the freshman girl's words skeptically. It's amazing that she behaves like a professional to the very end and maintains her composure. Maybe she was driven by a desire to prove her innocence, or maybe she did have a talent for politics, Laurel thought. But 10 minutes later, nothing about the students' mood had changed. But then the crowd lost patience and a wave of criticism and anger descended on Tanya, with students demanding explanations. Tanya shrank back as various debris flew at her. The performance could be considered a failure, but her courage was to be commended. The student was about to leave, but tripped and fell right in front of everyone. The crowd of haters broke into laughter at how ridiculous she looked. Now Tanya herself realized how reckless she had been in coming out to everyone. She should have run away instead of being exposed to the crowd. Seeing their eyes full of hatred, the girl realized she had to run right now. She covered her head with her hands, seeing the aggressive students already running towards her. But suddenly a blue flash made them all stop. A huge she-wolf appeared in front of Tanya, carrying a rider on its back. She staggered back, memories lost to the passage of time that she had already decided to forget. Suddenly it came over her again and came to life as if it was all happening again now. Only now she suddenly remembered the face of the one who had held her hand when she was little. Found again, they would never again be lost from memory. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. "There's a lot to explain, but first we need to resolve the situation," Ed, who had just come back from the dead, told her. A few days before his appearance on stage, he was able to summon Marilda in the form of a beautiful girl. His magical powers had increased, and he could now summon her himself, though some non-critical limitations still remained. Marilda gave him the ability to create an air current and lift all objects near the caster into the air. And that's how Ed was able to lift Zix. The barbarian had already reached his limit, so the sudden surge of his opponent's strength stopped him. Ed himself didn't get overwhelming mana either. Furthermore, he immediately used it up. Marilda complained that the human form, while beautiful, was ineffective.
The mouth is small and it's hard to talk. Bare skin is cold without fur. and without a tail, it's hard to keep your balance.
Ed was counting on the fact that if he used all his strength and a trump card called Marilda, he might have a chance. Wind Spirit turned around surprised by the appearance of a seemingly already defeated opponent. It was difficult for Marilda to move in this form, and then the Barbarian unleashed his strongest blow on her. Only it was aimed at the caster, the tip of the magic blade stopping a hair's breadth from Ed's throat. He raised his hands and admitted his utter defeat, not the least bit worried about it. Zix nodded. He too enjoyed this lesson when he saw with his own eyes the result of 1 year of hard training. But the Barbarian himself had grown much stronger than expected. It was all about the competitive spirit between them. Seeing Ed grow, Zix couldn't sit still either. Once again, he was the cause of the distorted scenario, the mage thought. And the noble Barbarian grinned contentedly. He had gotten everything he wanted today. Ed sat down next to him to rest too, all the while desperately trying to control the script and its flow, partly to maintain their information advantage, but also because there are absolutely necessary conditions for victory. That's why he thought a script was the best answer to everything, the mage thought. But really, looking back at everything that's happened, this twisted scenario is on the verge of coming to fruition. He ran into people he shouldn't have, took over the role of protagonist where he shouldn't have. How many times he tried to edit it to get it back on track, which only resulted in more distortion and fragmentation. It was worth admitting that he did have a fear of variables that couldn't be controlled. So even after the news of Nox and Caddick's escape, he hadn't dared to make a move to save his sister. All because it meant that the script he'd kept so safe would become an area full of distortions that Ed would no longer be able to control. But it was worth soberly assessing what was already going on around us. Zix, that would be the companion of the hero of this story, until the final battle had grown stronger and was now quite stuffing his mouth with food. He was stronger now and had made friends, even if it sounded naive. But things couldn't be so bad that he was afraid of distortion, Ed decided. Upon seeing the huge she-wolf, the crowd of frightened students rushed to run away. But then Joseph, a freshman, stepped forward and said that he had seen the spirit before. So when he took off his hood, many people immediately recognized Ed Taylor and were not at all surprised to see him appear with Marilda. So he showed up at her speech to drop all charges and to announce his full support for his sister. Jenica as the best sophomore, and along with her, Lucy also declared that they were supporting the freshmen. They were joined by Zix and Elvira as representatives of their faculties in their second year. It wouldn't be hard to get the votes of all the other students with their help either. But more important than all the calculations was to declare to everyone that he would support his sister since they were related. Only after making this decision could the mage breathe easy. But afterwards he had a talk with the rector. He had to tell the whole story from the beginning and without secrecy. The professor that led the interrogation asked all the details of the last month, repeating the same questions. So Ed already had circles forming under his eyes from sheer fatigue, but the investigation was coming to an end. The mage just waited for it to be over. He was tired of counting interrogations when the number of them passed 24. It was hard to believe that this would be the last one, but here he was, led to the rector's office. Obel Forcier told him to enter as quickly as possible. He held himself like a strict academic, although everyone knew that he liked to shirk his duties, leaving the students to themselves at an important moment. The joyous spring sunshine was streaming through the windows of this office to dispel the boredom sooner rather than later. The rector gave him tea and even apologized for the lack of security at the academy. But Ed didn't take aim at that. He realized that Crepin would have gotten around the security tricks anyway. Obel drained his mug in a gulp, as if he were thirsty. He appreciated Ed's words, but from the outside, the events looked carefully planned, not a forced improvisation. Given the timeline, it looks like the guy was waiting for Nox and Caddick to escape. After waiting for them to report their success to the master, he boldly revealed himself. The rector didn't know the reasons for the Taylor's internal strife and didn't really want to get into them. But as head of the academy, he had to report to the imperial court, which means that Crepin will know that the assassination attempt failed. But that might have gone against the guy's intentions, the rector realized. Ed asked to just hold off on that message for a while, and there was a reasonable question as to why Obel would take such a risk. The rector didn't really care that Crepin Taylor, who held the real power in the palace, had decided to eliminate his son. He was only thinking about the academy. Ed countered that it was even in the best interest of the Taylor family to dispense with the hype, but if he thought there was a threat, he could report it at any time. But then the rector turned his attention to the amazing growth in academic performance. and the positive feedback from other students in the academy. It was as if he had become a different person, the rector said without even realizing how right he was. But then reminded that he would always be on the side of the students, especially when it came to a good student like Ed, he promised to remember his name the next time he saw him. So the rector continued to monitor the overall situation, but turned a blind eye to the incident and kept Ed's survival a secret. After all the events, there were many who wanted to show their loyalty to Tanya, so Kaylee even had to drive away the most zealous. Ed watching the saint do such a job made him wonder if it was all right. After talking to the rector, he was left to catch his breath on a bench when his sister came up to him. Judging by the first results, she would probably win the election. Proud of herself as a freshman, she declared that she still couldn't relax and let her guard down. When her innocence was proven, she received the votes of 8 of the top 12 students from all courses. This gave her a huge advantage and support over Laurel. It was the departure of the head of the trade guild that was the decisive reason for the preponderance. Laurel was so persistent in her one-on-one confrontation with Tanya that the other candidates were simply forgotten. Their approval ratings became roughly equal and a two-party system was established. But then one article came out very successfully that cited an anonymous source. It was a story about embezzlement and bullying of business partners, and under such pressure, Laurel had to back down. So Tanya's supporters managed to win. Today was the first time brother and sister could talk quietly. They would still have many opportunities to do so, but she wanted to thank him. Ed remembered that the day he made his dramatic appearance on stage, she had thanked him 100 times. His sister was embarrassed but still had to ask him a question, even though he might not like the question. She still didn't understand why he sided with her in this election race. He had no reason to risk coming out of hiding, as if he suddenly couldn't bear the injustice. Ed thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. That's just the way it was, he told his sister. They are a family, and family is the most important thing, he added, remembering a bald racer. Now that she is president, she will still act somewhat biased, simply because she is human, and asked me to tell her if it was difficult so she could help him in any way she could. The girl left proud of herself. She was glad it had ended this way. As soon as the sister left, another woman with a sly, ingratiating voice approached him. Laurel repeated his last line about family being the most important thing and grinned. But in general, the merchant could not be called upset, on the contrary, because everything was going according to plan. There were 3 facts predetermined the victory of the rival. Firstly, a scandal with one of the partners. But the source of this scandal was Laurel herself. She deliberately spread it. From the beginning, Laurel had planned to create a two-way structure with Tanya and eliminate the other candidates. She visited the princess and showed hostility to her rival to induce her to participate in the election. The 2 people that felt indebted to Ed after his supposed death are sure to be on his side when he returns. In turn, Laurel knew she would have many enemies in the academy, and she hoped that at least Ed would stay on her side. Then the caster, learning of Laurel's plans, decided to save Tanya. The duel with Zix had only dispelled the doubts that had been overpowering his mind. It wasn't a lie that Ed wanted to save his sister because they were related, but it was also worth recognizing that he was considering her usefulness. The next act is a confrontation with a formidable adversary for whom Ed is already an enemy. As a member of the Taylor family, Tanya is the best liaison for various diversion and collection operations. But only those who know the full darkness of human relationships can know about such things. For example, someone like the girl that since childhood has known no other motivation than self-interest. Laurel didn't have the best reputation at the academy at the moment, and Miss Tanya didn't feel too sorry for her, but she could assign her to Ed and thus take control. The boy grinned wryly and noted that it was a bad habit of pulling strings. But that was her way of doing things, shaking everyone up, and she was giving in to the wave. However, she did not care about rumors and opinions about her because it did not affect the flow of money. What to do if there is such a character, said the cunning fox and pressed against his hand. It was enough for her to know that she and he weren't enemies, but Ed knew that wasn't all that lurked in her soul. So this scenario took a different turn, and the further fate of Princess Fiona that did not become president was not known. As well as how her fight with the Taylor family would unfold, no one else knew that for sure. All he could do now was watch the events of the 3rd act come to a close. After almost a month, he finally returned to his home, which he had missed, and of course, there was a lot of things waiting for him. To tidy things up first, you need to clean the fire pit, remove the thick layer of dust in the house. But it turned out his bed was already made and warmed for his arrival. The spellcaster grinned. There are some things that never change, even in this fickle world. Ed picked up a thick leather-bound book, dusted it off, and sat down to read in the moonlight. But as soon as he was comfortably settled, he fell asleep. He should have rested first, Ed thought, and snored. At last, he was back at his camp. A pleasant last thought flashed across his mind. Soon, the student council president was officially approved, and 3 days later, Janika showed up at the dean's office. Professor Melina, the head of the spellcasters department, offered her a job and promised to give her extra points for it. Of course, in terms of academic preparation, the girl was inferior to the professors, but she was able to communicate with the higher spirits. Even when considering active masters, she was already a first-rate expert in terms of sensory skills, the professor said, and the girl felt the weight of responsibility. Combat drills are scheduled soon, Melina explained. She wanted Janika to show her dignity as a senior. The professor realized that the spellcaster was not particularly eager to prove anything, but as the best student in the course and the best spirit master in the faculty, she should have shown more enthusiasm. Of course, Melina realized that the girl was dating that guy and was completely caught up in the relationship. When she heard that judgment, Janika just exploded with embarrassment and shouted in protest. She started to deny it, but the professor was in no mood for jokes. It was common knowledge that they went to general elementology and spirit spell classes together. She also stayed with her boyfriend when she went to the student center or the dining hall. Especially in the last few days, that's all she's been doing, plus she's always mumbling something to herself. He only does what he does and talks nonsense with a satisfied look, often not even listening to what they say in lectures, so the professor only had to condescendingly watch the children. Janika pitifully asked not to talk like that in front of everyone, but Melina replied that she wasn't interested in children's love stories. But it's already obvious to everyone everything she just said, stated the professor, and Janika looked around nervously at the other students. Her level of embarrassment reached unprecedented limits, and the girl felt as if she were caught in a trap. The mountainous area in the southern part of eastern Spard is named Pollen, meaning land of cattlemen. If you look deeper into the Pollen valleys, exploring the local mountain ranges, you'll find Torin, a small cattle village with a population of 300 souls, of which there are many. Janika Folover, the girl that learned to see spirits before she could speak, was a genius of geniuses destined to bring glory to her village. From time to time, the village was visited by strangers, and among them, the letter carrier was especially memorable to the girl. He was the only person who spoke to her formally. All the young people had left the village for the cities, and Janika found formal speech unfamiliar, for she lived among the older people. But perhaps because of her natural friendliness, the girl became close to the mailman, who told her about the other towns. Everyone in the village loved Janika. She was the pride and joy of the villagers and grew up fond of everyone. Even the letter carrier who visited the village from time to time was charmed, so that one day he asked her for her hand in marriage. Janika was the kind of person who was totally bad at saying no for fear of upsetting someone, and at the same time too young to understand love. So rejected the letter carrier's feelings, after which the young man avoided entering their village for a long time. But when they met again, in his hands was a truly unexpected letter, inviting him to study at Sylvania. And then this guy said goodbye to her in a formal tone. His speech sounded formal, and it imprinted itself on the girl's memory. It had been 3 years since her arrival in Sylvania, so she hardly remembered the face of that mailman. But even now, having to turn people down scared her, and the formal speech made her feel awkward. "Sorry, Lady Janika," the spellcaster heard and flinched. She stood in the lobby of Ophalis with a withdrawal request, and hesitated, though the clerk said there were plenty of people willing to help her. Of course, there were usually plenty of such concerned friends and acquaintances around her, but when the attention became too intense, it was hard to speak up. Even her closest friend, who sat in front of her and grumbled unhappily, because she should have realized earlier from Janika's detached face that the guy was alive. Of course, she realized already that there was no other choice, Anise added. But what was bothering her now, she asked the spellcaster. And then Janika said she had trouble saying no to anyone. Anise immediately agreed with her friend fervently, which was why Janika had already become that guy's maid.
She wasn't just hiding him, but cooking for him, washing his things, taking care of the household. It's hard to imagine what he asked her to do this time.
Janika immediately started denying everything, saying that everything she did was her wish. This time she had a request for Ed. And the spellcaster asked Anise to back off a bit. It was hard for her to speak when she was being piled on like that. But since that's the case, she should gain distance with that guy, and then it will be easier to ask for favors. If you take each other for granted all the time, there will be no excitement, the friend stated. It was absolutely ridiculous advice, and Anissa herself didn't believe Yannicka was capable of such a thing. But if it suddenly happened, it could work to her advantage. Unexpectedly, her friend agreed, as if she hadn't grasped the hidden meaning of this advice, and jumped up abruptly from her seat. The spellcaster had just had a brilliant idea, and on that she said goodbye. Yannicka ran away faster than Anissa could add anything. The assistant professor clutched her head, completely unaware of what this was all about. Ed had accumulated quite a few blueprints of magical engineering by now, and one of them was the one he wanted most. A 1,000-year-old staff struck by lightning. The creation process itself was simple, but even so, the device was very powerful. Most importantly, it enhanced resonance with elemental spirits. The reason it made sense was that the material was hard to get, but possible. It required a branch of a tree, but not just any tree, but one that had been struck by lightning and twisted. In the scenario, this item appears in the protagonist's inventory as a reward for completing the task of the last chapter of the third act. But in reality, it couldn't just be found or bought somewhere. Ancient trees are rare, but at least one exists in the northern forest. The problem was the lightning, Ed thought, and turned toward the roof, where one lazy but very powerful witch has made herself comfortable in the sun. Ed leaned over her, shutting out the sun and disturbed her lazy sleep. Lucy opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was his face that was crouched right above her. It was enough to make her leap up into the tree like a frightened cat. He was surprised at this reaction. It wasn't the first time he'd woken her up, and there was no need to be so startled. But seeing how nervous the witch was, he apologized and said they would talk later because it was time for his meeting. A couple minutes later, a happy Yannicka appeared in the clearing and greeted him. Today she was 10 minutes late, even though she was usually on time. Then, proud of herself, she declared that there was no problem and she was just late, saying the words simply with emphasis. Ed realized that the girl was busy but had come to help him with his spiritual resonance training anyway, and offered her tea. Yannicka nodded, all the while reminding herself to keep her distance. Along the way, they discussed his progress in communicating with spirits. Ed spent almost no mana on Mog's summoning, having gotten used to it, but it took more time to communicate with Marilda. Mog didn't even know how to react to such praise, and said that he would try even harder, as usual, referring to himself in the third person. But then they went straight to Belle, who had come here looking for Lucy and had already caught the lazy cat. For Rachel, the vice principal, had one thing in mind for the best student of the year. Belle bowed courteously to Ed, saying that she was glad to see him alive. She was greatly saddened by the news of his death. The boy replied equally courteously that he was sorry for the inconvenience. There was a distinctly standoffish feeling between them, Ed interacting with Belle in a formal and respectful manner according to her status. The virtue of a maid is always to take the lower position, Belle declared, but Ed didn't raise an eyebrow. Then the head housekeeper said she would go about her business to instruct the maids on the rules of speech etiquette, and yet Ed used formal speech. Yannicka was surprised to see such a rare expression on Belle's face, as if there was a power struggle between them. Distance, power struggles, formal speech. Here the puzzle in the spellcaster's mind came together. Belle turned to Yannicka and said she was glad to see she was doing well after moving to another dormitory, and the spellcaster smiled. Living with friends wasn't so bad after all. The head housekeeper, Ophelisa, bowed to them. She still had an inspection to do, as well as preparing Lucy for the meeting. Lucy wished her luck and Belle that they would get through the day without any trouble. When the housekeeper left, the spellcaster suggested with a burning look that Ed switch to formal speech, or rather start talking as if they'd barely met, keeping manners and respect. It was something she wanted to try at least once, which she embarrassingly asked for by touching his sleeve. Since it was the sincere wish of a friend and ally, Ed didn't mind. Curfew was coming soon, and they would only exchange a couple of phrases anyway. "Hello, Mr. Ed." Yannicka suddenly addressed him in a way that sent shivers down the guy's spine. With the impression that emotions were contagious, suddenly Ed began to feel uncomfortable and out of place. He had no idea why Yannicka was so nervous, but that nervousness jumped over him as well. 3 minutes later, there was no way they could start a conversation, and they kept stuttering. They had already had moments of intense awkwardness in recent weeks, but now it felt much heavier. The relationship that had been like a family relationship and that he had found comfortable was now awkward. The problem was that it was Jonica who suggested it, and she herself didn't expect what it would turn into. There had to be some way to overcome this atmosphere, and Ed pondered how to do it. But then Janica jumped up from her seat, and as if she had just remembered the time, said she had to go back to the dormitory. She bid him a formal farewell and promptly ran off into the woods, leaving Ed at a complete loss for the first time since this camp started. And now he must continue to support this strange game with horror, he thought. The next day, Ed sat under the crown of a lone snow-white tree. Marilda asked him if he and Janica were continuing their formal speech game.
Ed hummed, for the she-wolf had seen everything herself. No need to ask questions.
But Marilda objected that she wasn't free enough to follow him around the academy all day. The atmosphere between them remained the same since yesterday. In classes, Janica was also behaving strangely and shunning him, the caster told. Maybe it was her strange way of getting rid of her accumulated stress. He hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but now he was worried that there was something wrong with the girl. So he's worried about her, Spirit asked playfully and moved closer. Ed agreed without any implication. Then Marilda perked up, as if she had found a loophole in his dense defenses.
But Ed turned the conversation in another direction and asked to take a few branches from this tree to make a staff, and Marilda realized that he was, as usual, thinking more about business than about Janek.
Theoretically, he doesn't need her permission to take a few twigs, the she-wolf replied. Ed wondered, for this tree was called none other than Marilda's guardian tree. The spirit thought again. Practically, she was protecting the whole forest. And then someone just carved her name into that tree, all because of an old friend. The spirit had lived for many millennia. No wonder she had many connections. Why do spirits take the form of animals when they can easily take on human form? She asked the caster. This happened because animals are the most accessible forms of imitation for them, and to take on the appearance of humans, they need something to imitate. Marilda sat down next to him and again asked Ed whose appearance she took in his opinion. Since they had contracted, the spirit could read his mind. And then she created the image of a girl as close to his ideal as possible. Marilda smiled slyly again, softness combined with a strange confidence in her. Ed thought about his ideal for the first time and didn't quite know what the she-wolf was talking about.
Of course it's all a lie, she added slyly, playing with him like a child.
Ed couldn't read her mind, and besides, transformation isn't something every spirit could do, she said. Marilda had lived for years watching Sylvania grow up and still found it interesting. And when Aiken Island was a pristine, uninhabited land, she met this girl. She never dressed in fancy outfits, acted carefree, and that set her apart from the others. A special, unique person the she-wolf had ever met. The one who infused magic into the guardian tree and made it the source, as well as the one who built this academy and trusted the she-wolf to guard the forest. This information could not be recognized in the game because they were connected in such a way. One of the greatest sorceresses and scholars, the great sage Sylvania, appeared before Ed. Janica returned to camp in the evening as he sat by the fire peeling an apple as usual. Stammering between greetings, the girl said hello to him. Ed, too, was always stumbling when he talked to her and offered a treat. Janica didn't refuse, and the guy silently began to brush another one. He asked for a plate, and she held it out. They communicated in as short phrases as possible so as not to confuse themselves more. Ed still didn't know what to do with all this awkward silence. He wanted Janica to either stick completely to formal speech or abandon it completely. Seeing the girl in agony, he asked her what was wrong and if she was sick. But without raising her head, Janica honestly admitted that she wanted to ask him something, but he had to keep quiet until she finished because he was very embarrassed. Ed tried his best to keep his cool and do everything as if nothing had happened. Since Janica had brought it up, he should have acted like an adult. What if she moved out of the dormitory here, and the two of them lived here together, she asked and nailed the guy with a look in her brown eyes. The knife slipped and dug into his finger, but even if Ed had lost his hand, he wouldn't have felt it. So dumbfounded was he by her suggestion that already the girl was worried if everything was all right with him. Whether it was outdoor life or combat, he'd been doing this for over a year, so he thought he could handle either problem. At least the cut finger gave him time to think. Ed was in the mood for a serious conversation, though he didn't know if he should make that point. He perceived Janica as a very kind and considerate person, and he was sure he wasn't the only one who thought so. Simply put, he liked her, but there was no way he could ignore her, for she was incredibly beautiful and charming. And now he was trying his best to behave like a gentleman. But if you live under the same roof, who knows what might happen, he added. Janica almost burst into flames at those words. All guys are the same in that sense. Ed appreciated her trust and was ready to refuse. But then the girl said that if it was him, she didn't mind. Those were words that would turn any guy's head off. So when they realized what had been said, they both fell silent. All the while it seemed like they were playing some kind of tug-of-war game on an invisible border. Ed slowly rose from his seat. His chest felt hot and abruptly ran out of oxygen. As they exchanged formal phrases, a distant but familiar feeling came over him. After a grueling election, back in the camp, he felt free. And then Janica started talking about living together, which was totally unexpected. At that moment, he felt as if the situation was challenging him, as if he were tempted to abandon reason. Janica waited for his words, but the mind stood firm. She still struggles with the difficulties, realized the guy, and sat back in his seat, pushing away unnecessary thoughts. When something unexpected happens, there's always a reason behind it. And since Janica brought it up, he had to understand why first. The girl smiled and looked up at the sky. He really isn't missing anything, thought she.
The spellcaster just wanted to escape. She missed too much the times when she had a private room in Ophelis, even though it sounded silly.
After all, she initially lost control of herself due to excessive attention and lost her privileges. Living in a regular dormitory after Ophelis wasn't easy. Being supervised every day, answering everyone with a smile. The maids realized that she had put up with this for a year and must be close to another breakdown. Ed's camp had become a refuge for her, and the girl thought that if she was going to run away, it would be here, even though it might be burdensome for him. Running away wouldn't solve anything and would be a burden, but Janica still wanted to ask for it at least once. Ed agreed. Such a request was indeed overwhelming, and the spellcaster sank down. But the question of personal comfort and cargo, that's another matter, the maids reminded her. If people live together, it puts limitations on them, but at the same time, they also overcome them together. So she didn't feel obligated. Ed promised to ask for something truly amazing next time. It's not for a day or two, so we'll have to alternate, Ed said, because living under the same roof is just too much. Perhaps they should build another hut, he added, and the girl's eyes rounded. Knowing Janica, he expected a violent reaction, but he didn't think she would throw herself on his neck with words of gratitude. No formalities at all, he said and grinned. Janica had tried so hard to create distance, but she had failed. And even if she had, what would have changed? This girl had always been the kind of person who was willing to help, but all kindness pays. But even the most inconsiderate person wouldn't refuse her help when they saw the tears in her eyes. Building another hut is no easy task, Ed thought as he woke up the next morning. There are other things to do besides that, and he worked on building a staff. All night he had been straining to think of ways to adjust his schedule and ended up not getting enough sleep. But when he went outside, attracted by the noise, he was dumbfounded. A whole brigade of spirits led by a dragon were busily engaged in construction, clearing the site for the new house. Tarkin noted the tired look on the caster's face. Last night they had also partied and celebrated, but now they were already hard at work. They finalized their choice of location, deciding it was convenient to build a house right in front of his. There's a bit of romance in seeing each other in the mornings coming out of the house, the dragon said. Building next to it would be nice too, but that way they'd lose their privacy. A full construction plan will be completed in 10 days, said Mog, who volunteered to be the chief observer. Tarkin looked at him unhappily, but Mog quickly said that this was the optimum term and could be improved upon. The dragon immediately burst into a tirade that it used to be better, and in his time they carried the spellcasters 3 days and 3 nights on the mountain ranges, and the next day they were ready for battle, and these days the spirits are quite lazy because there are a lot of callers. Mog got all shook up in terror of the chief and promised to finish in a week. At that, Tarkin left on his dragon business, saying it would be finished in 5 days, so Ed would have to put up with the noise. The mage was surprised. After all, it had taken him months to build. Poor Mog was going to have a hard time, and Ed mentally apologized to him. He himself took a bag of tools to go about his business. At least he didn't have to do any construction work, and MG could get to work on building the staff. There were so many things Ed wanted to thank Janica for. Just letting her stay at camp wasn't enough to call it gratitude. Of course, she already had plenty of things given to her by friends and family, but the girl was still using her oak staff, and he wasn't sure if the gift would appeal to her. Still, Ed took up the tool and began to slowly hone the log, hoping that Janica would like it. Lucy had not slept either, so she sat frowning and disgruntled. The hustle and bustle of the construction crew did not please the lazy sorceress at all, but the real reason for her bad mood was something else entirely. And in the spirit caster that sat on top of the log pile and wiggled her feet in happiness. Seeing Lucy, Janica smiled welcomingly and said hello to her. The two had clashed once before, but the spellcaster wasn't the type to harm or slander others. Still, she could not afford to back down, so she told Lucy, with a feeling of complete superiority, that she would live here.
The lazy cat had no choice but to angrily tiptoe and hide deeper in his hat.
Meanwhile, Ed borrowed many books on elemental magic, following his training plan. Directional Blast is convenient to use in combat, but its power matches low-level magic. Zix had said something about firepower during their duel, and it set the mage to thinking. But then he met the Keeper of the Sacred Flame, the romantic and prophet Adele series. She appeared in the first act as a companion to Mack, the main character, but her role was minor. Ed had never contacted her before. As he passed this girl who was playing the lute, she suddenly turned to him. It was unexpected that she spoke to him and knew his name. Mack and Aaliyah often mentioned him in conversations and had some pretty complicated feelings about him, the musician explained. Although it was none of his business, he was still interested to know how the main character was doing. According to Zix, he was doing well, which meant that the upcoming combat training would go well. Adele offered to listen to her song, for she had traveled many places before settling in Sylvania. But Ed declined, the stack of books in his hands being too heavy. But before he left, Adele suddenly warned him to be careful when he ascended the throne. He would have to kill the man he respects most in the world with his own hands, and if he hesitated, he would die. The girl who said such terrible things smiled carefree. But Ed knew it was a prophecy. This girl who played the lute so calmly had such talent. She had a knack for looking into the future, but her predictions weren't always accurate, so he didn't dwell on her words. But still some uneasiness remained, for Ed already knew some of the truth about the future. According to the script in the third act, Adele will die. Returning to the camp, he was suddenly rejected where he was not expected, a rejection full of determination. Ed planned to make 2 staffs at once from the lightning-struck Millennium Tree, one for himself, one for Janica. But when asked to summon a lightning bolt, encountered a quandary. The lazy cat said it would only help with one. Even though the spell only needed to be used once anyway, she still refused and puffed out her cheeks. Ed sighed heavily. There was no choice. So he would make one and give it to Janica, he said, which caused even more anger. It was a high-level staff. It was reasonable to give it to someone who used it to its full potential, he said, as the witch tore off her witch hood, but eventually agreed to the concession, again suddenly changing her mind. She had one condition, and she dragged him along, saying it wasn't far. The great mage Glock was noted for his achievements in elemental magic, monstrology, herbology, mana control, resonance theory, the study of spirits, and more, his research being recognized in many fields. He even managed to defeat 2 of the strongest spirits in the world, the fire spirit Theorpus and the water spirit Frida. He defeated them both at the same time, and Theorpus could easily crush mountains. After relocating, he devoted his entire life to educating the next generation, investing his entire fortune in education and academic research. Sylvania founded the academy, and Glock turned it into the world's greatest institution. He devoted all his energies without reserve to the good of Sylvania. He then withdrew to a desolate region in the mountains of northwestern Rameln, and in this solitude met the child. She was abandoned, and Glock became her guardian. As she and Ed walked arm in arm, everyone whispered about the nature of their relationship and made up gossip. What Glock didn't expect was that Lucy's magical talent would surpass all his expectations. A talent worthy of becoming the jewel of all mankind. The fog-shrouded years of the legendary mage were spent polishing this gem.
Had it been written in a book, it would have been a saga of epic adventures. But the sage's last years were lonely and unremarkable.
The wife he met in his youth died fighting Theorpus. All his friends passed away before him. Before the wise man knew it, only those who worshipped him or wanted to rise at the expense of his fame were left around him, which is probably why he began to live as a hermit. But there was a silver lining. Lucy became someone who could carry on his legacy. Until one rainy afternoon in a dilapidated house, Glock left this world. And so Glockta's journey ended, which is where her journey began, Lucy said, though it too had ended. She asked Ed if he knew where Glocta's homeland was. According to common knowledge, he was born in the Cohelton lawless zone. But the books lied. This was where Glock spent his childhood, Lucy said, surprising Ed. Sage's true homeland is the island of Arkan, and they came to a picturesque coastline with a stunning view. Glock never stopped talking about the happy days lived here, and even in the last days of his life, all he thought about was the academy. A really stupid old man, Lucy added. The home that the old man truly kept in his heart was an island that he couldn't return to. In the days when Glock left, all she had left was an empty cabin and the cold body of the old man, which she had covered and frozen with magic. Most mages would be exhausted by the ice spell if they maintained it for an hour. But even then, Lucy made it look easy. The whole story gives you chills. She traveled through the mountains to the south, across Lake Ica and the Urakel Forest, through the alchemical lands of Kret, across the plains of Malin, past the sacred city of Arpi, the Denkin swamps, finally reaching the borders of the Cloel Empire. And she spent many more days on the road until she reached Meek's Bridge, which connected the island to the land. And throughout this long journey, the witch maintained ice magic. She also had to use magic to move around. 3 months she walked, losing her way several times, and it took another week to find the right place. The very place where, according to Glocta's records, he had been training and learning, and here her journey came to an end.
On a small altar made of stones lay a book, The Principles of Celestial Magic by Glocta Eldebran.
Another work by this sage on analyzing magic was worth 7,000 gold. It was one of the most expensive books in history, and Glock's latest work was priceless. Lucy said he could take her because she had already studied everything in the book and didn't need it. She had memorized every word the old man had written. She hasn't lived half the life she was given, and it may be time to embark on a new journey, the witch said. Or maybe it's her destiny to drift through life, she thought, looking at the golden rays of the sunset. But still now she was determined to keep the promise she had made to the old man, that if Sylvania faced a crisis, she would help at least once. Lucy realized the place wasn't the most cheerful, but she wanted to come here and show it off. Having made such a difficult journey to this place with her teacher's body, she still hadn't gotten out of his shadow. So she waits impatiently and sometimes fearfully for the inevitable crisis in Sylvania. That was why the witch had no choice but to loiter. But once the ordeal was over, she could go on a journey to live her life. Ed knew as well as anyone that this time was just around the corner, and he decided to be with her today at least. The occasional sounds of the waves, the fresh breeze of late spring, even after sitting here for quite some time, neither heat nor cold bothered him, and that was a relief. He reached for the witch's hood with his hand and gently adjusted it, their long shadows stretching into the deep past.